Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Warden Law. Karting Live TV kicks off its 2024 season back home at God's country, just down the road from where I live, so I'm so happy to be here. We're kicking off the Karting Live season with a brand new series. It's the Independent Privateers Kart Championship. I'll explain exactly what that means soon. It's their plate meeting. What everybody's racing for is the honour and the accolade of carrying the IP number plate forward into the IPKC Championship proper. My name is Joe Bradley, and as ever, I'm joined in the commentary box with my able assistant Patsy, who is Nick Damon, of course.
Patsy, honestly. You saw Holy Grail this week, didn't you?
I did.
That's where Patsy goes.
Yes, I did. That's where that comes from.
Welcome to our commentary booth. As you can see, the most important thing is very clearly on indication on this side, and that is the marvellous coffee machine. That's the most
that is
thing.
one of the most important things for any kind of race weekend. Shall we let people know what this is all about then?
Yes, let them see that. Also, let them see the track.
Yeah, let's have a look at this beautiful track. I tell you what, Matt Hunter, who took over the ownership of this track, late 2019, and you'll see just to the right of the picture there, that is building work that's going on. And by the summer, we're going to have a row of garages and a new workshop for the motorsport. And we're also going to have a pizza cafe, and we're going to have a first-story viewing terrace. This is really going to it's really going to up this track to be perhaps one of the, if not the premier track in the United Kingdom. A lot of investment going in from the Hunter family, and it's just continuing to, pour the investment into the place. I know what Matt's aspirations are. He wants to have the premier kart track in the country, and I tell you what, he's heading in the right direction. That's going to be ready, I would think, by the time we come back with other series. We're going to have a completely different look, or the track's going to have a completely different look to drivers left as they go through turn one. The weather today, well, it's very chilly. It's not so chilly in our box as we've got a beautiful heater here, but it's going to be chilly. It's going to be a little bit cloudy, but the cloud is going to break towards lunchtime. The track is a little bit damp in places, so if you're not careful and you haven't done your research with your sighting laps there, then you are going to maybe be potentially caught out by the odd damp patch. However, fundamentally, it's a slick tyre track, and for all of our classes, which we have many this weekend, we've got cadets and micros. So it's two races in one. Then we've got the Intermax or Intercadet or Inter Rotax with the R200 cadets. They share the track for their heats. Again, two races in one. We've got the IPKC Junior Rookies. Now, this is for drivers under the age of 15 who are just coming into the sport, maybe not quite ready for the rough and tumble of the Junior Max category proper. If you're 15 or over, then you're in Junior Max proper. We have got a full Junior Max grid, and then we've got the Senior 162 grid, which is a Rotax Max class with a minimum weight of 162 kilograms. And we've got the Senior Max 177 here with a healthy grid. In fact, Nick, we've got healthy grids all round.
Yeah, it's a fantastic way to kick off the season, and the North East really playing ball with some decent weather.
Decent weather, best weather in the whole of the UK at the moment.
Well, that's right. I mean, a minute ago, Martin, our new cameraman, was wearing a T-shirt. I mean, he is from the local
area. But he is from Trimden.
He is, right,
so
that was exciting. But he has put a coat on again now. I think apparently his mum rang him up and said, no, Martin, you have to put a coat on. Up on the bank here, the camera you're currently with, that is Ash. And then we have the best camera of all, which is the auto camera, which doesn't ever moan, never asks for food, doesn't need to get paid. That's a static camera, my favourite personally.
Yes, you love those. We've got karts out on track, Nick, for the very first heat of the IPKC plate meeting. We'll talk. We're not going to bore you with the facts and figures about what independent privateer karting is about. We've got plenty of time to talk about that. Right now, it's all about the action on the track. And right now, we've got the Micromax class, the Micro Rotax Max engine karts, sharing the track with the Honda Cadets. We've got mixed grids going forward, 3 heats and a final, and mixed grids. Elsie Gannon is on the pole position with Charlie Ford alongside, Freddie Blackshaw and Toby Cannon on row 2. Then we've got Toby Turner, local driver, Matthew Plant alongside. Row 4 is Edward Rye and Luca Batiev. And then we've got Maximus Lewis and Ashton Horsepill. And a few names there that you might recognise. We've got a false start as well, so it gives us a chance to talk about the drivers. We've got a few...
looking at something else.
a few local names there. If you are familiar with our Karting Live TV coverage from The Autumn Cup, for instance, which is how we finished off the 2023 series. We finished off 2023 here at Warden Law. We start the 2024 Karting Live season back here at Warden Law. So we've got a few local drivers taking up the opportunity to come and race at their local track. And with this delayed start, basically, Independent Privateers means that you can only run yourself. You're not allowed to be along and taking part in this championship if you're with a team. We've got drivers who are connected to teams and race in other series. You know, we've got UKC drivers, British Championship drivers who are here with their mechanics, who tend to be their brothers or their dads or their uncles or their granddads. Plenty of them. And they're basically not here with any kind of sort of team format. Yes, you've got friends who are together in the paddock. And I think there's been a bit of confusion at the start there, Nick, because...
yeah, they're going through again.
I think they didn't see...
Isn't it supposed to be a standing start?
No, it's going to be a rolling start. Right, usually we have the Honda Cadets from a standing start, but I think there's complete and utter confusion from this field.
Are they in the wrong position?
No, I tell you what it is. Those youngsters did not see the false start flag. And what we've had is the Hondas went off and raced and came through, and we're probably wondering why they're overtaking the Rotax engine micros.
Yes.
It was because the micros hadn't really started, because they saw the false start flag. So they've managed to sort themselves out with any kind of intervention from the officials.
That's always good to know.
Intervention being that we usually stop them and give them a damn good talking to.
Damn good talking.
Yes. So with the two grids of... Firstly, the karts there, the four karts that you see at the front of the field, Elsie Gannon, Charlie Ford, Freddie Blackshaw and Toby Cannon, they're the four Micromax class karts. They've got Rotax engines, 125cc, heavily restricted. Same engine, fundamentally, that's on a senior Rotax, through juniors, etc., but different variations of restriction to allow the engine to breathe. So basically, those engines on those cadet karts are absolutely choked and barely producing any power, but enough power for an 8-year-old to handle.
That's always good to know, isn't it? Oh,
yes.
They're rolling about again, are they?
No, they look like they're in grid formation, and the Honda Cadets behind them, we've got 6 Honda Cadets behind them. They look like in grid formation too, and we will get this race underway. Away they go, in towards turn 1, all 4 in a little pack. Still dampness on the track there, causing a few problems to find the grip, and the Honda Cadets are away too, and I can report that everybody is through, and without consequence, we've got everybody through the dogleg, heading towards the infield. On the infield part of the track, the Micromax are through St John's, heading towards the first of the centre hairpins. It's a left-hand hairpin at centre 1, and then a right-hand hairpin here at centre 2. This brings you out towards... There's a curving entry to the back chicane. It's very tricky to find your braking point there, and you can find yourself going in far too fast there, which was certainly... Elsie Gannon found herself there and lost time there. You see, there's a prime example of what can happen if you go in there too quick. And Freddie Blackshaw there comes out of the Gasworks hairpin in the front of this field. Freddie Blackshaw, first weekend on Micromax last weekend, I believe, with our Warden Kart Club Spring Series. We had a two-day double header last weekend here with great grids. And here we have some of our local drivers coming out to play again consecutive weekends here racing at Warden Law. Is certainly good for the health. Freddie Blackshaw leads. Toby Cannon took advantage of Elsie going a little bit deep into the back chicane, and he will follow Freddie Blackshaw round. And if anything, Freddie Blackshaw, he's showing the black number plate on the white number. That denotes that Freddie's a novice to this class. Behind him on a yellow number plate with the number 17 is Toby Cannon. And Toby looks like he's just shaping up Freddie, but Freddie knows his way around here. Young Freddie Blackshaw, who was racing Bambinos last season, just moving into the Micromax class, which is a lot faster and a lot grippier. The cadet class has got Toby Turner. He is the club champion here. So Toby knows his way around. He won the 2023 Warden Kart Club Championship. Took possession of his trophy last weekend. And now we've got the 2 leaders in micro. We'll have a look at the Hondas in a moment there as the number 22 of Luka Batiev goes through behind Toby Turner, just behind these two. These two battling at the front of the Micromax class, and behind them 2 Honda Cadets who are slowly catching. Toby Turner, very, very quick here at Warden, and a lot of experience for the local club champion. So that's our Micromax leaders now. All of our heats are 8 minutes and 1 lap. And we're already well inside of that 8 minutes. 5 minutes on the clock. Blackshaw leading, Toby Cannon second. We've got Toby Turner behind, so we're about, there's Toby Turner just coming into view now as the Micromax class heads off. There's Toby Turner now. He's leading the Hondas, and he's got a little bit of a gap, hasn't he? Almost a second there, 3/4 of a second to Luka Batiev. Again, Luka, no stranger to the twists and turns of Warden Law. And Luka there coming out of the dog leg and gaining ground on Toby Turner through St John's. That's the left-hander. And look at Batiev. Batiev losing all of the track and more, carrying a lot of momentum, brings him right onto the bumper of Toby Turner. The number 16 turns into the second centre and then heads out towards the chicane. Batiev lining him up for a move here, no question. Carrying momentum out of the back chicane and onto that curving back straight here at Warden Law. It's not straight at all. It's a mighty right-hand curve and then into the downhill sweep of the Gasworks hairpin. It's very, very fast, that. It's a hairpin, but it's a very, very fast hairpin. And then the never-ending left-hander. We call that the horseshoe. The final turn there, they're just turning into that one there. That's the paddock hairpin. So these two, as ever, typical Honda Cadet fashion, nose to tail towards turn one. Damp inside line there. And there you see Toby fighting with the grip of the kart. No change at the front of Micros. They're just ahead of these two on track. Freddie Blackshaw still leading Toby Cannon. Elsie Gannon and Charlie Ford finding their way. Oh, and there's a challenge at St John's. Yes, now these two are going to start slowing each other up, but it doesn't really matter because they've got quite a gap to Matthew Plant and Edward Rye, Ashton Horspool and Maximus Lewis. They're the next of the Honda Cadet runners. So performance-wise, the Micromax Cadet should be slightly quicker over a lap than the Honda Cadets, and that's what we're seeing here with Freddie Blackshaw and Toby Cannon relatively experienced. Toby Turner and Luka Batiev likewise. So they're getting the maximum out of both of their class of karts, let's say. The Micromax 2, Blackshaw and Toby Cannon just crossing the line now. We're inside the final 3 minutes of this first heat for the Honda Cadets and Micromax, or Micro Rotax, as they are known. And that looks like Freddie Blackshaw's gotten into the groove. The tyres came on at about 2 or 3 laps in. It's still very chilly today. We've got highs of about 8 degrees, which is no temperature at all, really. Highs of 8 degrees. That means it's cold out there, quite frankly. If you haven't brought your big coat, you're going to need it by lunchtime, even if you are from the northeast. But it's a beautiful day. The cloud, as we promised, is breaking, and blue skies are going to appear. I don't know if that's a good thing. It came out yesterday. The sun came out yesterday. It was quite warm, as if you kept out of the shade. They're going to like that, though, these drivers, in all of our classes here this weekend. As the sun coming out heats up the track temperature. Our slick racing tyres like a warm track temperature. That's where they perform their best. So inside the final 2 minutes, things beginning to settle down at the front of the Micromax. Let's just check in on the Hondas, because they are still battling it out. Toby Turner, great race for him. He's first in the Hondas. Luka Batiev is the kart there attached to his rear bumper, it seems. And these two, it's only going to need a mistake. Slight variation in line coming out of the dog leg there. And Batiev's allowed Batiev alongside. He's got the inside line. And Toby Turner didn't make it easy, did he? He left him a kart's width and nothing else as they turn into the second centre. And here, let's have a look at this again. There, Toby Turner, very fair. Made the job very hard for Luka. Luka Batiev squeezing by, looking over his shoulder there to see where Toby was and ensuring he was behind him before he came across on him. So a change of lead in Honda Cadets. Whether that's going to change back, we're inside the final minute, so we're getting towards this being the penultimate lap. It'll be the last lap to go aboard next time by for all of these karts. Inside of 40 seconds there. Side by side into turn one. And then settling in. Oh, and that's the damp patch there on the inside line there. Caught Toby Turner out massively. He was on the brakes. And as he goes on the brakes, he has a look down the inside here. And then that just caught him out. That was a really, really fabulous example of reactions. These youngsters absolutely astound me with their reaction times. They're Toby Turner there. The car just slewed away from him on that damp patch. Hopefully that'll dry up very soon because it's very, very tricky indeed. And for some reason, I think it was on the brakes there. That was what caused that. Whereas Luka Batiev was off the brakes and turning into the corner. That's why Toby just lost a bit of time there. He drops back off the rear bumper of Luka Batiev. It's Matthew Plant behind him in third. Edward Rye fourth. Ashton Horspool fifth, and sixth is Maximum Lewis. It's Freddie Blackshaw there now, the Micromax leader, going into the final lap of this race. And we've got a checkered flag, have we? Oh, we've got a checkered flag. So that was the last lap. And a checkered flag then. Freddie Blackshaw takes the Micromax win with Toby Cannon second. Elsie Gannon will come through in third. And Charlie Ford, the youngster, will come through in fourth. The Honda Cadet honours goes to Luka Batiev, who took that right at the very end there, going into the final, on the penultimate lap there, and then going into the final lap. Toby Turner found that damp patch. So it's Batiev first, Toby Turner second, Matthew Plant in third place, Edward Rye fourth, Ashton Horspool in fifth, and sixth was Maximus Lewis. So Max Lewis there getting that sixth place.
Do you think he was named after Maximus Decimus, whatchamacallit, from Gladiator?
I have no idea. That was that movie came out in 1999.
Yeah, and these little kids, aren't they?
There's a lot of people called Max.
But not Maximus.
Not Maximus, but Max is short for Maximus.
And Maximilian.
Yes. We're going to have the Max chat out.
Well, think about Maximilian. Maximilians are always baddies, aren't they? In Maximilian something is always a baddie in a Bond film.
Max Verstappen's a baddie, isn't he?
Maximilian.
Max Verstappen, even though
he's been painted as a baddie, and now obviously people are going, no, he's fine.
Is he?
Well, he's certainly. Let's be honest, right? Let's make a list of people at Red Bull who are not as nice as Max Verstappen. His dad, Helmut Marko, and Mr. Touchy.
Anyway, moving on. It's into Max, into Rotax next. Again, another Rotax engines class for these youngsters. We've got Honda Cadets, the R200s, which is the Honda Cadet 200 class. I believe we've got three of them. William Horton will start on the pole position. Rio Wardali starts alongside. Theo Bradshaw and Lewis Hall share row 2. Row 3 is Caden Simpson and Cameron Tipping. And then we've got Louis Elderkin and Ayrton Ray. Row 4. Row 5 is the R200s, the Honda R200s, so Honda engines and Rotax engines in these two classes. Thomas Potter, again, another local driver, not unfamiliar with the turns of Warden Law. We've seen Thomas race here many times. He's run by his dad David and his sister Catherine, who's turned to pro karting, it looks like. They share row 5 at the back with Thomas Harper alongside Thomas Potter, so the two Thomases. And Lewis Dean, he's the third of the Honda R200s. He's all alone on row 6.
Oh. So we got some. Go on Turbo Toby, says Jensen Pritchard.
Teammate at Hunter Motorsport, you see.
RS72, so good luck everyone in Senior Max 162177. Michael Burke obviously is a local. It's 8 degrees, his shorts weather.
Well, it is for our cameraman, Martin, who's from Trimden.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that mean something, Trimden? Is that like kind of a north... Oh, Trimden. Well...
It's kind of like the coastal resort of Hartlepool. Just south of Hartlepool, I think.
That's where the rich...
In fact,
is that where the
he
rich
may be
and the
inland,
wealthy
actually.
of Hartlepool sort of lounge about on the North Sea?
He may be inland. Yes, he may be. I think Trimden's inland. I'm thinking of Crimden Dean, aren't I? Crimden. I'm going to have to clarify where Martin's from.
Worrying about what's in your head.
Yes, well, according to you, this is near Hull.
No, that was many years ago.
Yes.
I now know it's not near Hull because I've driven past it so many times. Ella Hayes says, good luck, Nathan Jensen. I love you, with 2 love handy emojis.
Right, we're going to have to pick out the Hondas here because they are not denoted on our timing screen, so we'll try and pick them up. Yeah.
So are they rolling this start? I always wonder whether cadets... It's a rolling start, isn't it? What?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, you're getting confused, Nick, because in our club events, the Honda Cadets would be a standing start.
Yes,
however, this is not Warden or Kart Club. This is IPKC. In IPKC, we have rolling starts throughout our classes. Independent Privateer Kart Championship.
Just so you know what it is now. You know
of course I know where it is. This is the important bit, Nick.
Right.
This is when I needed to know what it is. Anyways, put your mic down. Let me get on with this. Here we go then. They are into the horseshoe. And the grid nicely formed as we come out of there. And we should see the lights go out, which will mean we go racing. And we've got the Intermax class at the front of this field. And we've got that damp patch causing problems for the 77, which was Caden Simpson there. Got it all sideways. A little bit of contact there, unavoidable. Nobody's fault. There was no harm, no foul. They're already through the dogleg and into St John's. And the whole field of Inters and Cadets get through unscathed. With the rest of the field following through the centres. They're at the second centre hairpin now, heading towards the back chicane. A little bit of a midfield battle developing there. The 07 numbered car, Rio Wardley, finds himself a little bit down the order and he's coming under pressure there. And there's Thomas Potter on the 38 getting right in amongst these, what looks like Inters. Yeah, so we'll get an idea of who's on what when they come through. So it's the Inter Rotax leader across the line. That's the number 144 or 124. And it looks like Theo Bradshaw's in the lead. However, his transponder's not picked up. So the 144, Theo Bradshaw, leads this race. However, if you are watching the screen, Theo Bradshaw's timing system has not picked him up in the lead of this race. So sliding wide there, and Thomas Potter on that Honda R200 getting right in amongst the Cadets. We've got a spinner there, not quite sure what happened there. But Thomas Potter, here's a replay, we'll get an idea of what happened. So it was turning in the number 77, and his back end just gave up. You saw the bits of steam coming off there as the kart began to slide. So the 77 of Caden Simpson, who came through in second place, has now lost out that second place. And it is a multi-class battle out there with these two class of karts. The Honda Cadet 200 and the Intermax class karts, very, very similar paired. Oh, and going straight on there, not quite sure what that was about, but he went straight on. He tried turning into the corner and it went sideways. Yes, he turned in, the kart began to break away, and that was quite disadvantaged to two karts there in the Honda class, and that would have been Thomas Potter and Thomas Harper, who were on the outside of that one when it happened. So we've got Rio Wardley on the number 7. He's carrying the 07 just to confuse me, I think. That's deliberate. And that's Thomas Potter, the number 38, the bright green liveried kart there. He is still the leader in the Honda class. Thomas Harper, I think, is behind him. We'll get a handle on that when they come through. 4 karts together now. The leaders have broke away. That's the number 124 of William Horton. Theo Bradshaw still not coming through. Now, Theo Bradshaw's going to show a lap down, isn't he? Because he lost a lap there from his transponder. So we'll monitor that. Meanwhile, we are with this battle between the number 7, Rio Wardley, and Ayrton Ray and the number 18. That's a battle for 3rd and 4th. Both in the Intermax class. A little bit of a nudge there. Oh, that's not going to be to the liking of the stewards, no doubt. And the track still showing signs of being a little bit green there off the morning dampness. Still not beginning to dry off. The sun's coming out now, though. The sky's looking blue, so it's going to be very, very quickly. We're going to have a completely consistent track condition with those damp patches that are really getting in the way of our racing here this weekend. Out the final turn then. It's 4 laps completed for Bradshaw and Horton. Using the outside line, I've noticed. Down the inside has gone the 07. Not quite. It's the 18. That's gone around the outside. Ayrton Ray, great move there around the outside of turn 1. Had the momentum along the start-finish straight and hung on to that. Gets around Rio Wardley. And now he pulls away. There's the 18, just pulling away from Wardali there, right in the centre of the screen. There's the blue cart of the number 18 of Ayrton Ray. And now, next on the list for Rio Wardali to contend with, it's another Intermax kart behind him, and that's Lewis Hall with Thomas Potter not that far, leading the Honda R200s, 6th overall, and not that far behind Lewis Hall on the 44. So that's the 18 there of Ayrton Ray. He's in 3rd. Then we've got the number 7, the 07 of Rio Wardali. Then Lewis Hall on the 44. Just slides very wide there. Still a very tricky first turn. We're inside the final 3 minutes of this one. And you can see the damp patches beginning to disappear now. As that sun comes out, the track temperature is going to rise. We are going to see those damp patches disappear. And the drivers will probably be glad of that. All of the curb used on the exit of the back chicane there. And things beginning to space out a bit. Just looking out the window there, the overall leader, the 144, Theo Bradshaw, has just gone through. There's William Horton. He's got a huge gap between these first two in the Intermax class. And then across the line in 3rd has gone Cameron Tipping. And here's the battle we're looking at now. 4th, 5th and 6th there. These 3 karts all in the Intermax class, the Inter-Rotax class. And it's going to take a little bit of a mistake from either of these 3 drivers before we see any change. And as I say that, the number 7, Rio Wardali, gets onto the rear end of Ayrton Ray. Down towards the first of the centre hairpins. Ayrton Ray, no doubt, named after Ayrton Senna. And he's driving through 2 turns that are named after the late, great Ayrton Senna. Out on the back straight, curving towards that beautiful Gasworks hairpin. That's a really fast corner, that one. You can see it opens up. It's a very open hairpin and it's downhill. You can carry a lot of speed into. You've got to carry a lot of speed there. You might think it's tight. It's tighter than some corners, but it's still a very, very fast sweeping turn. You can gain a lot of time there being brave on the brakes. Inside the final minute then. So I have a feeling Theo Bradshaw next time by, he was just ahead of this 3. These 3 now on the track going through the left-hander at St John's. Off-camber left-hander, downhill tint to it. As we've got Lewis Hall looking very racy indeed. Now onto the back bumper of the number 7, Rio Wardali. He's got to keep his composure as Wardali on the 07. Into the back chicane. Carries a good amount of speed there. They've allowed Ayrton Ray to break away there, haven't they? The bright blue kart there in the foreground. Just going through the Gasworks hairpin now. But it's definitely Lewis Hall who's shaping up to improve his finish position, literally nose to tail, bumper to bumper, through the final turn then. And with 0 time on the clock, it should be last lap board next time by. Or are they going to throw the checkered flag, which is what I think they did last time?
It should be last
that wasn't
lap.
it. That was a rhetorical question,
Sorry,
Nick.
it should be last lap, but
yes,
it may be they're trying to catch some time up.
Yeah, we did have a bit of a delay to the start of today for various reasons. As we continue on then. Now that battle's just sort of settling in. So Theo Bradshaw has gone through. So it was the last lap board shown to Theo Bradshaw on the 144. He's way ahead. He's going into the dog leg. Our second place, William Horton, comes out of the final turn. And by my estimation, with that missing lap for Bradshaw, his transponder just didn't pick it up. And that's put him down the timing order. But this will all be clarified officially with the timekeepers. As we've got that battle continuing, and that's Lewis Hall on the rear bumper of Rio Wardali, and he just hasn't found a way by. He had momentum to catch him. Oh, now he goes for it, but no. Momentum from the 07, carried that into the corner, into the back chicane now, out of the back chicane. This is his last chance, really. If the 44 is going to find a way by, he needed to be right on the bumper of Warden on the 07. And there's the checkered flag. Checkered flag has already flown. And I'm going to say the provisional winner, by my estimation, keeping an eye on that, is Theo Bradshaw. William Horton is second. Cameron Tipping third. Ayrton Ray fourth. Rio Wadali fifth. Lewis Hall sixth. First of the Hondas, Thomas Potter. Seventh overall for Potters. Then we had Louis Elderkin on the 22 in 8th. 9th was Thomas Harper, second of the Hondas. And then we have Caden Simpson finishing in 10th. And then Lewis Dean, 11th.
Yeah, you were right.
Sorry?
1-4-4-1 that.
Yeah, by a mile. It's just that second lap wasn't picked up by his transponder. That's why the timing screen that you can see on your screens at home, that's why the timing screen is showing him down the order, a lap down. He's not actually a lap down. Lewis Dean actually didn't take the start.
One thing I will say, Joe, is it's taking a very long time to dry that small patch coming to
it always does.
Into turn one. There's a few of them being caught out by it on, minorly, and they've had a whipsy moment, and more majorly when they've actually kind of taken someone else with them as they went. It's
kind of like if this was like a cartoon, which it isn't. If this was a cartoon, that damn patch would stay like that. If this was like Mario Kart, that damn patch would stay like that to catch people out. And we're in the entertainment business, but that's not, for me, I want to see proper racing, and you can see that the damn patch is being spread out by the karts having to go over it, because that's right on the line on the entry, especially if you're having to go down the inside. But hopefully we'll see
a couple of those
that dry.
Were
they?
Yeah.
156
and the 38 were on wet.
Remember, Nick, this isn't professional racing. This isn't Formula One, and those kids are sometimes 8 years old.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that that's just an expensive way to run wet, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but it's safer. It's safer. It's safer though. It's safer though.
Yeah.
We stay with the junior classes coming next. We've got our junior Rotax rookies. This is for a class. This is a class of junior Rotax, exactly the same as the karts that we're going to see next out. Rookies, well, that denotes their age. You can only enter as a rookie if you are indeed a rookie to the junior Rotax class, and you're under 15. So that transition from the karts that we've just seen there, the Intermax, or the Inter Rotax as it's now known. They change the name every week. So we'll call it Intermax or Inter Rotax, or even Honda Cadet. When you transition from that into juniors, because of your age, then, those karts are so grippy, they are so fast, they're so much faster, and also the drivers you could be racing against could be up towards 16 years old. So when you are 11 and 12 and you move up into junior Rotax, that can be a little bit daunting. So you move into what the IPKC have provided here, a junior Rotax rookie category. And I saw a name there before we have a look at that. Sebastian Corking, who is actually the reigning Intermax champion or Mini-Max champion for another series that will be live on Karting Live TV this season. This weekend, though, or today I should say, is all about the Independent Privateers Kart Championship. Their IP plate, the accolade of carrying that IP plate throughout the season in this series. There's a lot of pride to be doing that, because it denotes that you have been very, very fast today and have won the meeting. Sam Hayes and Jacob Smith share the front row. Sebastian Benson and Harry McLaughlin share row 2. Row 3 is Seb Corking and Oliver O'Donovan. And then we've got Hector Sadlowski and Jake Walker on row 4. Samuel Yeadon is on row 5. So we've got 9 karts in this category, 9 rookies. And they're just making their way around, Nick, towards the start. It'll be another rolling start, of course. Track looking absolutely splendid. The grass looking as lush green as we would expect this time of year.
And don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, why don't you tell us who you're rooting for? We love the interaction. Just say, come on, Barry. Obviously, only the person's name is Barry. And this is going to be a start now, is it, Joe?
That's going to be very confusing if we haven't got a Barry. Here we go, though. We are going to get things underway. Nope, the starter did not like something that he saw. And that could be something that's not necessarily that apparent to us from our vantage point. You need a microphone if you're talking to me, Nick.
Actually, good Mike.
Yeah.
Tyler Green's obviously got. He says good luck to all the juniors and the seniors. So
he's rooting for everyone.
Everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even those called Barry.
He's a sports fan.
Absolutely.
He wants to see a great sporting event.
Fans.
There's a great sporting event this today. All about the IPKC IP plate. All to play for. Sam Hayes, Jacob Smith, Sebastian Benson. The thing about this as well, reading down those names, Harry McLaughlin, Seb Corking, Oliver O'Donovan, Hector Sadlowski, Jake Walker, they're all in the same sort of category. Samuel Yeadon at the back. Mixed grids means that all of the competitors in a class will start one of their heats at the front, one of their heats at the middle, and one of their heats at the back. And then you gather points in the heats process that will denote and figure out the grid for the all-important final. So if you're at the front, you need to finish at the front. If you're in the middle, you need to get further forward. If you're at the back, you need to make as much progress as you possibly can and maximise your points haul through these heats. Anything can happen. These are rookie drivers, or certainly rookie to junior Rotax. We've got some experience still on the grid. And they look in nice grid order. Oh, and we've got a problem. Is that a problem for our pole position, man? We've gone green. Effectively, we've got a spinner. The 36 spins at the first turn and causes consternation behind him. And he gets underway there. And that, again, Nick, that was your wet patch, wasn't it? Your wet patch there causing that sort of issue.
But, there's all sorts of chaos there. We lost the leader, and we've also had a spin, which you can see again now.
Yeah, again, the wet patch on the inside just causing... Oh, it wasn't that at all. It was more of the braking a little bit too heavy on the left foot, causing that rear axle to lock. And once it's gone beyond that 45-degree angle, it's very, very difficult to get back. We've got the leader at the moment on the first lap, just making his way around to the start-finish straight to confirm things. Sebastian Benson, who's really paid off there. Here we come then, across the line, and it's spaced out, Nick. That instant at the first turn has completely spaced out. No, it's 45. Hector Sadlowski, who's come through from, would you believe, row 4, and Sadlowski it was that's taken the lead. Sebastian Benson lost the lead there somewhere around the lap. He's second. Jacob Smith third. Sebastian Corkin fourth. Samuel Yeadon from the very back of the grid in fifth. 52. Corking's up to third. All right. Just pointing at the screen, Nick. Doesn't tell me anything. And you need a mic if you're going to talk to me. I'm not talking to you unless you pick up your mic. Right? Okay? There's only you can hear me. There's only me can hear you. Nobody else can. So they don't have a clue what I'm talking about when I go silent. So I knew that wasn't going to work. So Corking up to 3. Now, Corking is a local lad from Darlington. He's done very well in the NKC Championship. And he knows his way around here, does young Sebastian. He's been racing here since, well, certainly the last 3 or 4 years that I know of. So that's where the race is at. Sadlowski off into the lead. Sebastian Benson third. Sebastian Corking is in third. Sebastian Benson is second, and that's the battle we're looking for now. Corking down the inside. Oh, and there's Benson all the way around from the very late apex turn. Had momentum though. Corking showing his nose there. So it's the yellow and blue kart of the number 75 of Sebastian Benson, who is in second place. That's Corking behind on the Origin white liveried kart and down the inside of the gasworks. That's a bit of a textbook move there from Corking as he moved down to the right-hand side on the brakes at the braking area and just carried that momentum through into the braking area. And already Corking pulling away from that Benson kart. So a change for second now. Sadlowski off up the road by 3 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that gap coming down. Corking second, Benson third, and then just running down the order while we follow the number 52 through. Jacob Smith is in fourth, fifth is Jake Walker, Samuel Yeadon sixth, seventh is Harry McLaughlin. We lost pole position Sam Hayes, who pulled off at the start, and we've lost Oliver O'Donovan, who didn't come through to complete one lap. There's a bit of a learning process there at the back chicane as the local knowledge being shown from Sebastian Corking. And there's a battle producing some exciting racing at the very tail of this field. I think that's Jake Walker and Samuel Yeadon who are swapping places. As the leaders go through, there's the third and fourth battle beginning to come together as well. Jake Walker there in the white with purple stripes there. The number 4 there, is it? Yes, it is. That's Jake Walker. He's coming through the field now, Nick, if we can keep an eye on this, because first on his list to tick off is Sebastian Benson on the 75. That's the yellow and blue kart there. And then right on his tail, down the inside at the first of the centre hairpins. He came and he did that very, very well indeed. And now we will see Walker pulling away. The gap has come down between the leaders, I note. And just down the inside, made it look simple. It's not. When you're out braking somebody, you're looking like, braking a little bit later than the kart in front. The battle for the lead is going to develop into something, I think. We'll just kind of keep an eye on that, Nick, over our shoulder, as the gap has come down now to 1.2 seconds. So Corking in second is taking a second of a lap out of that lead of Hector Sadlowski. So we'll try and get a grip on that one. There it is there. Good work, Martin. Martin, our cameraman, all the way from Trimden here at his local track. And we've got Ash on this camera from Potter's Mound there, our vantage point, just in the middle of the circuit. And that's Corking there in the 52. He's catching the 45, isn't he? Now, the 45 is showing a novice plate. Corking isn't a novice to karting, but he's a novice to the junior Rotax class. And Corking, who knows he's been racing here a long time, knows the track, not as familiar with this track on a junior Rotax kart, so it's all new this weekend for both of these drivers. And there is Corking looking towards that. Oh, and the leader slid wide. He slid wide, and Corking was like a rat up a drain pipe, wasn't he, through the gap. And there's the new leader then. He will lead across the line. We're coming up to 2 minutes remaining on the clock. So Seb Corking leads. It'll be Sadlowski in second. I think we're going to see Corking move away from Sadlowski by a second a lap if he continues that sort of pace. Lapping in the 53.2s. Last time by. Just lifting his radiator there. Right arm coming out. And behind these two, Jake Walker did get ahead of Sebastian Benson. We saw that was going to happen. Samuel Yeadon in 5th, Jacob Smith in 6th, and then Harry McLaughlin, the final runner, in 7th. The leaders have already crossed the line to complete 7 laps. We're inside the last 90 seconds of this first heat for junior Rotax rookies. The 75 and the 118 of Samuel Yeadon, they've had a nose-to-tail encounter there just behind the first 3. That's a battle for 4th beginning to develop now, just going towards the first of the centres as we continue watching lovely pictures of Sebastian Corking going through there. Let's just let them file through. There's the third place, number 4. And here we have that battle. Oh, and the 118 has gotten ahead. The 118 is ahead of Sebastian Benson. We saw that beginning to develop, and we will see the number 118 begin to ebb away from that 75. So with the mixed grids, you get a false feeling when in the early laps. You think you sort of wait until these drivers find their feet and start making progress through the order. There's only 9 karts in the rookie class, so that's not an overcrowded grid by any means. Got it's a different kettle of fish in the junior Rotax with 18 karts entering this weekend. So we are getting towards the last lap board as Seb Corking comes out onto the back straight with 10 seconds. I think it could well be the last lap board. Yes, it will be. So 1 lap to go when Corking comes through. And as we continue to watch the progress of Samuel Yeadon going into the gasworks, we will watch for Sebastian Corking, our leader, as things begin to space out now. The field all the way down to 7th is now spaced out, and we'll get a grip of our leader and watch Seb Corking through towards the flag. He's towards the first of the centres. There he is there. The orange and white cart easily picked up. Seb Corking with his, I'm not sure what that, he had a Sebastian Vettel replica. He's got a bit of a Red Bull with a German flag down the middle on his new helmet that he produced last season. Into the gasworks for the final time then. And he will go through the horseshoe in a very composed fashion. We're on the Maxxis tyre in the IPKC. It's a tyre that you may be familiar with other karting coverage. The NKC run the Maxxis tyre as well. So Maxxis tyres, hard and durable. We have got a checkered flag. And that is Seb Corking, who will take heat number 1 for the junior Rotax rookies. Hector Sadlowski hung on to that lead as long as he could. Finishes a fine second. Jake Walker was third, with Samuel Yeadon just dropping back to fourth. Sebastian Benson drops back to fifth. Harry McLaughlin in sixth. Jacob Smith was seventh. And then we lost Sam Hayes there, pulling off there. That was a bit tragic, that, wasn't it? Where we saw Sam Hayes leading the field round for 2 laps. And then for some reason, his car just pegged out there, just as he got towards seeing the red lights go out. So a little bit unfortunate there. Hopefully we'll see whatever that problem was rectified, and we'll see him out in Heat 2.
He's pegged out a technical term.
Kind of, yes. Yes, I don't know what that was. I mean, the main issue is usually oiling up, isn't it?
Yeah, okay.
So you do know you're talking to your cameraman on that mic, don't you? Or were you just saying okay?
Oh, sorry, okay, anyway. Martin, Max 15 karting, good luck to all. See you at round 1, Raura, which is, of course, in a few weeks' time. And nice move from Seb. RS72. Oh, Touring Car Magazine, support for the commentary team in the posh, warm media suite. It's a friend, isn't it?
Who's that, sorry?
Touring Car Magazine.
Yes, it's Mick Palmer.
Yes. Having a go at us for not being cold.
No, we're not cold. I have got to keep turning the heater off because it gets a bit too stifling. So we are about to go ahead with our junior Rotax class. 18 karts are coming out for this one. We've got them lined up. I can hear them just behind me in the collecting area. So we'll have a look at the grid when they appear. We are about 3 heats away from concluding our first heats. So getting through the meeting very well. We've got another 3 heats. The Junior Max are out next. Then we've got the Senior Max, the 162 weight category. Then the 177 category, which is all of these classes produce great racing. Doesn't matter where we are, especially here. Harry Holland is the pole position driver on the 177 numbered kart. Rossi Costello's on number 5. He shares the front row with Charlie Domonkos, sharing row 2 with Amy Peacock. James Tate and Harrison Bishop are on row 3. And then we've got Leon Barlow, Elliot Dalton Ayres on row 4. Row 5 is Alex Fraser, another name if you watched our coverage before that you'll be familiar with. Ollie Rowley is alongside on row 5. Toby Bedford and Melissa Adrian on row 6. We've got Ben Horner and Christopher Hughes on row 7. Oakley Garthwaite, another local to this track, alongside Eddie King on row 8. And then row 9, rounding off the 18 kart field, Ben Adrian and Aston Brown. Field strung out somewhat. Got a mix of experience here. We've got some drivers new to karts, new to racing, and we've got some drivers who are also racing in other categories. Not other categories, other series, such as UKC, British Championship, NKC. But here they get to race with just their mates, or their dad, or their granddad, or their mum, in fact. We've got a couple of examples of sons and daughters being run by parents, and that's the concept. That's the whole thing. What's the word I'm looking for, Nick? The concept, the thing, the principle behind the raison d'etre. I like that. Yes, the very raison d'etre of Independent Privateer Kart Championship racing. And you mentioned there the championship proper kicks off at Raura in April, and then we'll have a look at the calendar proper for IPKC sometime across the day, no doubt, because right now we're about to go racing for the first time with the junior Rotax class, who are just getting ready to come through the final turn and will be faced with the red lights, which will go out as they face the start line. And they get underway. And into turn one, we've got a kart spinning widely and causing the knock-on effect there. Oh, and we've got karts being hit. Everyone continuing. And that was unfortunate. We saw a kart going into the braking area and then just snapping sideways and going. Oh, that is not a good feel, is it? When you are pointing completely in the wrong direction and the whole field bearing down on you. That is not a good feeling. Speaking from experience, we've all done it. Harry Holland, though, is our leader, who takes advantage of that kerfuffle that happened behind him. And that's Rossi Costello, I think, who slotted in behind for the number 5. Rossi here last weekend for the Warden Kart Club Spring Series. He's on the number 5. And then behind them, as they cross the line to trigger the start finish, we've got Holland, Costello, Domonkos, I should say. Now it sorts itself out. It's Ollie Rowley, the 49. Ollie Rowley, the 49, showing in the lead with right on his tail. No, that's definitely. I don't know what that timing screen has done, Nick, but it's certainly not what we've got on the track. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to go back to hand timing here. Yeah, I'm going to have to do lap charting because that's Rossi Costello in second. So Rossi Costello on the number 5 is definitely showing in second place in real life, not on the timing screen. It's the 177 numbered kart of Harry Holland who leads. Then we've got Costello. Then the number 17 of Amy Peacock. They're your first, second and third. And we'll continue watching these through because I think that's going to deliver. We're inside of 6 minutes. Take no notice of what the timing screen is telling us because that is wrong. There's your first 3 there. And Costello looking very, very racy indeed. He looks, in fact, like if he could get by the 177, which is a big ask. Harry Holland there, looking over his shoulder. He sees Costello, the orange and black and blue livery of Costello's kart. Through the horseshoe, first, second and third. The number 17 not far away, Amy Peacock getting herself involved as well. And as Holland leads across the line, Costello in second. Then we've got Peacock. They're already towards the dogleg. That relatively, you've got to brake quite heavy for that right-hander. It used to be almost a hairpin. It's not so much now. It's more of a right-hander without any runoff. You use the curb on the exit. Here we are at the centres, though, already out towards the back chicane. And if anything, Harry Holland has given himself a bit of a cushion. He's got about 2 or 3 karts lengths to Costello. So his tyres have come on. And now he settles in because before this, a couple of laps ago, he had Costello right on his tail. Amy Peacock still on the tail of Costello, though. Now, Rossi Costello was in Pro Karts last year. It's his first season in the Rotax Junior class. He's carrying a Venator engine by the look of his engine there. And Amy Peacock on the number 17. See if I can get a glimpse and see what engines they're running. But Harry Holland giving himself a cushion there. He's put in some cracking laps there. And he's given himself a cushion. Costello just trying to find composure. Amy Peacock going with them. So inside of 4 minutes, so half distance in this first heat for Junior Rotax. Harry Holland, Rossi Costello, Amy Peacock, Oakley Garthwaite. Now there's a name. He was here last weekend and went very well indeed. And it's not going to be long before this 3-car train is going to be joined by Oakley Garthwaite. The number 40. He been run by his dad Michael. Him and his dad tending to the kart. And the first second, third and fourth across the line. We'll have a look at the first 10 as Ben Horner goes ahead of Harrison Bishop for 5th and 6th. Alex Fraser up to 7th. Ben Adrian going with him to 8th. 9th is Leon Barlow. Then we've got Toby Bedford, Melissa Adrian, Charlie Domon Koss is 12th. 13th is Elliot Dalton Ayres up to 13th. Christopher Hughes just losing out there and dropping to 14th. Then we've got Eddie King, James Tate, Ollie Rowley and it's Aston Brown who rounds off the 18 kart field. Meanwhile, Garthwaite now on the tail of Peacock. That's the first, second and third place battle there. And fourth, sorry. So first, second, third and fourth now coming together right when it matters, Nick. Right towards the end of the lap and right towards the end of the race. We're inside of 2.5 minutes. Now then, Garthwaite has the pace to catch these three in front. If he can continue that momentum, he's got to continue the momentum. What can happen there as Peacock goes through the inside, and that was more Costello sliding wide there. And here comes Garthwaite, Costello now losing all of that momentum, and Garthwaite down the inside. Oh, and Costello, he's just shaking his fist there. Probably, I'm not sure what happened there, but Costello found himself hung out to dry. Now he has to regain that composure and get back onto the tail of Garthwaite, the number 40. So we've got Harry Holland leading. Amy Peacock is in second. Then we've got Oakley Garthwaite. Then we've got Rossi Costello just beginning to drop back off this 3 and into the clutches of Ben Horner behind. But meanwhile, we'll keep our eyes very firmly glued on the front of this heat as we've got Harry Holland, who now sees a different coloured kart in his peripheral vision. It's the number 17 of Amy Peacock at the dogleg, the right-hander using... Oh, and look at that. They're bunching up, aren't they? The kart's in second and third, Peacock and Garthwaite. No question, if they can clear Holland, will be quicker. And Garthwaite squeezes through. Absolutely took advantage of Peacock challenging for the lead. And he's alongside into the chicane. Little bit of unavoidable contact there as it starts getting intense. It's only the first heat as well. Garthwaite down the inside of Peacock. Peacock side by side through the gasworks. Peacock hung out to dry on the outside of the corner, and this is allowing Ben Horner, who has cleared Costello and is into 4th place. And now Horner is challenging Peacock as Garthwaite, having gotten by Peacock, is in second. This has allowed Harry Holland a bit of space. Harry Holland on the 177 there, just the red overalls with the white helmet. He's our leader, and now being chased by the number 40 of Oakley Garthwaite. We speak to Oakley and his father in our paddock show. We trolled the paddock yesterday, and as ever at Karting Live TV, we'll get the chance to show you those interviews in the lunch break. Some interesting insight as to the concept of this series as well from the series organiser, Rory Rothman. We get a chance to speak to him, see what the IPKC is all about going forward. This will be the last lap board. The last lap board will be shown to our leader, Harry Holland. He's going to have his hands full, though, going into the final lap. And that's Garthwaite alongside into turn 1. Oh, and little bit of side-by-side contact there, but they sort themselves out into turn 1 and already into the dogleg right-hander. And Garthwaite made his way through in turn 1. It was all about momentum, wasn't it, on turn-in. And track position himself where he had the optimum line into the corner. Just a little slight dab of the brakes going into that right-hander. It's a very, very fast sequence. But Garthwaite made his way through. Garthwaite actually ploughed through that first corner incident at the start of this race as well. And made a massive amount of progress. The rest of the field streaming through the gasworks for the final time as Garthwaite will take the final turn and will take heat 1. And the gap at the line is 0.7 of a second from Harry Holland in second place. Amy Peacock is third. Ben Horner fourth. Rossi Costello ends up fifth. Harrison Bishop started sixth, finished sixth, amazingly. Up 10 places to seventh is Ben Adrian. Leon Barlow is eighth. Melissa Adrian, she improved 3 places, but losing out was Elliot Dalton Ayres in 10th, Alex Fraser in 11th, Toby Bedford 12th. Christopher Hughes, he improves by 1 place up to 13th from a 14th place start. 14th was James Tate. Then we have Ollie Rowley in 15th. 16th is Charlie Domon Koss Eddie King 17th, and rounding off the 18 kart field was Aston Brown. As ever, Nick, the juniors proving to be very entertaining and some good racing there through the field. I do like mixed grids, I've got to say.
Good news, we now know the word we didn't get right earlier.
What was it?
It was ethos.
Ethos?
Yeah. Yes. Ethos.
Yeah, I like that one as well. I do like raison d'etre, but we're not French, so we'll use ethos.
Yes, that's
the very ethos of the series is all about going racing with your mates, or with your dad, or your mother, or your brother, or your uncle, or your grandfather. I know, well, Rossi Costello there, the number 5, he's run by his granddad. His granddad's there in the paddock, tending to his cart and stuff.
That's multi-generational.
It's great stuff. Now, that man there on the screen, running, doesn't usually run very much. That's Gaz Bury.
Gaz, can you hear me?
Yes, he can.
Can you come into the hut? We need a quick word.
Yes, could you make your way to the media centre, the Joe Bradley Memorial Suite?
That's right.
Yes.
He looks lovely and warm. He's got his lovely little...
He's got his lovely,
can we have a tight on,
he's got layers.
Can we zoom into Gaz, please? Thank you very much. Let's see what Gaz is looking at. And Gaz says, he's GB Wraps, of course, one of the sponsors of the IPKC. And you can see he spent a large amount of money on hair gel, and that's good news. And here he go. Look at him, look. He's like Cat Weasel's more aggressive younger brother. That's one for all you kids out there, a TV program that showed in 1971.
And he's with us. He's just outside.
He's taking a picture. I think he's ignoring the PA. He's smiling. He is. He's off camera now.
First heat for seniors then. First heat for seniors, Nick. This is when it starts getting a little bit intense here in the Senior 162 class. Craig Whitfield, local driver here for the Spring Series. Didn't have a very good weekend. Was talking to him in the loo earlier. As we were at the urinals together.
Quite fruity in there.
Yes, yes, it was. Yes, Craig Whitfield, though, he's having a better time at yesterday and had a great practice session yesterday. William Eberhardt is alongside on the front row. Ethan Haig and Sam Stone, another driver who we had a chat to him and his dad in the paddock show. We've got Nathan Jensen and Sam Wyatt. Sam here with his brother Ethan, who starts behind him on row 4 alongside Dan Renton. They've been run by their father, Andy. As ever, they've won major national championships as dad and lad karting. Row 5 is John Hobbs and Liam Deedon. Then Aidan Pomeroy and also club vice champion, Warden Kart Club vice champion Max Kettle in this class. Starts alongside in 6th. Ashton French and Arthur Lothian on row 7. Oliver Atkinson and George Sherwood are on the next row, that's row 8. And row 9, Benjamin Lee. And all of those rows are in perfect working order as they come out of the final turn here. That's the paddock turn. And Craig Whitfield will get things underway as the pole position man. And we do indeed go racing. It's a tricky first turn, this, with that damp patch. Catching a lot of people out. And Craig Whitfield being caught out and dropping to 3rd already. So Craig sliding very wide indeed. That's allowed the number 1. And that is the number 1 of, where is he? Nathan Jensen. And Nathan... he's got the number 2 behind him. So the 1 and 2, Sam Wyatt. So Sam Wyatt squeezes his way by. They're both on Cosmics by the look of things. And Sam Wyatt and Nathan Jensen swapping places as if they're in synchronised harmony there. They've been choreographing this all night or something. This is great racing. 4-kart battle now as Craig Whitfield comes back into it. These two swapping places and losing time. It's a 4-kart battle. That looks like the 27, Ethan Haig, who's latching onto this. And as ever, Karting Live TV, we like the sporting event aspect of it. And right now, the sporting side of it shows Nathan Jensen on the number 1, who's already pulled out a little bit of a gap from the number 2, Sam Wyatt. Through the dogleg then, as the number 49, Craig Whitfield, under pressure from Ethan Haig. Craig will be aware. He'd be delighted with running where he is. And down the inside, the 27. The bright yellow cart of the number 27 of Ethan Haig outbraked him into the second centre. But it looks like Craig Whitfield's tyres not quite coming on as quickly as the carts around him. Still showing a little bit of sign of a lack of grip there as we wait for those temperatures to come up. A little bit of a battle there behind him with Dan Renton and John Hobbs. Dan Renton. It looked like John Hobbs threw on Dan Renton for 5th. Behind them, 7th was Sam Stoner, William Eberhardt 8th, 9th is Aidan Pomeroy, and rounding off the top 10 was Liam Dean. And we've got a cart off on the outside of the final turn. Not quite sure who that was. It's Deedham, in fact, who drops down the order. I think that was the kart on the grass. No grip out there on this very wet grass here. And as they come out of that paddock hairpin, oh, and he just slides wide. It's just momentum. The kart just wouldn't turn. And he ended up on the Tony kart on the grass. There's the 55 and the 44. That's Aidan Pomeroy and William Eberhardt. They're battling now for 5th and 6th. They've come through the field somewhat. Aidan Pomeroy, for instance, on that 55, up 6 places already. So making ground. This is what we get with mixed grids, isn't it? We get karts making progress all the time. Max Kettle, who's dropped 3 places there on the first couple of laps, on the number 7, is further down the order. But the leaders have come through. Leaders already out of the dogleg as we continue to watch the number. Who was that then? What is the 55? That's Aidan Pomeroy. We're still with Aidan Pomeroy. He's the man on the move. He's made 6 places, as has Ashton French, who's not that far behind him. So 2 karts behind that number 55. What we're looking at now, the blue nose cone with the white nose cone with the blue fairing. We've got Ashton French just behind William Eberhardt. There's the second place kart of Sam Wyatt, who's now coming under a bit of pressure from Ethan Haig. Through turn 1. Now these have been lapping together. Now Sam Wyatt, who swapped positions with Nathan Jensen in the first lap, seems to not have the pace really to stay with Jensen. They're both on what looks like they're both on cosmic karts. Just trying to, I'm squinting at the screen. And there's a move for second place. Ethan Haig, but coming back at him is Sam Wyatt. Sam Wyatt there just kept his composure, did the switchback, and Sam Wyatt remains in second place. They're inside the second half of this first heat. And Wyatt, he knows that Haig is there now. And he's got to keep him behind as best he can. Oh, and he slides a little bit wide. It hasn't spoiled his lap time, though. He kept the momentum. Just flicking the kart. This is where Haig had a go last time. So Haig, very, very quick through this section here. The yellow kart underneath the rear bumper of the number 2 there, the blue and purple. Down towards the centres. This is where he had a go. Or was it the second centres? Sam Wyatt comes back. And Ethan Haig, can he do it this time? Yes, he has. He went for it at the first of the centre hairpins, the left-hander, which gave him time to kind of use I'm not going to say blocking tactics, that's just track etiquette, really. You just make it hard for the kart behind you to be able to find room to come alongside, even if they have got momentum. And great driving there from both of these. Not any touching whatsoever. So good, clean racing. Jensen through to complete what will be 6 laps. Ethan Haig through in second. Sam Wyatt third. Craig Whitfield fourth. Aidan Pomeroy still on the move. Ashton French up to 6th. He's the biggest mover in the field, up 7. Sam Stoner in 7th now. Ethan Wyatt is in 8th. 9th is William Eberhard. Max Kettle. Now Max Kettle's on the move. Oliver Atkinson going with him. That's the 27 of Ethan Haig. Can he pull the gap? It's 1.3 seconds to that gap with that blue and purple and white kart of Nathan Jensen carrying the number 1. We had some IPKC kind of rehearsal events last year, didn't we? And Nathan came out on top on those. I think we had 3, didn't we? Yeah, 3 events. This is the championship year proper, though. This is the inaugural year of the IPKC Championship. However, 2024 was always the plan. This is the plate meeting, though, to kick the season off. This is not about championship points. This is all about the all-important final coming up this afternoon. And the winners of the finals in all of our classes will get to carry the IP number plate. That'll denote that you were here at Warden Law this weekend and were the quickest kart here when it needed to be. So we are getting towards the final 60 seconds of this first heat for Senior Rotax. Still people moving up the order, making progress. Max Kettle, I just noticed there with the orange liveried cart just coming through the gasworks. Max up to 10th now, moving up 2 places. So he did find himself a little bit down the order, now beginning to find his feet. As Nathan Jensen has been relatively commanding in that lead. Got off into the lead, fended off Sam Wyatt, and kept his composure when Sam came through. Didn't panic. He knew he has the pace in the kart. And off he goes towards that back chicane. Great angle there from our camera. Now into the gasworks hairpin. There's Craig Whitfield in the bright yellow kart. If we drop back, Nick, a couple of karts, we'll, as the first place, Nathan Jensen, second place, Ethan Higgs, Sam Wyatt in third, beginning to sort of space out. However, the battle for fourth, Craig Whitfield has Aidan Pomeroy. It's going to be very hard for him to keep behind him, but Craig manages into turn 1. Craig was running here last weekend in the Spring Series, and he said he'd been working away, felt a bit tired last week, wasn't on his game. He's on his game this weekend though, keeping Aidan Pomeroy driving very defensively. I'm not sure if they picked up, I was getting too excited for this battle for fourth there, I'm not sure if they picked up the last lap board. So do you think so, Nick? Yeah, 1 lap to go. So there's a final lap, so this is all about defensive driving from Craig Whitfield on the 49. Craig in that bright yellow helmet. Meanwhile, the leader, Nathan Jensen, just coming through the final turn, so we'll try and pick up the leader as he crosses the flag. Oh, we've got 1 more lap now. So, right, that's the 1 lap to go board. Right, see, got too excited, Nick. Here we go. So, no, checkered flag. See, I was right. No? Okay. We have got a checkered flag, though, have we?
You were right, but he definitely crossed the line with a second to go.
All right, there's sometimes, we think that there, but on the timing, the official timing has him underneath. The timing
that comes through from the internet has got a delay on it.
Yes, that's right, yeah. That's
good
right.
Good point, well made there.
Yes, it just came to me there.
Yeah, fair enough.
So the checkered flag has flown, let's just confirm that.
Yeah, I did the results.
Yes, the checkered flag has flown, and Nathan Jensen in fine style takes the first heat for Senior Rotax, the 162 class. Ethan Haig was second, about 3/4 of a second behind. Sam Wyatt is third, just under a second behind. And Craig Whitfield hung on to that 4th place in fine style there. He'll be delighted with that. Craig Whitfield finishing 4th. Aidan Pomeroy finishing in 5th. Ashton French was 6th. 7th was Sam Stoner. Ethan Wyatt 8th. Max Kettle up to 9th. Moving 7 places forward, the biggest mover in the field was Benjamin Lee. Then we've got John Hobbs, William Eberhardt, Oliver Atkinson in 13th, Dan Renton 14th, 15th was Liam Deedham, Arthur Lothian finished in 16th, and George Sherwood rounds off what was a 17 kart field.
So important things going on now in the process. We are ordering the lunch for all of you. We're ordering lunch for all of you. Oh, so there's now an argument about pasties now. That's always what comes. Hello, Jessica E. Go, William. And we have some, I think, Greek from Papa Americano. There we are. Okay, cool. Thank you. We've done the really important thing now, which is ordering the food.
That was important. That was an important break from the
normal news. Yes. How we order the food? Yes. Can I just say we're having some great racing. I'm really enjoying this. One thing I have realised, having gone round the country, I'm not saying this because it's your favourite track, but this is a really good track for racing.
Yes, I know, and everybody says that.
It's a really good track for racing.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. And you know what? You've got to be intelligent in how you go about it, because you see karts catching, they've clearly got the pace, but then overtaking different matter whatsoever. Another thing this track's renowned for is the physicality, the high-speed section that starts the lap, and then the tightest corners here are not that tight in comparison to other places. So you are carrying a lot of speed, a lot of G's, and certainly in the senior Rotax and junior Rotax classes with the wide slick tyre, you are carrying a lot of cornering force. We've got the 177s out, so this is the heavier senior Rotax class. The minimum weight is 177 kilograms. So the bigger, taller driver is how I put it. Can make the weight and be competitive in this class. Very, very popular class in certain series, and it's proven to be a popular class in the IPKC. Brian McCready's the pole position driver with Ashley Ward alongside. Steve Thompson, Alfie Williams on row 2. Then we've got Carl Bryant and Daniel Gibbs. Martin Jackson, Stephen Horner on row 4. Row 5 is Steve Jackson and Colin Campbell. Kevin Race and Scott Smith are on row 6, with Keith Mason, Josh Howard 7, and then rounding off the 16 kart field, Zach Bolton, hello to the Zach Bolton fan club, and Marty Gilfillan. We are underway in fine order. That looks very ordered. People taking it very tentatively. Got a bit of a slide going on for one of the orange-coloured karts, but the leaders very, very ordered and very composed there as they go. And as I say that, we've got a kart coming together and a kart spinning off sideways after contact. So I was giving them full marks for their composure and the way they went about their racing. And then we had a coming together with the number 84 and the 96. And the 84's, the 96 is Alfie Williams, and it might have been the 64. Was that Carl Bryant, the 64? Who, I'm not sure who ended up off the track, but finds himself way down the order. Leaders are away. Leaders are away. We'll confirm who they are when they come back into our view on the start finish straight, just crossing the line now. And it will be Steve Thompson and Carl Bryant. So it wasn't Carl Bryant, the 46, involved in that kerfuffle, because Carl Bryant's up ahead and in second place. There's the third place driver, Alfie Williams, Daniel Gibbs in fourth, Steve Jackson, Stephen Horner in sixth, Scott Smith seventh, Keith Mason eighth. It was Martin Jackson in ninth, Kevin Race, Josh Howard, Zach Bolton 12th, 13th, Marty Gilfillan, Colin Campbell, Ashley Warden. It was Brian McCready on the 84 involved in that first lap kerfuffle into the, I think that was the left-hander at St John's, wasn't it? So Steve Thompson there and Carl Bryant out and away. Behind them, though, that's where the action is. Third, fourth, and then fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth together. A four-car train for fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth there. So that is the Steve Jackson, Stephen Horner. It's the 66 there of Stephen Horner, showing his cosmic livery this weekend, just to confuse us. Not used to seeing Stephen in those colours. But right now he's coming under massive pressure from Scott Smith. Scott Smith, a familiar driver a familiar competitor to Karting Live TV viewers from other series. And we know how quick Scott can be, making his way through the field. The 99 is Steve Jackson, and quite an example of experience there across the range. These are not rookies by any chance, so we're going to see some good racing here. And who's that just behind Steve Horner? It's Steve Horner's mate, Scott Smith, I should say. It's Keith Mason on the 112. Somebody stole his number, he said. He's usually the number 12 here at Warden Law. And that battle there as Steve Horner comes out from the slipstream, and that was a tech. If he can hang on to it, and he does, you can see that corner coming back and finding the grip is beginning to develop there, and already Steve Horner is beginning to pull out a gap. The 66 there pulling out a gap and catching and getting onto the rear bumper of Steve Jackson as 3 wide into the second centre, and the 99 of Steve Jackson comes through behind Steve Horner. However, it's not finished there, is it? Behind Stephen Horner for 6th. We've got a battle for 7th, 8th and 9th, I think, developing now. Meanwhile, it's Steve Thompson, the leader. He's pulled out a 1.2 second lead to Carl Bryant, who's second. Alfie Williams third, further 4 seconds. So the two leaders really have checked out. We're watching Stephen Horner, though, on the 66. As they come through, he's into 4th place. Daniel Gibbs is the 13 card behind him. Then Steve Jackson, Scott Smith, Keith Mason. 9th is Kevin Race and Zach Bolton. Up 5 places is Zach. Zach up to 10th place. And I'm not sure. I thought for a moment there Stephen Horner was going to start making ground to that cart ahead of him of Alfie Williams. We'll see if that in fact happens. The number 13 though of Daniel Gibbs. Daniel dropping back towards those karts behind him, and it'll be Steve Jackson who just nestles up to the rear bumper, and Gibbs finds himself hung out to dry on the outside of that turn, and all three of Jackson, Smith and Mason going through. Oh, and he gets sideways. Oh, and that was so unfortunate. It was the kart at the front of that field. It was, there they go, the 99 gets sideways across the grass. Steve Jackson sideways, and he takes that kart out in an unfortunate set of circumstances, and that's allowed Keith Mason to come through and take that position. So great racing and great incident and drama already in the weekend, and that was very unfortunate there. That was the, trying to get the number of that kart there. So that's the 13 of Daniel Gibbs. Gibbs in 7th. Car behind him is Zach Bolton, 13. Then the 69, Zach Bolton, who has gotten ahead of Kevin Race behind him. And there's Bolton. Oh, and it was more of the 13 there, the number 13 of Daniel Gibbs sliding wide coming out to St John's. And that's allowed Zach up the inside towards the centres, and Zach already pulling out a bit of a gap there. So this is what the mixed grids give us. Daniel Gibbs dropping down behind him, and as they cross the line we'll get an idea. Martin Jackson showing in the lead, Colin Campbell second. Then we've got Ashley Ward, Steve Thompson, Carl Bryant. They were the leaders earlier on though, weren't they? Steve Thompson and Carl Bryant, so I'm not sure if that's a bit of a glitch. We'll let that settle in. Meanwhile, that's the number 12, or the 112. Where's that, the number 12? Hard to see from there, when they're going through the infield, it's hard to see numbers. That's definitely Zach Bolton. And that is definitely the number 12 behind Zach Bolton. That's Kevin Race. So Race is coming back at him, isn't he? And he's being joined by Marty Gilfillan and Josh Howard as well. As we're inside the final minute. Meanwhile, showing in the lead, I'm not quite sure why, is the number 7 of Martin Jackson. Let's see if we can fathom that out by what we see on track. So there's the number 13 and the 7 just gone through. That's Zach Bolton on your screen. There's the 57. There's the 99.
There's an issue. The first two are not first and second, Joe. They wouldn't be 36 seconds ahead of the field. There's been an
no, there's a glitch, isn't
there? The lead is
yeah.
actually 45.
Yes. Now then, I want to clarify whether Carl Bryant, who was running in sixth, in second. What am I talking about? So the number 45, Steve Thompson, we've got in first place on track. That's the blue card just coming into the infield now. We're going to grab that on camera. We've got a glitch again. Take no notice of what's happening on screen. The timing and scoring is where we take that feed from, and that's showing exactly what you've got on the screen there. So there's nothing we can do about that. So the blue cart in the lead, just going into the Gasworks hairpin. There he is there, and there is Carl Bryant. As we look towards these two karts coming towards the start-finish straight, and it will be the 1 lap to go board being shown to the leader there in the blue cart, the number 45. Rest of the field coming through. So onto the final lap then, the number 45. He's had, I can only say, a bit of a dominant win. He showed lots of composure in turn 1 on that first corner. Carl Bryant followed him through. We had a little bit of incident into St John's on the first lap, but fundamentally he's had a very, very clean first heat here for the 177s. And through the horseshoe for the final time. And then the final turn, and then out towards the checkered flag to take heat 1 for the 177s. Carl Bryant will show in second place, and then in third place coming through now will be Stephen Horner, and then the 96, Alfie Williams, and then we'll get clarification of who's finished where when we actually get that result. When the result becomes official, we'll clarify that. We'll see that all come together as we get through the rest of the day. We are still in the land of heats. This time we're into our second phase of heats. This time for the cadets, the Honda Cadets and the Micromax class are next, and they will be coming up shortly. I think it's only right that we should mention some of our sponsors, which you can see on the screen there. Hydro Race, they are the producer of drinks bottles, which are ideally designed for motorsport use. They're a supporter of this. Teltonic, Josh East Photography are here, snapping away on the infield. GB Wraps is Gaz Bury. He has a company that will change the colour of your car, quite literally, all of it. Javelin Track Days, well, that does what it says on the tin, and track days around most of the circuits in the country. CR Design and Create and Race is their logo, and then LMR 50 for your karting spares, etc. Honda Cadets are out next with Micromax, as we've got 2 races in 1 coming out next. They are just warming up their engines behind us, and we can hear them. We've got a 10-kart field with the Micromax drivers going off first. Toby Cannon shares the front row with Freddie Blackshaw. And then we've got row 2, Elsie Gannon, Charlie Ford, Maximus Lewis and Matthew Plant are on row 3. And then Ashton Horsepool and Edward Rye, row 4. Row 5 is Luka Batiev and Toby Turner.
You're not saying anything then?
I've just stopped. You just walked in. See, there's Josh East.
Oh, hello, Josh.
Hello, Josh. That's Josh East.
Nice cat. Look at the coat.
Check out. Yeah, he's done this before, hasn't he? He's done this before. He's done this before here as well at this time of year, by the looks of that coat.
Can we get the coat, Martin?
Josh East is a
coat looking. Look at this.
A renowned national karting photographer.
Look at the coat.
Look at that coat.
Give us a twirl.
That is a proper coat, isn't it?
Give us a twirl. Show us. Go on. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, obviously, the ambient temperature's coming up because Josh has got that unfastened. Yes. That's beautiful. Yeah, nice little replay there of Josh East's twirl.
I love the little finish. There's a lovely little finish there. It's almost like he did ballet as a youngster.
No doubt. I'm trying to find a calendar, Nick.
What for?
Can you do that?
Yeah, I'll find it in a second. I'll do that whilst I'm doing something else. You talk.
Second heat phase then. We've got 3 heats that will qualify you through to the final. And depending on where you finish in your heats, will be where you start the final. And it looks to me as though we've got the 4 Micromax karts that have come out. And we've only got 3 of them. So we've got 3 Micromax, then a Gap, and then the Honda Cadets. The Honda 160s are that second group. Maximus Lewis, Matthew Plant, Ashton Horsepool, Edward Rye, Luka Batiev and Toby Turner. It was Batiev and Turner who headed the field. The Micromax gets underway. And we have indeed got 4 of those karts out and running. Freddie Blackshaw slides wide. There's the Honda Cadets getting their race underway. And here are the Micromax. 17 is Toby Cannon leading the field round from Elsie Gannon. Elsie just slotting in behind as they go through St John's for the first time. Heading towards the first of the centres. 4 Micromax karts staying together. And as they come out of the second centres, head towards the back chicane. All 4 getting through that back chicane onto that curving back straight towards the Gasworks hairpin for the first time. And behind them, we've got the Honda Cadets now beginning to join in with the tail end of the Micromax kart. So we'll just drop back one, I think, and see if we can pick the Hondas up as the Micromax class begins to sort of string out, if you like. Across the line then, 1 lap completed. Toby Cannon, Elsie Gannon, Freddie Blackshaw. It's Edward Rye, I can confirm, up 4 places to lead the Honda Cadets in 4th place overall. Charlie Ford on the number 7 drops to 5th overall and 4th in the Micromax class. Toby Turner up from the rear of the grid there, up 4 places as well to 6th place, second in the order. As the field continue round, the Honda Cadets just settling in as well, it seems. We've got both classes stringing out somewhat. And that is the 22 of Luka Batiev. As the Micromax leaders come across the line. No change there. Toby Gannon, Elsie Gannon, Freddie Blackshaw. Then we've got the first of the Hondas. That's the number 17 of Toby Cannon. He's leading Micromax. Elsie Gannon right there, though. She's pretty much staying in the wheel tracks, it seems. And trying to get on terms. Edward Rye is the first of the Hondas. That's the number 16 of Toby Turner. Now, he's the first of the chasing pack, is Toby Turner. The next kart in his class is way up the road. Somewhat. And then behind Toby is Luka Batiev. There's the overall leader in the Micromax class, being led by Toby Cannon, Elsie Gannon. Cannon and Gannon, that's done deliberately for me, isn't it? So it's Cannon and Gannon leading this Micromax race. Freddie Blackshaw in only his second weekend on the Micromax in a fine 3rd. Behind Freddie, he's going to be joined very, very quickly by Edward Wright. Meanwhile, those are the 2 Micromax leaders there. Just going off towards the second centre. Elsie staying with Toby Cannon at the front of the field. And then just behind them, Nick, is going to be a change of place as Edward Rye is going to be very soon pressuring Freddie Blackshaw. And they may be racing on the road. The 2 karts coming through the hairpin now. The yellow and red kart of Edward Rye is in a different class. Leaders out onto the start finish. And then there's Toby Turner. He's come into view there in second place in the Hondas overall. And there's Luka Batiev. Now, these battled at the front of the Honda field in the first heat. And already coming together there, side by side through the dogleg. Oh, a bit of wheel banging going on the exit. And Toby, local club champion here last year in 23. He turned into the corner. They were side by side coming out of it. And I'm not sure how the stewards will see that, but that's not our job. Our job is to tell you who's doing what out on the track with regards to the race. That's the 22 of Luka Batiev, just ahead now of the number 5 of Matthew Plant. So Luka dropping back for some reason, I'm not sure why, and he's lost that place to Matthew Plant. Plant on the number 5, the old black liveried cart there, the red overalls and white helmet, ahead of the 22, Luka Batiev. So that's for second in the Hondas. Sorry, third in the Hondas. Batiev, I think, has a problem. He's just smacked his steering wheel. He's not happy with something. Maybe because he's dropped back. It's hard to judge, really, what the young man is doing, because we don't know what's going on in that cart. Meanwhile, ahead of the number 5 is Toby Turner. We'll stick with the number 5 and the 22 for now, as Batiev starts to regain his composure, and he will move back ahead of the number 5. Oh, and the Matthew Plant number 5 comes back at him. They're side by side through the chicane. It's not going to work through there. There's one line through it, and it was Luka Batiev who hung on to that line through the chicane, which was able to maximise his route through it, and he gets ahead of Matthew Plant on the number 5. Now, behind Matthew Plant is Ashton Horsepool. He's getting in on the... That's the blue overalls there, the blue shoulders, the white sleeves, the blue and white car behind, the third in that train. Batiev is now third in this train. Edward Wright leading the Hondas. Toby Turner second in the Hondas, just ahead of this battle with these 3 karts, the 22, the 5 and the 153. That's Batiev, Plant and Horsepool. We're inside of 90 seconds now. In this, the second heat. Meanwhile, the Micromax has not changed. Toby Cannon continues to lead Elsie Gannon by just under half a second. Freddie Blackshaw still in that third place, still staying ahead of the first of the Honda runners, Edward Wright. But this battle here now beginning to sort of settle down somewhat. Toby Turner is off and away behind Edward Wright. I'm not sure why our screen's saying Maximus Lewis is up there, Nick. But that's not quite right, what you see on your screens there. As the 22, that's Luka Batiev. Number 5, Matthew Plant, and then Ashton Horsepool, not far behind. They were nose to tail. They've strung out somewhat. And by my estimation, with only, 15 seconds on the clock, that's going to be the 1 lap to go board for Toby Cannon, the first of the runners overall on track. He's leading Micromax. Coming out of the final turn there as we continue to watch this battle for what is 3rd, 4th and 5th in the Hondas. The Micromax are through onto their final lap. And I'd be very, very surprised if Matthew Plant can actually challenge Batiev there. He's got good pace, but Batiev's just got a bit of a cushion, hasn't he? It's going to rely on Batiev making a mistake, using all the curb there. The number 5 coming back at him. Matthew Plant on that number 5, the all-black liveried cart there. Easy to spot. The black and white cart of Batiev continues to charge around in that third place. He's dropped right off the back of Toby Turner, who pretty much was nose to tail with side by side earlier on in this race. The overall leader about to cross the line and take the checkered flag. There he goes. Toby Cannon with Elsie Gannon, who has been there pretty much this whole heat. There is third place Freddie Blackshaw, and there's the winner of the Hondas there, the yellow and red and blue cart of Edward Wright. And then we've got Toby Turner finishing in second, Luka Batiev third, Matthew Plant fourth, Ashton Horsepool is fifth, and then Maximum Lewis sixth. Charlie Ford finished fourth in the Micromax class, just coming through there. So that's the second heat for the Honda Cadet 160s and the Micromax class. We stay with the cadets, we stay with the youngsters, this time for the Intermax class and the Honda Cadet 200s. So more action from there. This is the IP plate from the IPKC, the Independent Privateers Kart Championship, the first year of the championship.
Shall I give you a rest and I'll do the calendar?
You can do, mate. I was just going to say, this is all about the one-day event where you capture the I-plate. Moving forward, you can carry that I-plate to the season proper, which is a 6-round championship.
That's right, which kicks off on the 13th and 14th of April at Rowrah, up in the Marvellous Lake District, then to Womwell in the 25th and 26th of May, which I think is Bank Holiday weekend, isn't it, that weekend? Houghton Park near Manchester is the 15th and 16th of June. That's round 3. Round 4 is Fulbeck with the world's bumpiest entry road on the 10th and 11th of August. It's Clandau, which was not closed and not shut down and not going away, despite everyone saying, well, it's come back under new ownership. And Landau now is the 5th round for the IPKC on the 21st and 22nd of September. And the championship concludes at the ever condensed and lovely Clay Pigeon on the 19th and 20th of October. So you have August, September, October, and you have April, May and June. So you get July off. One a month, as the championship should be. That's the 6 rounds of the IPKC Championship 2024, Joe.
Got some information from the paddock.
Useful.
Nathan Jensen lets me know that he won that heat on the number 1 in fine style, I've got to say, with a suspected popped rib.
Ow!
Now, Nathan, just be thankful that you're young and fit. Because if that was me, I'd be lying on the sofa all afternoon. It is Sunday after all.
All afternoon? Like 6 weeks worth? Hello, doctor. Could you sign me off, please?
Very much so. Thanks for keeping in contact, Nathan. Keep us posted. That was quite a formidable presentation you made there in the first heat. Keep it up.
So just so everyone knows, we are currently in the early stages of Heat 2, the second heat. After the end of the second heat, there will be a half-hour lunch break. Then we have the 3rd round of finals, and then heat, and then a set of finals. Currently, the finals were due off, I think.
Why are you echoing?
I don't know. It's all non-stop echoes, isn't it?
I thought you were coming through my mic there.
No, I'm echoing myself.
You're not even
non-stop finals. I'm doing it twice, that's why. Non-stop finals. Stop it. They were supposed to start at 2. I assume they're going to start at sort of 3:30 now?
We'll definitely be having a half-hour minimum.
Yeah, I
lunch break.
think we lost an hour at the start. So I think they'll start at 2:30.
So I'll tell you what. Forget the timings.
All right.
Right.
I've forgotten them.
This is typical karting. Forget the timings.
You've
got nothing else to do if you're watching at home. Why wouldn't you want to be on? It might be bright and sunny, but it's freezing out there.
We have a message from Ash Barker.
Go ahead, Ash.
Mr. Bradley, slight hold. That's me as well. Slight hold to racing. Severe technical issues with timing.
Well, we have witnessed some of those.
They have been interesting.
Yes,
so
we have witnessed those.
We're going to be on a bit of a delay now.
Right. Okay. Ash has probably WhatsApped me.
Well, he's put it on the messaging, which is quite impressive.
All right, which is very good. Got that to us. Gives us a chance to have a chat.
Oh, love.
So we're here at the IPKC plate meeting, Nick.
Yep.
We are next week on Karting Live TV, somewhere else with another
we are
new
starting,
series.
You wait 3 years for a new series to come along, and then they'll come along at once. 2 come along at once. Yes, we will be at the Kart Championship. Now, if you want to know what the Kart Championship is, it is the renamed BKC, JKC, CKC. So it's the Junior Kart Championship. So it has no one over than the oldest people there are Junior Rotax, all the younger class. And it is, of course, now the official MSA Bambino British Championship.
Bambino Electric
British Championship.
Yes. Yes. Don't get excited.
That's shocking. So yes, we've got electric Bambinos. We've got electric Minimaxes. We've got about 7 classes, not 8 classes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is. I'm not even going to go there, Nick.
It's at Wilton Mill.
I'm in IPKC mood at the moment.
The important thing to remember about that is we will be broadcasting on the Saturday as well. So next Saturday, probably from about 2:30 in the afternoon, we'll have a couple of their first 2 rounds of heats.
Yeah.
Then on Sunday, they have super heats, and then finals.
Yeah.
So
2 days, effectively 1.5 days of karting. That's not an issue at all, that, Nick. No, that's fine. Yeah, I don't mind that. I'm sure everyone at home is loving that. Yeah, we can even dance to that.
No, it's supposed to be turned off.
Well, was it really?
I find it really hard to turn things off and just got to turn things on. That's my shtick. Blooming radios.
So what's Gasbury got to say for himself? And if he's got time, he can pop in. He can pop in.
Paul Ozan says, hi, Joe and Nick from Sunny
hello, Paul. Yeah.
How's retirement?
Now then,
how's retirement?
Has Paul Ozan, he needs to tell us this, has Paul Ozan retired from karting?
We said he had last time.
Yes, I know he did. He said that many times, though. Did you
enough.
see when I did that interview with him, where he announced he was retiring?
Yeah.
And
it's quite a long one as well.
And running his because I've known Paul for a year. I've raced with Paul back in the 80s and 90s, and did you see his wife? Well, you didn't see his wife's face, of course, because she wasn't on camera.
And I wasn't there.
But she was kind of going, yeah, whatever.
He ain't doing that. He ain't
whatever.
doing no retiring.
We will see him, though, because Paul's still out running young karters and passing on that wealth of knowledge. I mean, literally, he's going to hear me for saying this, but I think about 30 years of knowledge.
You know how I'm multitasking at the moment?
Sorry?
Do you think you can multitask and make me a cup of coffee? Because you've got a headset, so you haven't got to use a hand, you see.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, this is the important thing we're getting sorted out now.
Well,
actually, what we should do is we can show the coffee machine.
how can we show the coffee machine? Oh, there it is. There it is. I'm gonna have to take my headset off there, Nick, because I've got to go and empty this.
Oh, okay.
This is coffee that we didn't have time to drink this morning, which is a bit lukewarm now.
Too busy.
Yeah. So talk amongst yourselves, and I'll go and do
myself,
this.
You mean?
Yes. Tell us all about what's coming. What's coming this season is Karting Live TV.
On Karting Live TV.
Let's have a look at the track.
Karting Live TV.
Let's have a look at the
track.
track.
Not a mirror, that's the problem. I've now worked out what the problem with that camera is. It's not a mirror.
What?
When you look at the camera...
All right, when you look at the screen,
it's a mirror,
you mean.
but it's not a mirror. It's
not a mirror.
proper.
Yes.
And that's why I keep going the wrong way.
All right.
Yeah, and my hair's a bit...
You've never went the right way.
Well, that's a story and a half.
Are you going to...
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so there goes Joe. Takes his helmet off. Yes, so we have a slight delay at the moment whilst they sort some time problems out at the track, though you can see from the pictures it is a lovely sunny day. Let's see what the current status of our cameraman is. No, he's on a coat still. Oh no, he's undone the coat. So the coat's undone and just a single layer t-shirt. Ash is still under the 5 layers of clothing he got. So it's a pernicious cold, hopefully. Yeah, so this year, this is the opening meeting for Karting Live TV. We do have 16 more events, actually, I believe. We have the NKC, which is 6 rounds and an O-plate. We have the JKC we're talking about, which is a 5-round summer championship and a 3-round winter championship. And we're also back here at Warden Law for the autumn champs, aren't we? Autumn Cup. Back for the Autumn Cup in the beginning of November. So there's a run of excitement of karting racing. We have a few weeks off, and during those weeks off, Joe and I will go off and do full-scale stuff or RC stuff. Martin, our new cameraman, he's off to Barcelona. He's doing Barcelona full-scale videoing next week. And Ash is just doing films you can't talk about. Not for any other reason than it's a family programme. And that is the... What?
Are you struggling to fill?
No, I'm not. I was just scratching. I'm being heckled now by the man with the coffee cup. Never struggled to fill. So yes, there's an awful lot going on the Karting Live TV show. What's the Martin? Can you just pan the camera across the building side, just the right hand side, with all the big metal piles in it, as we look at things to look at. Now, this is the new paddock complex. Garage complex. Garage complex is being built. You can go a bit tighter, Martin. It is being built by the wonderful Matt here. What's the ETA for finishing it? Because it just seems to be
by the summer.
By the summer,
yeah.
Because from November, because we're commenting Ash and I on the way down there. Since when we came here in November,
yes.
It didn't see. Obviously, there's a lot of work that's gone on. You can't see it, I suppose, because it just looked quite similar apart from the big piles. But the big piles obviously are hard to get in. I take it. Those are the big metal tubes you can see in the shot there.
Well, there was delay for planning bureaucracy. That was what delayed things. But those piles, they'll be cut off, and then this week, while we're off to Wilton Mill, we'll see the concrete bed being laid. And once the concrete bed, they go about 70 metres into the 70 feet.
Sorry?
They go those pylon.
Is the land
things.
really quite soggy then?
No, it's quite tough, and then a bit of sogginess. It kind of goes, and then but the pile has been.
It went much deeper. You start hitting the dinosaurs, didn't you?
The last 2 weeks have been very active on that part, so they'll be cut off to like maybe half a metre in height. I'm not a builder, so I'm just going off what Matt's told me. And then the concrete bed will go into there, and then once the concrete bed is in there, reinforced concrete, then you start building up from the ground, and it's going to be fantastic. There's going to be a pizzeria.
Oh.
There's going to be with seating area in the paddock. There's going to be a steel podium rostrum eventually coming towards the right where that little dumper thing is. That's going to be the workshops for Apollo Karts and Hunter Motorsport, who are moving into their new premises. The garage complex, though, the garages are open to hire for anyone, and they're going to be sizable enough for a couple of karts in there. So for storage and working on, it's going to, for local karters who, they don't have to trailer their kart to the track and back. It negates any of that issue, and it's going to have a really nice feel, especially with events like this, national series events, where that first story garage complex, on top of that, the roof is going to be a viewing terrace.
Right.
So you're going to have a viewing terrace up there, and people are going to be able to come onto the viewing terrace and have a great view. You're going to be able to see every single part of this track from that viewing terrace. And you can think what Matt's trying to achieve. Matt Hunter is who I'm talking about, who's the man behind the saviour of Northeast karting, as he's been called
by himself,
by a lot of people. Yes, he hates publicity.
Yes,
he hates being in the limelight.
Yeah.
He really does. Yeah. But no, I mean him and his family. He's two boys. I mean, currently Kai, his younger son, current Rotax British champion, twice British champion as he did it in juniors. The 2021 British champion. Was it 21 that Reese won it? I think it was. So his two sons, Reese Hunter, the team principal at Hunter Motorsport, Kai Hunter now coming into Hunter Motorsport, having won the British Championship with Dan Holland. He's now racing for the family team, for Reese and his team, under the guise of Hunter Motorsport, and wanting to win the championship as Hunter Motorsport. I mean, what a great accolade, That's the challenge that he's got. But it's going to be, I've called it the Warden Law Kart Techno Park. When you're going to have a lot of karting industry there.
Like the Techno Park at Le Mans.
A bit like that.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Where, there's
let's hope you get a Ferrari dealer as well.
I'm pretty sure I'm right when I say there's going to be, like a spares shop for kart parts and, those sundries, like number plates and cable ties and hubs and bearings and lump hammers. But yeah, I would like to think by the time the British champs are here, that'll be done. That viewing terrace will be used. When are we next here? We're here in the spring.
We're in a few weeks' time, about 6 weeks' time.
Yeah, with the Cadet Kart Championship.
With the Kart Championship. All I ever hear is the fact there's going to be a viewing platform, which to me is camera position.
Yes, you say camera position. I'm not. So that means. So that actually, what that means, Nick, is another cameraman.
Well, no, it probably means that we might not have to.
We might.
Yeah, yes. Depends. It's going to be a different view. It might not be as good as being stuck on a container.
Yes. Yes, poor Martin there, whose camera you can see there looking over the collecting area, is actually on top of the Where Champions Are Born container. And thankfully, when he arrived this morning, and I said, "You're not scared of heights, are you?" He says, "No, not really." I said, "You're not scared of ladders, are you?" He says, "No, not really." "Oh, brilliant, you're going up there."
one up on some of the other cameramen we have.
Yes. Poor Paul. It took me back to talking people off bridges days, talking them down off that ladder.
Unfortunately, we were talking. We can't give you the visual image of the last time we were here. There was a very, very funny incident.
So our cameraman, who readily went up onto that position, what you see from the view there, and it wasn't until he was coming down, having been up there all day, that he told us he was scared of heights. It was like, "Paul, are you okay, mate?" "Oh, no, I'm terrified of heights." "Why the hell did you go up there then?"
And it's a 2-day meeting.
What did you go up there for? You do know you're up there tomorrow as well.
Oh, dear. PF Racing says, "I'm a go-karter in the US," and he says, "Micro Swift or Micro Rotax?"
Micro Rotax.
Is Swift's American engine, is it?
Yeah, Water Swift. It's an Miami engine.
Ah. Is Mr. Walter Swift the tuner, is he? Or?
No, Miami came up with an engine name called Water Swift.
So Walter or water?
Water.
Oh, water. Is water
I don't know if it's called, whether it's called Water Swift. And I don't really know that much about it because we have very little IAMEs running here in the northeast. Little or no IAMEs run in the northeast. It's called Water Swift in the IAME Championships. I don't know if it's called Water Swift in the US. It may just be called Swift. What did that lad refer it to as?
Micro Swift or Micro Rotax.
Right, okay. So it's Micro Rotax is what we've got here.
Okay.
See, hello. Who's that then doing a little dance for us?
I don't know, somebody's doing an announcement. Oh, everyone's got out.
Yeah, nobody can hear us in the paddock.
What was the announcement then?
Yeah. We're having a little bit of a party there underneath the camera.
It's a breakdance party.
They look like Jim Bamba cartoons, don't they?
They do, 100%. 100%.
You've got to be a certain age and have got an Autosport magazine to understand what I'm trying to say there.
We've done Catweasel, Jim Bamba. One day we'll do a reference from the last 15 years.
Yeah.
But it'll be a while yet. Might be sometime to the middle of the season. Looks like they stood everyone down by the looks of it.
Yeah, they've. I don't know what they're doing, but drivers are out of their cars.
Rory, come in. Tell us what's going on. Do you want to ask Rory what's going on?
I know what's going on. Yeah,
we're having technical issues with the timing system at the moment because we're not using Alpha. We're using the in-house Apex system, and it's not taken into account where anybody's finishing and placing them where it wants them to be. So, sorry, I'm knackered. I've just ran up here. So we've called lunch early while the ladies look into the technical issue. They're on the phone with the company, etc.
Right.
See if we can get it sorted.
All right. That explains that one.
Okay, that means we go to lunch. What does lunch mean, team?
It means our paddock show.
It does.
Yes.
So Joe, tell people about that paddock show. Press buttons.
So yesterday, we did what we normally do here on Karting Live TV, and we trolled the paddock and just basically jumped in on people and got a feel of what the IPKC paddock is all about, and it kind of gives us an insight as to the ethos. Thank you. Into the ethos of what the Independent Privateers Kart
Joe
Championship
learns a
is
new
about.
word.
Yeah, and it'll explain what Rory and Ash are trying to achieve with their IPKC and who their customers, who the drivers are, who the competitors are, which they're kind of targeting in a way to what this series is aimed at trying to do.
Good. And here is young Joseph's wander around the paddock.
The Karting Live 2024 season kicks off at my home track at Warden Law, but we're kicking the season off with a brand new series and a kind of a brand new concept. Rory Rothan here is the man who came up with the idea. The IPKC, the Independent Privateers Kart Championship. Rory, welcome to Warden Law. This is God's country. We've even arranged the sunshine for you. Bit chilly, hence the big coat. But hey, what a great idea this is. Tell us, what does Independent Privateer mean?
Well, I think the title says it all, really. It's a championship designed for independent drivers. Throughout my career with clarking and even racing, I heard a lot of information through the paddock, and one thing that was coming up was the privateer sector. And they were saying, we're sick and tired of racing against teams. And I think it's more the psychological side of it. Yeah. These guys will turn up, they put a lot of time and effort in, and then you get the big teams turn up, and it's almost like the attitude changes and say, well, what's the point?
Yeah.
So the idea of the IPKC was to give the independent driver their own stage, to eliminate the large teams and essentially get them racing against each other, dad and lad, mum and lad, or daughter, and every variation of.
Yes.
And so far it's going pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a cracking looking paddock for you this weekend. I mean, you know what? When you start karting, this is how we start, isn't it? Dad and lad, dad and daughter, mum and lad. And what you are saying is you don't need an excessive budget to race with a team to come and race with the IPKC.
No, exactly that.
Yeah.
Nail on the head. When I started racing, I remember racing out of a 3x3 awning.
Yes, we all did.
A few tools in the toolbox, second-hand tyres, that kind of thing. I'd take my chain off and wash it, oil it, and reuse it. And it's you don't have to, the crazy budgets that the teams have, etc. We can't expect everybody else to maintain that kind of budget. So we've offered as budget friendly as we can, obviously with today's climate. But yes, it's a place where you don't have to break the bank. You haven't got to sell your car just to go racing.
Yes.
And the added bonus of no teams is everybody gets a chance.
Sell your house in some cases. Now what I think we're doing here, Rory, is we're giving the club level competitor a national series.
Yes,
Because
exactly.
we are going to travel the country. All right, we kick off here at Warden with our plate meeting, the IP plate.
Yeah.
Whoever wins, if you win your class here this weekend, you get to carry the IP number plate through the IPKC Championship
season,
proper. But we start off with, I mean, it's quite a... You know, we're going to visit some iconic tracks. You're at an iconic track now, actually, but but we are the season proper, the 6-round season.
Yeah.
Give us an idea where we're going.
We've got fullback in there.
Yeah.
There's quite a few. Behave you. So sorry, the paddock's winding me up.
You're going to have to learn how to deal with hecklers.
I know. All I do. Well, this is the beauty of an independent scene. I turn up and all I get is grief all weekend. So Hooton, fullback, Clay Pigeon,
Womwell. I saw Womwell in there.
Yes,
one of my favourites.
And a counterclockwise circuit as well.
Yes, yeah.
And they're very excited to have us along. And when unfortunately I had to rejiggle the calendar, but I think it was a good move. Yeah. And Womwell was the very first circuit to reach out to us and say, "Well, would you consider us?" So. Heavy discussions back and forth. Yeah, we decided to go and we won well, being a left-hand circuit, etc.
So all competitors out there are watching this live stream this weekend for the IP plate. Yeah. They want to get involved with the championship going forward. When is the first round?
The first round. Oh, now you got me thinking. I've got so much information.
I know you have, and your mind's gone.
Yes.
Isn't it the end of March, or is it April?
No, it's April.
Right.
I believe it's...
So plenty of time, is what I was getting to. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, we've got 2 months after this round. Plenty of time to get in.
Yeah.
We've got WhatsApp groups, etc. Everybody's really friendly. You can come ask questions. Go to the Facebook page. All the information's on there.
Yes.
We haven't got a public link because obviously we don't want all the spam artists joining the group, etc. So send us a message.
Join the group.
Yeah, we'll send you a link to join the group, and in there ask questions. We always say there's no such thing as a stupid question, only stupid answers, and be prepared, you will get a few.
When you're a series organiser, you will get used to that. Looking forward to this weekend. I bet kicking 2024 off in fine style with a plate meeting. What is Rory Ruffin going to be happy with on Sunday afternoon when the last checkered flag's fallen?
Smiles.
Yes. That's
all I'm interested in is smiles, to see people go out, have fun, come back. I mean, we've got the new podium. Yeah. Handing out the RP plates, and that's what it's about. I don't look at this championship as my championship. It's their championship. I do it for all of these.
Yeah.
And I just wish there was something like this when I was racing, to be fair.
Yes.
Because I got sick and tired of doing the same club round over and over again.
Yes, me too. Rory, wish you and the boys and girls all the very best of luck. I'm sure it's going to be a great weekend, and we'll speak to you later on the weekend. Thanks. Rory Ruffin, everybody.
Joe. Thank you.
Right, trawling the paddock as we do on Karting Live TV, and I've come across this little enclave of a group of mates. Basically, this kind of epitomises what the Independent Privateer Kart Championship is all about. The IPKC is all about this. So, group of mates come together, set up an awning here, set up an awning over my right shoulder, and this is the group of mates. There's a couple of people in there. I've already got my cup of tea, but I haven't got enough hands. But so we'll start with. No, we'll come to you later. So, tell me who you are, what number you are, and what class are you in?
I'm Colin Campbell. I'm in Rotax 177.
Number?
And 57.
57, peeps. Keep an eye. And you, sir?
Brian McCready, Rotax 177, number 84.
Alfie Williams, Rotax 177, number 96.
Now then, I detect by your accents that you're from the north and you're from the south. Yep. I've spoken to you before in other kart paddocks, but you guys have come down from where?
Stranraer.
That's a hell of a hike, isn't it?
Yeah. But this is one of the closer tracks to us. Yes. When you think, last couple of years we've done the NKC, and I think Mansell last year was about 460 miles or something. So this one's relatively local.
Well, what's the journey time to here for you boys from Stranraer?
You're about 3.5 hours.
All right.
So it's not too bad.
All right. Certainly not bad for me. 5 minutes to my house. Brilliant. I need to talk to you though about this shirt you're wearing. So you've got a southern accent. That is not a Manchester accent, and yet that's a Manchester United top he's got on. So where are you from?
I'm from Reading.
So from Reading, and you obviously support Man U.
Yeah, well, great team. A lot of trophies.
But they're not Reading, are they? You can't choose your football team. Your football team chooses you. And he said to me, you can't support a football team in League One. You're a disgrace. Crack on. Mind you, your dad, there's his dad, by the way, Ash. It's his fault. That's the way he's brought him up.
Ask who we support.
Mind you, yes, I'm coming to that, yes. So we've got a kid here from Reading who supports Man U. We've got a bloke here from Stranraer. Who do you support?
Arsenal.
Yeah, I don't even want to go there. So you're a group of mates who've come together, and these guys are from Reading, you guys are from Stranraer. I take it was karting you met through?
Yeah, it was. So we started doing the NKC 2022, I think was our first year at it. We didn't know any of these guys. We just happened to fall by Mr. Bryant and his awning, and we landed up in there at Glanny Gorse, and we just kind of clicked, and we started having a good laugh, and that's what karting at this level should be about, I think, as well as the racing.
It is all about having a good laugh, but also when you come together like you guys have, do you kind of share like sort of setup data and a bit of sort of, how to drive the track? Are you as friendly as that, or is it a little bit more intense?
Well, yeah, we're a team. We all bunch together. We're all mates. We're not
supposed to say teammate. It's IPKC.
Oh yeah. Well, ex-team.
You had one job. No, I know what you mean. You're a team of friends who are you're a group of mates who've come together, and you've evolved into a team because you're racing together and helping each other out.
Yeah, we all want to see each other do well and possibly win or get podium. So there's no point in hiding secrets from each other. It just helps each other out at the end of the day. What's
it like on the track though when you come about? These two are in front of you. Are they in front of you or are they behind you? What happens out on track though? Do you have any friends out there?
Well, racing's racing. You can't really have friends on the track. You'd have friends off the track, but when you're on the track, you can't really take any prisoners.
Yeah, I used to hate everybody who was on the track. You mentioned Carl Bryant there from who runs a team called Jibtech, but Carl's here as an independent privateer. Carl, I know you're hiding in the dark there where you prefer. But this is Carl's weekend off because Carl is also. I might get this right, Carl. Come over here. You're a data engineer?
No, just a mechanic.
Mechanic. You're a mechanic. Mechanic at Le Mans for Aston Martin for TF Sport. Yeah, we sport last year.
Yeah, a bit of Jota, a bit of this, a bit of that. And now I'm at Williams F1, just playing around in the wind tunnel.
All right, so you're a wind tunnel technician.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's exactly what I do.
So that's your day job.
Yeah.
You also have formed your own kart team, not for this championship. You're here as Carl Bryant.
I certainly am. Yes, I'm just here.
He just turned up.
Yeah. These boys have been trying to keep it quiet. They're not coming here, but yeah, I've turned up just to have a bit of a laugh, really.
Yeah.
It seems like a great championship. Like for the IPKC Independent Kart something or other, it sounds really good. And yeah, everyone's just here to have a nice, friendly time. There's no big tents. I mean, there's a few gazebos and easy ups and stuff, but there's no big teams. There's no big push for it. So yeah, it seems like a really good.
And from you on a personal level, the intensity of having to please all of your customers, i.e., all your drivers, that it's all about Carl Bryant this weekend.
Absolutely. I've only got to please these three tonight, but that's another story.
Are you cooking? Are you?
Yeah, I'm catering. Yeah, I'm catering with bits and things. Yeah, it should be good. Yeah, it's good. It's nice.
Yeah. Great stuff, guys. Wish you all the very best. The 177 class here. We've got the class of the field, I think, here with the 177s. Thanks, boys. The IPKC is not just about the senior classes, though. It's very much about the junior classes and the cadet classes. Charlie Ford here runs in Intermax or Intercadet or whatever they're going to call it this weekend, Charlie. You're running the number 7. Is this a fast car, Charlie?
A bit.
Yeah. What's your lap time so far?
108.
108. You happy with that?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little about these tyres, will you, Charlie? So we're on the Maxxis tyre, and I see there's no tread on that tyre. How does that work then?
Is
that for the dry?
I think so.
Yeah.
And they're really grippy, but at the start of the day they're normally slidey, so I have to go a bit slow at the very start of the day.
Right, until they warm up. Yeah. What happens if it rains? Do you keep those tyres on?
if it rains, we change the tyres to wets.
All right. Is that a wet tyre behind you? Can we have a look at that? Can you go and grab that? Give us a look. So, show Ash there. So, this is the tread on the tyre, isn't it? And that helps in the rain, does it?
Yeah.
And does it make a big difference?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's great. So that's a wet tyre. That's mega. I'll just hold that for you. This kart, though, Charlie, I mean, I believe these karts do, 60 miles an hour?
Yeah.
You don't seem tall enough to manage 60 miles an hour, but you do, obviously. Is it fun?
Yeah.
Do you really enjoy it? Yeah. How much?
About 50%.
Only 50%. That's brilliant. So how long have you been karting, Charlie?
For about 2 months.
So it's just 3 months. So are you going to do the whole season of IPKC all around the country?
I don't think I will.
All right, okay. Who helps you bring this kart here? Have you brought this kart here yourself?
No, there's my dad. He helps me, and my mum.
So is your dad your mechanic?
No, he's my mechanic.
Right.
Or somebody.
Is your dad rubbish like? Don't answer that. He's the sponsor, isn't he? He funds it, doesn't he? He pays for everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I bet you want to thank your mum and dad, do you? Yeah. Go on then.
Thank you.
Charlie Ford, I wish you all the very best. Only been racing 3 months, so as long as you're happy and as long as you're having fun, that's the main thing, isn't it? I hope you do. The Independent Privateers Championship is all about dad and lad karting, but Oakley Garthwaite here, he's running the number 40 in Junior Rotax. Just last weekend here at Warden Law was the Club Spring Series, and Oakley here was running as a team member of Hunter Motorsport. However, this weekend, he's running with just him and his dad. And I want to ask Oakley, be careful what you say here, Oakley. Which one do you prefer, the big team or just with your dad?
My opinion, I think Hunter's probably better. But Hunter's obviously better for like setup-wise, because recent Kiger sort that out. But my dad doesn't really know that much for setups, but he's doing his best as he can. But yeah, it's fun privateering, but I think it's better with Hunter because you have a lot of drivers to get information off, and you have the truck to do data and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But here, we'll just have none. We'll just have the workshop in the kart. And
I suppose, I mean, what are you going to be racing this year? What series are you going to be doing?
Probably more IPKC, some UKC rounds, and more club rounds.
So I would think, though, from your perspective as a driver, when you're out there on a UKC grid with the team, it's a lot more intense than just perhaps you and your dad. Am I right? I might be wrong. You tell me.
Yeah, because if you do anything wrong, they might get like annoyed.
Who, your dad or the team?
The team.
I don't know. I wouldn't like to get the wrong side of your dad, to be honest.
But yeah, if like the team come in and see like you could have done better than that, they could go over the data and see what you could go wrong. Like gas works, you need to brake later. Yeah. You can do that. But here with my dad, he doesn't have many data issues, so we don't know where we're going wrong.
That's interesting. So the intensity of being with the team and the pressure of being a team member with your dad. This is supposed to be enjoyable, though, remember. This is a hobby weekend. I'm going to come round and talk to your dad. What's your dad's name, Oakley?
Michael.
Michael, because I forgot your name, Michael. From your perspective, I would imagine last weekend you were sitting around drinking coffee. You're the mechanic, you're the team manager, you're the driver, coach, everything this weekend. What do you prefer?
I prefer to get stuck in.
Yes.
And help out. Even when he's with the team, with his mechanic, I still can't sit still. I've got to do something. I just can't watch people work.
Yeah.
I'd like to get stuck in and know things.
You were telling me you're a mechanic by trade as well.
It's just the setup I'll struggle with.
Yes. Well, that's experience and knowledge, isn't it?
Yeah. Caster, camber, wet, dry, what setup, it's just all new.
Yeah, but you know what? Here you are with Oakley, going racing. Yeah. This is what this series is all about, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. I think it's a great idea to get more people involved as parent and son, or friends, family, and things like that, on a bit of a cheaper side, so people can do it. Because it is a very expensive sport. Yeah. Now you're the team. There's two members of the team. What's Michael going to be happy with on Sunday afternoon? Paul. In a win.
Oakley, you match that?
Oakley, what do you reckon? What you gonna do?
Hopefully pull, because I have the pace, but I'm new to Max's tyres, so hopefully I need to get used to them. Because the last two sessions I'm going to go on Max's, but I've been on Mojos, so that's what I'm used to.
Well, you look very good this morning in practice, mate, so I'm expecting a lot from you as well. Thanks, guys. Oakley Garthwaite and his dad, Michael, loving their karting as ever. That's what this series is all about. So here we are at Warden Law, the IPKC. It's the I plate. It's all about this weekend. It's not a multi-round championship. The pressure is on. And one of the drivers soaking up this pressure is the number 5 in the junior Rotax class. That's Rossi Costello. Now, Rossi, not so long ago, I remember you plodding round on a twin-engine Pro Kart. This Rotax Max, though, completely different.
Yeah, a lot different. Just the speeds and, like, the way it turns on straight after the corner. A lot better. Like,
You prefer the Rotax?
I prefer the Rotax. Get speed going. About 70 miles per hour down the straights.
Yes.
Got quicker.
Yeah.
It's a lot better. A lot more racecraft as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, you're behind us there. That's your dad looking after your kart there, isn't it? Give us an idea who's looking after you this weekend.
So Ryan, the mechanic, and then my granddad.
Your granddad, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you come racing with your granddad? He looks after your kart and stuff?
I'm usually with Hunter, with Oakley, who just interviewed them.
Right.
I'm usually with Oakley and everyone else in Hunter, in the on in here. So he's using my mechanic as well, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Which do you prefer then? You prefer just having a bit of fun with your granddad?
I prefer coming here because it's a cheap cost championship, cheap tyres.
Yes.
The tyres last stage is not really much expenses, say UKC and everything.
How old are you, Rossi?
Just turned 14 the other day.
14, and here you are, concerned about the budget here, like in the Maxis tyre. Give us an idea of the Maxis tyre as well, because Rotax Max in the likes of UKC, British Championship, they're on a completely different tyre. Here we are on the Maxi. What's the major differences? Because you've raced on both, haven't you?
It takes about 3 laps to get proper, like, warmness in it, so you can actually drive it properly. And then it's a lot better because it lasts longer. I do like the tyre more. It's quite grippy, to be honest, sometimes, if you're on the right setup, and then sometimes it can be a bit dodgy, but it's a really nice tyre to run on. I think it's really good what IPKC are doing.
Yeah, you're going to be back for more of the... We're going to be going into the championship proper, but it's all about this weekend, this one. But are you going to do more rounds in the IPKC?
I think I might do the Hooton one at my home track, where I used to race when I was younger, and hopefully the Wilton one.
Yeah, brilliant. Hope to see you then, Rossi. Best of luck, mate. Have a great weekend. Thank you. So Sam Stoner Racing, if you're on Facebook, check it out. This young man here, Sam Stoner, is very prominent on there with his karting, and perhaps the epitome of this series. You know, we say dad and lad racing. You've been dad and lad racing pretty much from the very outset, haven't you, Sam? It's the only way you've been racing with in karting, isn't it?
Yeah, the only way we've been racing since we started in the cadets. It's just been me and my dad, that's it. We've been in teams once for like just test days to progress, but that's it, yeah.
Yeah. Is that a big part of it, being, sharing an activity? It's not just about being here at the track, though, is it? Because it takes ages to get to tracks, doesn't it? So that relationship, that bonding that you have with your dad is something that you will come to appreciate, I've no doubt, when you're as old as me. But is that a part of it that you enjoy as well?
Yeah, it's definitely enjoyable. We get to know each other a lot better. Like, I know I do certain stuff, I know he does certain stuff. There's only 2 people working on the car at a time. We know what we've both done. We've only got one other person to speak to if we need to do anything about it.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a question here. Be as honest as you can. So, motorsport is intense. Any competition. The competition in karting is intense. I'm sure there's a disagreement or two, isn't there? Who always wins those?
Usually my dad. Well, it's kind of 50-50 half of the time, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I'd prefer to win them all. I think I'm right.
Yeah, I'm sure. But remember, he is the sponsor. So you're in the Senior Max class. Tell us a little bit about the kart. What tyres you're on? What engine are you running at the moment?
So we're on the Senior Max Rotax Max engine, 125cc. We've got the Maxis Sport tyres on. We're running Tony Kart chassis.
Whose engine are you running?
Ogden's.
One of Steve's, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Quick enough?
Yeah, definitely.
Could you do with more power?
Yeah, definitely.
Every racing driver says that. So, Sam, what are you looking forward to? Firstly, I've got to ask you, you have raced here before, haven't you, at Warden Law?
Yeah, I've raced in Championship last year.
Yes. Yeah. And the track, what sort of track is it? Do you like it?
It's fast. It's hard work out there.
Yeah.
It's bumpy. But yeah, I overly like the track.
Yeah. How's it going to race? I mean, it's one thing driving a track. It's a completely different animal racing it. How do you think it's going to race this weekend?
It's going to race very well. It's a very turny, twisty track. There's a lot of overtaking spots to do.
Yeah. What are you going to be happy with on Sunday afternoon?
First place.
That IP plate, sorry. Yeah. Thanks, Sam Stoner here. Perhaps the northeast of England's most well-known racing driver is this man here, Warren Hughes, good friend of mine. Warren made a career out of motorsport. Class LMP2 class winner at Le Mans, British touring car race winner, German touring cars, sports cars. What have I missed? Formula Ford champion in 1990. I mean, that was ages ago, wasn't it? Vauxhall. Warren basically has been there and back. He's got many T-shirts in motorsport, professional motorsport. In fact, he still is in professional motorsport. He works for McLaren as a driver coach. He's working on the F1 Academy as a driver coach. But here he is at Warden Law today in the beautiful sunshine because he can't stay away from a racetrack, especially when he's racing with his son Christopher. Now then, Warren, before I talk to you, I'm going to ask Christopher. It's going to hard calling you Christopher because I always call you Chris. So what's brought you to the IPKC then, Chris?
Well, it's just a good event to do with my dad. You know, there's no race teams to be with, so it means, you know, it's a lad and dad's event, which you know, it's good for us. It's good for us to do together, so you know, it's enjoyable.
So what do you get out of that? Is that you know, the activity actually being shared with your dad and all that your dad knows? We know, you know, your dad's a professional, and is that part of it?
Well, you know, it's enjoyable. You know, it means we can you know, fight without professional teams being here.
Yes.
So it gives
an even
us,
playing field.
Yeah, it gives us more of an advantage to the other karts. You know.
Yeah. Good stuff. Warren, I mean, you know, you must get a lot of satisfaction of, you know, here you are actually getting your hands dirty. That's a first, isn't it, mate? But it must be quite satisfying to be doing this with Chris, and you know, seeing Chris, the next Hughes dynasty coming through. But it's not about that, is it? It's not about, you know, getting to F1. It's about just the being in the moment here this weekend, isn't it?
It is, and then that really with Christopher, we've said all along, you know, I don't have a big grand plan for him or anything like that. He's driven this all forward. He's pushed me. Obviously, he's been around racing for years whilst I've been coaching, and he loves being around it. And it's his enthusiasm that's taken the whole thing forward. So he's pushed me to do it, and I've lent on a few contacts and I've got a car. I mean, you know better than most, Joe, because we actually did a bit of karting together back in the day.
Really?
It wasn't really. It was karts falling off roof racks and things like that, and I'm not joking. But so I can't say I've done karting. So you know, you often come to a race meeting and you see all the big awnings with multiple teams and multiple drivers, and it's a little bit intimidating when you just want to have a go. You know, he's not raced before, so it's just a case of, you know, we're learning as we go along. And, you know, it feels, doing the IPKC, it feels more accessible, and it's more of a, as you say, more a level playing field, where it's not quite so intimidating. There's more people in the same boat as us. So that's how we're here, because, as I say, yes, I've been involved in motorsport properly for a long time, but not at a karting level. So I'm a little bit out of my comfort zone.
Yeah, you know, your hands dirty for what? That's well out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, definitely. That doesn't happen very often. So, but I came back I arrived back yesterday. I was in Jeddah yesterday for the F1 Academy test with McLaren. Yeah. But you know, the importance of it's a rare weekend where we can spend time together and you know, enjoy. You know, I want to see him progress. I just want to see what his ability is, but I want him to enjoy it. That's it for me. I've not had to say I don't have a grand plan for him to be in F1 or anything like that. It's just for him to have a feel for it, see if he enjoys it, and try and be as competitive as we can.
Yeah. Christopher is, I mean, a kid your age. How old are you now?
15.
It's very hard to listen to any parent's advice, isn't it, at your age? But with your dad being a professional driver coach and all the experience he has, does he sort of offer you any advice out on the track and how to drive and stuff?
Well, obviously the racing side of it translates into karting, you know. I think I think a lot of it, you know, you get, obviously, yeah, it translates, and he can offer his skill set in coaching me on and off the track, you know, and it's just about, you know, getting the feel and then progressing from there. And you know, he's good at showing that. He's good at helping with that.
Yeah, he kind of knows what he's talking about. And hey, at first, mate, you've got a kid who'll actually listen to you. That's it.
Yeah. Well, actually, yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. We've all been there. It's quite selective. So, but no, he's a great lad. He's got a great attitude, and you know, he's very humble about it all. He's not, you know, he's not thinking about who my dad is or anything like that. He's just, you know, it's a new thing for him, and that's exactly the way to approach it. You know, I remember when we first dabbled at karting, you know, we had no idea really what any sort of pecking order was. We just got stuck in and figured it out, and that's really what we're doing.
Yeah. Just about the racing, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah.
And you're enjoying that.
Yeah,
What are you going to be? You haven't come here with any aspiration. You've just started off in karting. So what are you going to be happy with on Sunday afternoon? I ask that to most of the people I talk to here in the paddock. What are you going to be happy with?
Well, obviously it's my first race. Sorry, my second race. And first race in this championship. I think just to see a personal improvement, you know, would be a good sort of place to start, and then work my way towards the front, hopefully. You know? So that's the aspiration.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll leave you to get on. Thank you very much.
All right.
See you there.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. We are back now. Should be getting going in a couple of minutes. Now, officially, we're going to start in about 5 minutes. So look at that, lunch break, back 1:05. So back with you in about 6 minutes.
Welcome back to the IPKC I-Plate meeting here at Warden Law. The sunshine has remained a little bit cloudy, but and the temperature is certainly still low. We are about to go racing. Hope you enjoyed your lunch break. And out on the track are our Intermax class and our Honda Cadet 200. So slight variation on what we've just seen with regards to Micromax. This is another Rotax class of cadet racing. This time the Inter was a little bit less restriction. Same sort of 950mm chassis and same tyres. Pretty much the same. The Honda Cadet 200 is slightly different, Nick. So we've got fundamentally what we've seen, but slightly quicker.
Yeah, but on a more pressing moment, the reason for the delay has been some issues in the timing situation. Now, we're not totally sure if that means we'll be getting any on-screen timing at all. So there may be no live timing, but we'll find out very, very soon as they're lining up for this one. Joe.
Okay, then, here we go. It's our pole position driver, Ayrton Ray, with Lewis Hall alongside, and it looks like the number 18 who's gotten off into the front and ahead of Cameron Tipping from the second row. Kart 44, that's Lewis Hall. These three breaking away. They're on the Intermax class. Down at the third has gone the 144. Was that the Theo Bradshaw? Now, Theo walked away with the first heat in this class. Let's see if Theo can make his way through. He's got two karts ahead of him. That's him there at the bright orange helmet, just coming onto the tail of the blue helmet at number 87 of Cameron Tipping. And there's Bradshaw down the inside. Bradshaw, we know how experienced Theo is, and already up into second place. The leader, though, Ayrton Ray. Ayrton just out onto the start-finish straight and crosses the line. One lap completed. And Bradshaw just moving up onto the rear bumper of the leader. It's not going to be long before Theo's looking for a way by. This is the Intermax class that we're looking at the moment. There are three karts in the Honda 200s. We'll check them out in a moment. And there's Bradshaw down the inside at the first of the centre hairpins. That's the left-hand hairpin. Now through centre 2, the right-hand hairpin, and out towards the back chicane, that curving entry into the chicane. And look at that, Bradshaw already. And a move for second there is the number 87 of Cameron Tipping. Comes down the inside of Ayrton Ray. And change for first and second on this lap. It will be 2 laps completed this time by. And our leader now, Theo Bradshaw it is. With, in second place, change for Cameron Tipping there on the 87. Beginning to string out a little bit now. As these three breaking away. This is the Intermax class that we're looking at right now. With Theo Bradshaw breaking away from our second place driver, number 87, Cameron Tipping. Through the horseshoe. I don't think there's anything Tipping can kind of do here. He's trying to hang on to Theo Bradshaw, which is not an easy task, to be honest. Here they come. Through turn 1, the leader's already ahead. That's the number 124 of William Horton. The 07 plate kart there of Rio Wardali. Wardali slightly down the order. We'll be picking up our Honda runners very shortly. And the 124 of William Horton just coming onto the tail of Rio Wardley and down the inside at the Gasworks hairpin. Slides wide, add the momentum to push one another wide into and out of the final turn. Then it's William Horton now ahead of Wardali. And it doesn't look like Wardali has anything in the toolkit to maybe have a go. Through the back chicane. Clock ticking down now. Inside of 2.5 minutes remaining. Bradshaw still leading. Cameron Tipping it is in second. And it's Ayrton Ray, Lewis Hall. That's the battle. William Horton and Rio Wardali for 5th and 6th. It's Thomas Harper leading the Hondas ahead of Thomas Potter. That's Rio Wardali through in 6th. There's Louis Elderkin in 7th. And then we had a non-start for Caden Simpson and Lewis Dean. Potter ahead of Harper for Honda. Just going through Brian's Bend and on towards the dogleg. So that's the number 38, the number 156 as we continue to watch this battle settling down now. With William Horton just staying ahead. That's the Honda battle there. And Potter there on the number 38 is just last lap by overtaken for the lead of the Honda 200s. We've only got 2 karts running in the Honda R200s. And Thomas Harper and Thomas Potter, they are very, very evenly matched. Through the final turn then. Getting towards the final minute of this. Into the right-hander at the dogleg. And back towards this battle that's beginning to come back together now. So we thought it was all sorted. It isn't. It's a battle for 5th and 6th. Inside the final minute, William Horton it is in 5th, Rio Wardali in 6th. And Wardali coming back at him. These two having a cracking battle in the Micromax class. Rotax engine karts, Intermax class I should say. Said Micromax, I meant Inter. Here they come then. There's the Honda battle. They're coming towards the end of the lap for them. It'll be 7 laps completed for Potter and Harper. So that's going to be a battle to the flag, isn't it? They're not that far apart. Thomas Harper running that beautiful silk cut Jaguar livery that you'll be familiar with, Nick, being a sports car fan, of course. You think what? Crip C's over it. All right, I'll not even talk to you then. You heresy. Let's have a back to the Intermax battle for 5th and 6th. With 0 time on the clock, we'll be looking at the last lap boards for the leader Theo Bradshaw next time by. He was the winner of Heat 1. He continues on. That's still the way of William Horton. And side by side across the line for 5th and 6th, Rio Wardali hangs it into the inside, but not quite enough, and he wasn't quite alongside. And round the outside has gone William Horton and kept that momentum to keep in that 5th place. Into St John's for the final time. This is the 5th and 6th place battle that had come back together. We thought it had sorted itself out. It had not. We leave that for a moment there as the Hondas are heating up. Thomas Harper down the inside of Thomas Potter. Harper had a great weekend last weekend at the Spring Series. And as those two continue, here comes Bradshaw to take the checkered flag. Checkered flag for Theo Bradshaw. Cameron Tipping not that far behind him. 7/10. Not that far behind him, was he? As the rest of the field come through then. Theo Bradshaw, Cameron Tipping, 1st and 2nd. Ayrton Ray in 3rd. Lewis Hall 4th. 5th was William Horton. He hung on to it. Rio Wardali in 6th. Louis Elderkin was the last of the Intermax runners. And it's Thomas Potter who got that place back right at the very end to take first place in the Honda R200s. Thomas Harper finishes second with that Silk Jaguar livery, who gets full marks from me for that one. So that is the conclusion of Heat 2.
Yeah, that's Heat 2. That's the second heat. Time's gone over 7 minutes now. 7 minutes in heat from 8, just to try and make up some of the time. Next up will be the IPKC Junior Rookies. Then you've got Junior Max, Senior 162, and following that you've got Senior 177. Okay, so you just waiting for the track to clear. Everything's going okay at the moment. I think there's a situation with the time. There's the manual timing and the automatic timing, so we did get digital timing that time. Too many times in that sentence instantly, wasn't there, really, to be honest. Theo 1 kart master on the track, so okay. Well done, Theo. PF Racing 03 hi. PF Racing 03 saying hi quite a lot, and then hello. So hello PF underscore Racing 03. Obviously, if you wish to say hi, hello again, that would be lovely. Okay, so the carts are already out for Heat 2 of the Junior Rotax Rookies. So I'm not sure whether they're going to may be able to get straight out and into it. I'm crawling round the back of the circuit now.
Yes, they are, Nick.
You have Jake Walker in pole, Samuel Yeathan second, then you have Hector Sadowski third, Sebastian Bronson in fourth, Sam Hayes starts fifth, Oliver O'Donovan is sixth, Sebastian Corking down in 7th, Jacob Smith 8th, and Harry McLaughlin is at the back of the grid in 9th. That's, of course, done on a randomiser to do with qualifying times. Joe?
Yeah, with that delay in the lunch break, by the way, I don't know if you've mentioned this, Nick, but we have reduced the heat times to 7 minutes and 1 lap. So just to get through the meeting before it gets really dark, even though we do have floodlights here at Warden Law, but it's always best to get everybody through the meeting before darkness descends. Remember, last time here, for Heat 1, we had Sebastian Corking, who took the win in pretty commanding style. Pole driver asking for another lap round by waving his finger. They've been given that with the full start flag flying. There is 9 karts that have entered this class. We've got a no-show in the form of Oliver O'Donovan, so that's down to 8 now. So Oliver O'Donovan, I'm not sure if he is in fact taking part in this event because he didn't come out for Heat 1. So that's we have not got the number 64 card. I'm not quite sure if Oliver is here, so we'll disregard that. Pole position driver though, Jake Walker, Samuel Yeadon alongside Hector Sadowski and Sebastian Benson on row 2. Sam Hayes and it'll be Sebastian Corking on row 3. Jacob Smith and Harry McLaughlin on row 4, rounding off what is now an 8-kart field for this IPKC I-Plate meeting. It's the Junior Rotax Rookies that are out on track at the moment. So this is the rookie class for Junior Rotax, under 15s, and rookie to the class is the criteria. So Sebastian Corkin, for instance, who may have quite a bit of experience in Minimax, etc., he's brand new to Junior Rotax. And we get things underway into turn 1. It's the pole position driver, number 45. Got 2 karts off at the back of the field coming together. The 45 of Hector Sadowski, who found himself at the front of the field. The number 4, however, Jake Walker, he has led the field round. So we've had quite a bit of incident there from the rookies. 2 karts came together at the back. They've rejoined. We had the number 45 of Hector Sadowski, who went straight on at turn 1 and found himself on the grass. where there is no grip whatsoever. It's the number 4 who leads, though, Jake Walker. Samuel Yeadon on the 118, right on his bumper, though. This is a battle for the lead on turn 1. Through the horseshoe. And into the final turn, they'll complete one lap, just lifting the inside front wheel there was Jake Walker. He crosses the line in the lead and down the inside going into turn 1. Oh, not quite enough space there or momentum to make that move happen for Sebastian Benson. It is the 75. So it's Benson, the driver, on the rear bumper of Jake Walker. Jacob Smith came through in third, Corking fourth, McLaughlin fifth. It was Samuel Yeadon, Sam Hayes, who came together at turn 1. Sadlowski went off all by himself, and now they're rejoining 6th, 7th and 8th for Yeadon, Sadlowski and Sam Hayes. It's Jake Walker at the front of the field, though, the number 4, leading into and out of the Gasworks hairpin. Jacob Smith in third place. He's on the orange and white cart. He sort of fell off the tail end of the two leaders, but he's about, oh no, that's Corking. Corking it is that's come through. So Corking up to third. Corking up to third now. This is what we saw in Heat 1. Behind Corking now is McLaughlin, who's ahead of Jacob Smith. He falls down to 5th. Yeadon, Sadlowski and Sam Hayes continue around 6th, 7th and 8th. So what we've got to look out for now is Sebastian Corking making this 2-card battle for the lead very much into a 3-card battle, and he's already doing that. He's now settling up to the rear end of his namesake Sebastian Benson and already looking like he's challenging. So Corking, who really is showing the way for the junior Rotax rookies, Rotax engined class this as well. And Corking there lost a little bit of time coming out onto the start finish. First 3, Walker, Benson, Corking together. If the move's going to come, it's going to come from about 2 or 3 carts lengths back from Corking. And if he can keep it right, no, slots back in through the left-hander. He's got momentum out of St John's in there, down the inside at the first of the centre hairpins. Corking makes that move and makes it stick. Out towards the chicane now. So Corking, he's got Jake Walker in his sights. The number 4 is the cart that he's got next on his list. We saw him do this in Heat 1. He came through the field and made his progress very well indeed. And we're seeing pretty much the same from the number 52. So same deal. So it's only a matter of time. The gap at the line was, well, 6/10. That's certainly not 6/10 to the leader now. As very shortly we are going to see Jake Walker become very aware that he has the presence of Sebastian Corking. 3 minutes remain. Out towards the back chicane, Corking choosing that moment to lift the flap on his radiator, let some cool air. Obviously seeing engine temperatures rise. Still chilly out there. I know it's a bright, relatively sunny day, but the ambient temperature is still about 7, 8 degrees, which is very, very chilly. Corking now, right on the back of the number 4 bumper. We've seen what he can do at turn 1, and we've seen what he can do coming out of St John's. They're not quite there yet. Through Brian's Bend, that's the left-hander and the right. And then this bit here, the right-hander, tight right, 90-degree right-hander is the dog leg. This is St John's, the left-hander, sweeping off camber. This is where Corking's quick. We know that, and he looked at the inside, didn't he? He had a look at the gap. He's checked that one out. 2 minutes on the clock, plenty of time. Plenty of time for things to develop at this front. Jake Walker, the number 4, goes wide, and Corking had momentum out of the chicane and carried that all the way to the gasworks. And he also had the line as Walker went a little bit wide on the exit. And now we've got a new leader. So it's the number 52, the orange and white liveried cart of Sebastian Corking, leads across the line. It'll be 6 laps completed for him. And he's already pulled 6/10 at the line. Jake Walker it is in second, Sebastian Benson in third. Harry McLaughlin, Samuel Yeadon just moving ahead of Jacob Smith there. Bit of a recovery drive from Samuel Yeadon after that first corner incident. Jacob Smith now sixth. Hector Sadlowski, he's on a recovery drive, and Sam Hayes, the eighth and final runner in this 8-kart field for junior rookies. Junior Rotax rookies, I should say. That's a battle for fourth place there, it looks like. Third place. So already we see the number 75, Jake Walker, having been overtaken by Seb Corking, he's now dropping back towards Sebastian Benson. That's a bit odd, because he pulled a huge gap to Benson earlier. Now he's dropping back towards him. It's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by for Corking. Meanwhile, we'll keep our eyes on this battle for second, as Benson looked very racing. Jake Walker in second. That's third place, and Harry McLaughlin, it is the battle for third. So that's what I said at first, Nick. Battle for third. McLaughlin has caught Benson. Here we go. Benson under pressure now from Harry McLaughlin. As they come through the horseshoe. Into the final lap they go. Time running out. And if anything, the gap extending there. So he'll not be that happy with that. So Benson being able to give himself a bit of a cushion. Everybody strung out behind. Through the first of the centres into the right-hander, the all-important right-hander that leads out to the back chicane. And they come back together through the chicane for the final time then. Meanwhile, Sebastian Corking there, off and in the lead. The last few corners coming up as Corking comes out to the final turn and will take the checkered flag. There's Corking there. So second heat win for him. Jake Walker takes second, and Sebastian Benson hangs on to that third place. Harry McLaughlin fourth, Samuel Yeadon fifth, sixth was Sadlowski, Sam Hayes seventh, and eighth was Jacob Smith. Great driving once again.
Yep,
from
stuff indeed.
Quite a few of these drivers, Nick. The thing about the mixed grids is you get a chance to really practice your overtaking, and it really is.
Power your way through, you could say, couldn't you?
Yeah, but you've got to be, you've got to take your time. I mean, I might be proved completely wrong here, but so far we've had some great driving standards. The junior Rotax are out next. They might prove me completely wrong.
Is that the biggest class, or is it we got more in the senior Rotax?
We've got 18.
Oh,
we've got 17 in seniors and 16 in senior 177s. So, yeah, it is the biggest grid by one, which makes it the biggest grid. That's all you need. That's all you need.
Here's basic maths with Joe.
Yeah. Now, there's our collecting area. Independent Privateers Kart Championship with our sponsor names. LMR 50, Javelin Track Days, Hydro Race, Teltonica, Josh East Photography and GB Wraps, as well as CR Design. They have been released. So our grid looks like this. First row of the grid is Ben Adrian, and alongside him, Heat 1 winner Oakley Garthwaite. That bodes well for Oakley this time, starting at the front. Melissa Adrian is on the second row with Eddie King alongside. We've got Ben Horner and number 55 Alex Fraser. Aston Brown and Amy Peacock are on row 4 with Charlie Dominkos and Christopher Hughes, here being run by his dad Warren Hughes. Good motorsport dynasty bloodline being continued there with the Hughes family. Harrison Bishop and Rossi Costello are on the 6th row. 7th row is Harry Holland and Toby Bedford, with row 8 looking like Elliot Dalton Ayres and Leon Barlow Row 9 is Ollie Rowley and James Tate. So we need them to bunch up a little bit better than they are at the moment. That might happen towards the final turn. Yes, they are. They've gathered up nicely. I'm not sure if they are slow enough for the likings of our starter. They are, though, because we're racing, and it's Garthwaite. Garthwaite into the first turn at the front of the field. And off they go through Brian's Bend. Looks like everybody through without incident as they come out of the dogleg and head down towards the left-hander. And Christopher Hughes there moving up the order into, I think that's about 5th or 6th place for Hughes as he makes his way up the order. Had a great start there for Christopher. Bright orange helmet just in the field. But Oakley Garthwaite has gone. He's checked out already. He's off. And he's got about, 10 carts lengths there as they head down towards the Gasworks hairpin. Change for second place there. And I'll confirm where everyone is as they come through to complete lap number 1. Across the line then. Here comes Garthwaite. Let's see where they are. So as they click across the line, it's Garthwaite. Ben Horner is in second, making that move ahead of Ben Adrian. Melissa Adrian 4th. Fraser Hughes 5th. 6th is Hughes. Amy Peacock 7th. Rossi Costello 8th. 9th is Harry Holland. And rounding off the top 10 is Elliot Dalton Ayres. As Garthwaite continues, he's got a cushion there. This is where the action's at, though, Nick. Right there. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th now becoming a bit of a 4-cart train. In fact, I say that. The second place cart of Ben Horner has pulled out slightly. That's left Ben Adrian under pressure from Melissa Adrian. I'm pretty sure they're related. That might be brother and sister, you know. Similar liveried carts. Tell me. I may, in fact, be right. So it's the battle of the Adrian family. I bet their games of Monopoly are competitive in that household. Melissa, absolutely all over. And looks like she's got the pace, does Melissa. If she can get past Ben, Alex Fraser is the cart behind them, the Lando Norris cart of Alex Fraser, just kind of taking a watching brief on this family battle. There's a car just moving out the way. Who's that? The 17? I think he's down. That's Amy Peacock just moving out the way. Amy with a problem, I think. I think there's been a change for that 6th place. I think that's Christopher Hughes. 12 looking like he's going slowly. And if that is 12 going slowly, that's Ben Horner. Here they come then. Let's just get a check on this. It is Ben Horner that's dropping down the order because Ben Adrian's come through in second from Melissa Adrian. Alex Fraser 4th. 5th is Amy Peacock. She got by Christopher Hughes there for 6th still. Harry Holland 7th. Rossi Costello 8th. Elliot Dalton Ayres 9th. 10th is Leon Barlow. And we've lost Ben Horner. He's dropped to the back of the field. Aston Brown has come through. Charlie Domonkos. Ollie Rowley, Toby Bedford, James Tate, Eddie King. Just moving back up the timing screens there. This battle continues though. Garthwaite leads by about 1.6 seconds. He's extended that, but it's the Adrians who are still at it. Melissa trying to find a way past Ben. Down the start-finish straight. Here she comes then, down the inside. She's made it happen this time. She timed that. She's been looking for the last 2 laps as to where she's going to get by. She's finally made the move into turn 1. The momentum she carried out the final turn and a bit of slipstream help from, I believe it's her brother. I'll take a punt at that. Into the centre hairpins. Now the second one, which is a right-hander. And that never-ending curve towards the braking area for the chicane. Very tricky to find your braking point there in the position of the cart. But Melissa, as we thought, does have the pace to pull away. Pulling away now, using all the road on the exit of the Gasworks hairpin there. Rest of the field coming through as Garthwaite completes lap number 5 then. The gap is out to 1.9 seconds to Melissa Adrian. Ben Adrian 3rd. Amy Peacock moving up the order to 4th now. Ahead of Alex Fraser. Christopher Hughes is on the tail of Fraser. Christopher Hughes on the 77. as these two, I think they're going to stay the same now. Melissa beginning to pull away. But this is a great battle of 3 karts there. So the 17 there, that's Amy Peacock. I suspect she's going to pull away from Alex Fraser and Christopher Hughes. So let's watch these two. As Christopher Hughes has a look down the inside, and that's a very forceful move by Christopher Hughes. Great move there. Great move there. Let's see that again. He came out of the second centre. He puts his car there. Fraser sees him. And Fraser's got a lot of experience, Fraser, former mini-max champion in NKC. I think that was 2 years ago. Great pace from Christopher Hughes. And now we'll see if Hughes can catch Amy Peacock. Because, having got by Fraser, he's been released, hasn't he? Turns into St John's. Using the curb on the inside. The 77. His helmet is based on his dad's design. His dad, of course, a professional racing driver in his day. He still keeps his hand in. He's a major asset to the motorsport world of F1 Academy. He's a driver coach there. He's a driver coach in British GT. And he's been now coaching his son, Christopher, who's only in his second race meeting. Good point, actually. Yeah. He has caught. He was caught. Yeah, I think we can talk about it now. But his dad Warren was coaching Brad Pitt for that new F1 movie. I think I can talk about that. There's nobody listening if we're not. So Christopher Hughes has broken free from Alex Fraser and leaving Alex a little in his wake. The gap to Amy Peacock is about 1.2 seconds, and I'm not sure he is going to catch her as he's a couple of tenths off. Oh, great use of that exit curb there. He's really gotten the use of that now. So we leave that battle for a little while. Everything beginning to calm down somewhat as we get inside the final minute then. And there's the number 115. Or is that 177? No, 115. That's Harrison Bishop. Harry Holland is the kart behind him. Toby Bedford. 3-kart battle for 9th, 10th and 11th. So just on the edges of the top 10 for these karters. As we will see the 1 lap to go board. There's a move by Toby Bedford on Harry Holland. And Bedford will move up to 10th, gets himself inside that top 10. Here is Oakley Garthwaite, just out of my peripheral, whilst we continue to watch that battle for 9th, 10th and 11th. Garthwaite has seen the checkered flag, in fact. As Melissa Adrian takes the checkered flag. And now something to say to Ben as they came through. Oakley Garthwaite and Ben Adrian have come straight in. The rest of the field have done their slowing down lap, so that gives us a chance to just confirm the result. Garthwaite, it was Oakley Garthwaite on the number 40, being run by his dad Michael here this weekend. He took the win. That's a 100% record so far in Heat 1 and 2. Melissa Adrian second then, just ahead of Ben Adrian. In third, fourth is Amy Peacock. Fifth is a great result for Christopher Hughes. He'd be very happy with that, beating the likes of Alex Fraser and Rossi Costello. That's Fraser in sixth, Costello in seventh. We had Elliot Dalton-Ayres in eighth. Ninth was Harrison Bishop. Then we had Harry Holland in 10th. Toby Bedford, Ollie Rowley, James Tate.
Must get this worked out. Microphone on, microphone off, microphone on, microphone off. I'm breaking the magic here, Joe, entirely.
You really are. Everybody heard you directing the cameras there, Nick.
Luckily, it wasn't.
Because you had the microphone to your mouth.
It was very relaxed, wasn't it?
It was
like,
your idea
hey,
to use a hand mic to join in with the comms. Anyways, 11th, Toby Bedford. Ollie Rowley, James Tate, Leon Barlow, Eddie King. Aston Brown finishes 16th. We lost Charlie Demoncus on lap 5, and Ben Horner went out on lap 2, would you believe? That seemed like just a few minutes ago.
Do you know why? It was just a few minutes ago.
That's true.
Hello to...
Did you want to say something?
Peppy Donuts? No, I said it's the cameraman, it's fine. I don't
right.
have to talk to you, I'll just talk to the cameraman. Peppy Donuts is on the chat. Oh, good. The thing I did earlier worked.
Who, sorry?
About that.
Peppy
Donuts. That's his handle.
So have we got any more? Any more food-related pseudonyms?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, you did start. Do you want to not start until you got something to say?
What, Peppy Donuts?
Peppy
Sorry, I thought you
Donuts.
were talking about the
What
message I
did-
just
what
received.
I
The message
did.
you receive from our Lord and Master.
What did Peppy Donuts say? You've only said the name. You haven't actually said what
He said,
they've
yes,
said.
they are. How fast is this? As fast as my bike may be. Because his comments were kind of like not particularly specific to anything. I was just saying hello to him generally.
All right, okay. So what did he say? How fast is this?
Yeah, exactly. See, no, the quizzical look in your face, yeah, is why I didn't read out the comment.
Yeah, because it's got no relevance whatsoever to what we're
Yes,
doing here.
but you forced me to.
I did, yes.
Because I've done this reading out comments before. I know which bits to read, which bits not to read. You know.
All right.
The bits that don't acknowledge you as the rising star of kart commentary. You are the personality now, Joe. You are the voice. You are the personality.
It's not
you are
about
the
me.
Smiling.
It's about those kids out there. And
I think it's all
the fact
about-
that they're hitting
I
towards...
think it's all about you, Joe.
To what?
I think it's all. Look at this. Look at this. This is
So,
what it's all
anyway,
about.
everybody, shall we get on with the race meeting?
Marvellous camera. I'm loving that. You hate that so much.
Please, I absolutely
The more
do.
you hate that camera, the more I love it.
All right.
That's how our teamwork works. Let's make it a dream work. You know?
I'm gonna be really professional here, Nick, and completely talk with you. We are recovering a few carts, so that gives us a couple of minutes to be able to read through the grid for our next heat out. It's heat 2 for senior Rotax. This is the 162 kilogram category, and it's Benjamin Lee and Oliver Atkinson who share the front row. It's Max Kettle and George Sherwood on row 2, Ashton French and Dan Renton. Row 3, row 4, Sam Stoner and Ethan Haig. Arthur Lothian and Nathan Jensen sporting a potentially popped rib. We'll see how his fitness continues through the day. William Eberhardt and Craig Whitfield, who went very well, finishing 4th in Heat 1. Aidan Pomeroy and Sam Wyatt are on the 7th row. And then on the 8th row, Ethan Wyatt, his brother to Sam, and Liam Deedman. And then 9th row, John Hobbs, all alone at the back of the field. Max Kettle on row 2. Second in the Club Championship in 2023. He went off racing with Sam Pollitt. He went with Hunter Motorsport for his first year of proper karting. He's only in his 3rd season. Came second in the Club Championship last year, here being ran by his dad Peter. And they are pretty much dad and lad karters. They came into the sport. His dad Peter knew, he'd done a bit of karting himself and a bit of car racing, but he didn't know anything about these modern Rotax karts, and very soon found their feet. The back, Max looking towards moving into some sort of car racing. He's looked at Formula V, he's looked at Formula 100, and a decision to be made. But this is how he's going to keep race fit for the coming season. He's kart number 7 on the 2nd row, local driver, who will be looking to do very well in this heat. This is his one at the front. So here we go then. Let's see how everyone does, and especially our pole men. Benjamin Lee and Oliver Atkinson. Beautiful slide into turn 1 there on the Lando Norris kart. I think that was Oliver Atkinson showing us fabulous kart control on the brakes as we slid into on relatively cold tyres as well. Here we go. I just didn't catch the beginning of that, Nick, which is where it started. I think that's the 26, isn't it? Yeah, Oliver Atkinson on the Lando kart. We've got everybody through. Oh, we've got a spinner. Yes, spinner. Thanks, Nick. That's what you were trying to show me. So, incident at the rear of the field as someone went, again, I was just about to mention, cold tyres, cold slick tyres on a cold day like the day. It's going to take about 3 laps before they get anywhere near the grip that you're used to or the grip that you need. And as the field come through to complete 1 lap, it's Oliver Atkinson leading the way round, and that's Max Kettle, who we were talking about in the build-up, in 2nd, Ashton French 3rd, Benjamin Lee 4th, Sam Stoner 5th, Arthur Lothian 6th, 7th is Ethan Haig, Nathan Jensen 8th, 9th, Aidan Pomeroy, Ethan Wyatt moving up 5 spots to 10th, moving up 6 spots is John Hobbs from the very back of the grid. So John Hobbs on a bit of a charge. What's happened to Craig Whitfield? He's found himself at the very back of the field. He's the 53 of Ashton French coming under a lot of pressure from Benjamin Lee. Benjamin coming back at him down the inside at the gasworks. Will there be a switch back? No, they will not. So Benjamin Lee up into third. That's the battle for third right there. It's the Tony Kart of Benjamin Lee against the Cosmic of Ashton French. Sam Stoner Racing. We spoke to Sam and his dad in the paddock show. He's getting involved, isn't he? He wants to be on the back of these two. And then behind them, Ethan Haig and Nathan Jensen, winner of the first heat this morning. He's wanting to maximise that point score in these heats to get him up the grid for the final. But there's the 33, Benjamin Lee. Found his composure, or his tyres have come on, giving him the confidence that he's been looking for, because he started on pole, dropped back behind, and there's a battle for the lead developing as well, Nick, as Max Kettle gets right onto the bumper. So we'll see if we can get onto that. That's the one we're looking at. Oliver Atkinson, Max Kettle's tyres have come on now. First weekend on the Max's tyre for Max, and he's loving it. He's loving the fact that he can go down the inside of somebody on the brakes, and can he hang on to it? Atkinson comes by, they're side by side through Brian's Bend. Oh, there's going to be tears here if somebody doesn't settle in, and they're going to be joined by Benjamin Lee for third. So great driving from those two at the front, because they did not touch whatsoever. And side by side through the fastest section of corner in any part of karting in the UK. And just look at that, the momentum lost by Max Kettle has lost out to Benjamin Lee, who finds himself back up into second and right on the bumper of Atkinson. In fact, he's going to try and get down the inside. Max Kettle comes back as well, and he has gone down the inside. Kettle's gone through with him. First, second, third change. As Atkinson finds himself in third, goes side by side through the horseshoe now, and they're side by side into the paddock turn. And Atkinson loses another 2, potentially 3 spots. Incredible. From first to 6th place for Atkinson through no fault of his own. Just finding himself outside of the train of karts and out of position, losing momentum. And it was Benjamin Lee who came across the line. But Kettle's down the inside. Down the inside at St John's. Really, really firm and aggressive driving from Max Kettle. Establishing himself at the front of this field. There he is, coming out of the dog leg and down the inside. It's a braking area into that left-hander, and Max Kettle was the last of the late breakers there. He leads with a little bit of a cushion towards the gasworks, doesn't he? We'll get a rundown of who's behind these two, because it's Kettle, Lee, Ashton French, Sam Stoner, Oliver Atkinson down to 5th, Ethan Haig, Nathan Jensen. This is going to be a cracking finish, as Max Kettle now breaks free. 2/10 the gap there. There's second place Benjamin Lee, and that third place kart there, Ashton French, Sam Stoner and Ethan Haig. Now that's the battle for third, fourth and fifth. Haig on the number 27, just getting onto the rear bumper of Sam Stoner. And both of those karts, now that's a 3-kart train, isn't it? Ashton French, Sam Stoner, Ethan Haig. Just behind these 3, we've got the winner of Heat 1, the number 1 of Nathan Jensen. He'll want to get involved as well. He's broken free of Oliver Atkinson and Aidan Pomeroy. Oh, and there's a change. There's a change as Ethan Haig round the outside of Ashton. And let's see where it's settled in. Kettle's across the line in the lead. Then Benjamin Lee. Sam Stoner it was that's come through from in that battle for third place. So Sam Stoner it was who came through. That's Ethan Haig behind. Ashton French now finds themselves in 5th place, with Nathan Jensen trying all he can. And I think Nathan Jensen there just losing out. No, Nathan Jensen's come through just behind that number 53, the Cosmic there, the purple livery kart and overalls of Ashton French in 5th place. 4th place is not over yet though, as Ethan Haig comes back at Sam Stoner. And Sam Stoner does the switch back. He loses lots of time. He just threw it into that corner, the number 27 there, Ethan Haig. And he was nowhere was he going to come out of it in any kind of semblance of order. And now he finds himself under pressure from Ashton French. They stay in line through turn 1. We're inside the final minute. This has been a fantastic race. Heat 2 for the 162 kilogram Senior Rotax class as Ashton French down the inside at St John's. I think that was more to do with Ethan Higg just leaving the door open by going a bit deep into the corner. He left himself all vulnerable and lost out massively. Just trying to get a handle on the leader, Max Kettle, just going into the gasworks. There's 10 seconds on the clock. It's going to be the last lap board for Max Kettle. Meanwhile, we continue watching this great race for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And it'll be the 1 lap to go board for these drivers. Kettle's job isn't quite done yet though, Nick. We've got Benjamin Lee breathing right down his neck. So we might want to pick the leaders up going into this final lap. They're just ahead of these 3 that we're watching. So we'll, as they go through St John's, that's the battle for the lead, and there it is. I thought it was coming. They're side by side through the first of the centres, almost side by side through the second, but Max Kettle handles that pressure very, very well indeed. Keeps his composure, and this is the momentum he will need to carry. Looks over his shoulder, he knows he's there. Benjamin Lee coming back at him on the Tony kart, and Max hanging on. He's got the blue and orange livery. His dad's a Blackpool supporter, oddly. He's from South Africa and supports Blackpool. There you go. He'd be delighted, though, will Peter Kettle, at Max Kettle's victory in Heat 2. Benjamin Lee through in second. It was Sam Stoner that eventually took 3rd place. So much happening there, it was hard to keep a tab on everything that was happening. So Sam Stoner, 3rd place. 4th place, Ashton French. 5th place, Ethan Higg. Nathan Jensen, he's got to be happy with 6th from the back of the grid. Oliver Atkinson, 7th. Aidan Pomeroy, 8th. 9th is Ethan Wyatt. John Hobbs is 10th. And then we had Sam Wyatt, Arthur Lothian, William Eberhardt, Liam Deedman, Dan Renton, Craig Whitfield in 16th, and George Sherwood rounding off the 17 kart field.
That was a cracker.
It was. That was the race of the day so far.
Certainly. We had some excellent pace. So we're up to the 177s now, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
And that will conclude Heat 2. There will be a 3rd round of heats and then straight into the finals. No gaps. As we attempt to make up a little bit of time lost due to the plumbing glitches. So you know, you're watching Karting Live TV with our opening event of the 2024 karting season. We've got a massive gap of 6 days till we're live again. We're live Saturday and Sunday from Wilton Mill for the start of the Kart Championship, which of course is the combination of the BKC, CKC and JKC. But before I can say anything else, I thought it was the 177, just someone revving up behind me.
It was somebody coming onto the weighbridge. We are positioned here in the Joe Bradley Memorial Suite here at Warden Law, right next door to Scrutineering. So it's a hive of activity.
There's some shouting though. Do you hear it? Someone's making a bit of a row. I do love it when you hear a karting-based row. It's one of those times when we're in the time when we're in the stewards at NKC and people come in very, very annoyed about some sort of decision and say they're never coming back again. And the next event they're there.
Oh yes, absolutely. Always. I
think Phil Howard's decided not to be there at least 10 times, isn't he? He still turned up.
Yes, I'm surprised he's not here. I'm surprised he's not here.
So just a few checks going on, just clearing out the last of this larger field, making sure they get through. And of course you can't release the next kart until all the karts from the previous heat have cleared the track, and that's going to happen in the next few seconds. The collecting area marshal waiting for the radio signal to allow the heavies to get out for their second heat.
The heavies, you know what? I'm not really. Have you seen some of those drivers? They are skinny.
They're just big.
They're just tall and big. Yes.
When I did 100 heavy in 1988 or 89, I was like 13.5 stone, and I'm not now. 13 stone 3, and that was too much.
I weigh 177 without the cart.
Heavy. It was like basically in those days it was, emaciated, whippet, ordinary person, and that was called heavy. But luckily, thanks to body positivity, they realised that people are a bit weightier now.
I'd make the weight without the cart, Nick. That'd be fine. Colin Campbell starts on the pole with local driver Stephen Horner alongside. Second row is Josh Howard and Daniel Gibbs. Third row, Martin Jackson and Marty Gilfillan. And then we've got Zach Bolton and Scott Smith on row 4. Kevin Race and Keith Mason are on row 5. Row 6 is Alfie Williams and Carl Bryant. And then we've got Ashley Ward and Brian McCready on row 7. Row 8, rounding off the 16 kart field, is Steve Jackson and Steve Thompson. We had a kart that went off on cold tyres there, Nick. I'm not sure who that was, but they are rejoining, and we may get a full start here to enable that kart to rejoin. Yes, we are. Yeah, we've got them being given the wave around. Oh, we've got a late starter coming out as well, the 57. Who's 57? 57, would you believe, Nick, is Colin Campbell, who starts on the pole. Now, whether or not he's going to be able to make his way through or just start at the back, it's probably advisable that you just sit at the back and not infringe any kind of wrath of the scrutineers or the officials, I should say. Meanwhile, at the front, we've got Colin Campbell and Stephen Horner showing as left, but we've got so we've got Stephen Horner where he should be. It's Josh Howard on the 34 who's moved up and filled the gap. So we're not going to zigzag this because the 57 didn't come out. We'll just pretty much start them like this because you're roughly where you would be on the grid with a mixed grid. It's not like you're being disadvantaged because you've put a lap time in. Here we go then. We are going to get things underway because the grid is formed up nicely. All 8 rows, all 16 drivers in position relatively. As we go towards the line then. Look at the outside line for this first corner. Stephen Horner, who knows this place round. He has to stick out wide. It's the 34 of Josh Howard who hangs in there and takes the lead from Martin Jackson, who's second. That was a great first corner for Martin Jackson. Stephen Horner with, I think that's Zach Bolton, who's come through and now in fourth. We've got 2 karts off at the back. Would you believe it's the karts that started at the back? The 57 of Colin Campbell. He's having a nightmare, isn't he? That was his heat on the pole position, front of the grid, and he came out late. Problems with the kart, no doubt. And now he's off at the coming out the dog leg towards St John's. So no change at the front then. Howard, the number 34, but behind them, that's where the battle is. 3 karts, 4, 5, 6 karts. Second down to 7th place. As the number 7 of Martin Jackson with the number 66 of Stephen Horner as the number 38, letting him know he's there. Little bit of unavoidable contact, just bumper to bumper, just nestles up behind Stephen Horner there. Zach Bolton it is behind Scott Smith. And then we've got Kevin Race, Keith Mason, Carl Bryant in 8th, 9th is Daniel Gibbs, and Marty Gilfillan rounds off that top 10. But this is a very, very close battle there. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Beginning to break away, a little bit of a gap to 7th now to Keith Mason. Keith Mason trying to get back on terms. Somebody down the outside of Zach Bolton there. Oh, and then Zach Bolton down the inside. And Stephen Horner as well latches onto the back of that number 7, while behind him Scott Smith drops back behind Zach Bolton. And if anything, Scott Smith looks like he's dropped another place. No, he hasn't. He's still behind Zach Bolton. He's got Keith Mason coming though. Now, Stephen Horner, Zach Bolton and Keith Mason running together as mates in the paddock. They are local drivers to Warden Law, all from the northeast. And no strangers to this track, as Stephen Horner shows his knowledge of Warden Law by going down the inside at the first of the centres. Little bit of, oh, and that's Zach Bolton taking advantage of his good mate Stephen and follows him through. The Martin Jackson number 7 was completely compromised speed-wise, and even Scott Smith's having a go. That's how compromised he was, and Scott Smith's been challenged by Keith Mason. It's all kicking off here in the 177s. Great battling all the way down this order, but Stephen Horner now with Zach Bolton. They're running out of the same easy up out there at the front of the paddock. Now these two have broken away. They have left the number 7 of Martin Jackson. And no doubt, I don't know what sort of conversation has took place over the lunch break, or indeed in the pub or whatever, or wherever they have their mates' meetings. But right, if I ever get behind you, I'm not going to overtake you until the final minute or something, and will work together with breaking away. And that seems to be what these two have done. Even if it wasn't deliberate, it's inadvertently worked, because they've pulled away and have pulled a bit of a gap to Jackson. There's Smith down the inside. Keith Mason looking to join in, but not quite able to. Didn't quite have the speed to follow him through. But we have got a change for 4th place. There's the number 34 of Josh Howard getting a sign from one of his helpers. Use your head, I think, was that gesticulation. Use your head. He's got a massive gap, though, hasn't he? He's got 0.4 of a second or so. No, 2.3 seconds. As this battle continues then, as the number 7 of Martin Jackson now under pressure from Keith Mason now. Well, Keith Mason a second ago was having to go down the inside of the number 7, Martin Jackson. Now Keith Mason's coming up under pressure from Kevin Race and Carl Bryant. So, like I say, the 177's action-packed all the way down the order. 1.5 seconds, Horner's catching. Horner in second place is catching. Meanwhile, Keith Mason still right there on the tail of the number 7. Keith not being able to mount any kind of challenge there, though. He's not right on his bumper when he perhaps has to be, and that's not a criticism, that's just an observation. He's just trying his hardest to get on terms with that number 7 ahead of him, and there he's just dropped off the tail a bit. Let's see if we can pick up the lead battle, Nick, because that's beginning to get a little bit fruity now with Stephen Horner. He's reduced the gap to 1.5. It was 2.5. He's took a second out in the last lap or so. Here it comes. This is it here. 90 seconds or so remaining on the clock. So Josh Howard, let's see what the gap is with 6 laps completed. 1.2. So another 0.3 taken out of that lead. Josh Howard being chased down by Stephen Horner. He's won races here. Club champion a couple of years ago in this class. And Zach Bolton not that far away as well. So the gap is 1.2 at the line. It is coming down. You can see that. We don't so much need the stopwatch anymore. You can see it visually coming back to him. Horner can see that cart of Josh Howard ahead, and that's what spurs you on. I used to love chasing rather than being chased. Even now, still prefer that. Gap at the line. Oh, gap at the line after 7 laps. It's under a second. Another 0.3, but time is running out. It'll be 1 lap to go after this. It's the penultimate lap for these 3. Zach Bolton following Stephen Horner towards the leader, Josh Howard. There's the leader just there in the foreground. And Horner needs to be on his bumper going into this final lap. And if anything, I think that's going to be the case. Look at that. Oh, slowing the car sideways on the brakes. Horner. He gained ground going in, he gained ground coming out. He's going to be on the bumper of Josh Howard very shortly, but I'm not sure how reluctant Josh Howard is going to be giving this lead away. He looks over his shoulder. That was a good look over his shoulder. He knows exactly where Stephen Horner is. And I think with this now through Brian's Bend, the left and right, and then on towards the dogleg, this right-hander here, and Horner cuts the time down again. He's now almost touching that bumper of Josh Howard. You can see the number 34 number plate. The green background and white numbers right there. He's transfixed on it, is Stephen Horner. And all credit to Zach Bolton, who's gone with Horner. They've kept the same pace. And Horner now out onto the back straight. They're towards the gasworks. This is perhaps the final opportunity, if any, for Horner to get that position. And it's going to be Josh Howard who remains composed at the front of this field. No mistakes whatsoever on this final lap. And Horner's going to finish right on his bumper. Time ran out. The clock ran out for Stephen Horner to challenge. But this second heat for the 177 senior Rotax class was all about the number 34 of Josh Howard. who got off steering around that first couple of laps with cold tyres and got off into the front and was never headed again. Josh Howard takes the win. Stephen Horner second, Zach Bolton third, Scott Smith fourth, Keith Mason is in fifth. Carl Bryant up 6 places for Carl. 6th place improvement to 6th place for Carl Bryant. Martin Jackson was 7th, Steve Thompson 8th, 9th is Alfie Williams, Kevin Race was 10th, and then we had Marty Gilfillan, Steve Jackson, Ashley Ward, Colin Campbell, Brian McCready, and then we lost Daniel Gibbs, we lost on lap number 5.
And that concluded the rounds of Heat 2. Heat 3 to come. We'll start again with the cadets and the micros and everything else. The Zach Bolton fan club was watching it last. They found
excellent.
us. Mel Bolton saying good luck. Well done, Zach. Come on, LRG. And Tom Kelly says good luck to my granddaughter, 9-year-old Elise Gannon from Wigan in the Honda Cadet micro. I remember we had Elise certainly doing pretty well early on. That's Elise Gannon, who I think will be out in about 2 heats' time from her grandfather.
We've got the announcement of our raffle winner.
Oh, have I won?
Yes.
Hooray!
Are we playing bingo as well, Gaz?
On its own, 71. 2 fat ladies.
So the winner of the raffle...
What do they win?
Is, I'm going to find out now. Give Gaz the mic, will you?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Gaz.
How are we doing?
Right, do you want to announce who's won the raffle then?
I certainly can. Saves me writing it down for you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As we've had a little bit of a hiatus for the moment while they clear the circuit, we can announce our rather sensational prize, actually.
What is it?
It is a free season on the IPKC.
No way.
It certainly is, thanks to our sponsors, LMR.
So that's a random raffle to all the competitors in that raffle barrel thing?
It is. Everybody that had bought membership was entered in the raffle for free, and the names have been drawn. I shall be posting the video imminently once I hand the mic back, and it'll be on Instagram and Facebook for everybody to see. So the winner is Lewis Hall. Congratulations, that's a free season on the IPKC.
So Lewis Hall, Intermax driver 44.
Yep, correct.
So Lewis Hall, if you're listening, Intermax driver Lewis Hall, you have won a free season of IPKC racing. So we're sure to see you back, aren't we?
Let's hope so. I truly hope he's skipping up and down right now in the paddock somewhere.
Now, if he can't make it, can he sell that?
Can he sell it on? It's not eBay, Joe.
Just thinking.
Always
Always thinking. Thanks, guys. That's
No
our IPKC raffle winner. This is the IPKC
I
plate
love
meeting.
the way that you went straight to how can I make money out of winning my competition? I'm going to sell my entries. You didn't even give the lad 10 seconds to enjoy winning it before you said, you know that's worth money, don't you? You can sell that to someone.
6 rounds, mate.
Oh, you've won lots of
Yeah.
money.
The money that you make, though, you can use to pay your entry.
Which would make no point, would it?
No point whatsoever.
No point whatsoever.
No point. That's why I'm poor.
You're full of bad ideas, but apart from that...
That's why I'm poor.
It's the Joe Bradley world of made-up financial schemes. Yeah, so if Joe comes to you with a financial plan, a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid concept or anything like that, my advice to you is probably not investing in Joe Bradley Esquire. However, do invest in Joe Bradley, karting personality and legend.
Yeah, you make a lot of money out of that. Shall we talk about the IPKC Championship?
Yes.
So this weekend is all about the plate meeting, the IP plate, which you can then, if you win, you're representing your class with the IP plate. Round 1, Rowra in Cumbria. That's April the 13th and 14th. Round 2, Womwell.
Where is Womwell?
Womwell's near Barnsley.
Oh, up to north as well.
Nowhere near Hull.
I thought it was.
Gaz is saying where's Barnsley?
I thought it was near Nottingham.
South Yorkshire, love.
I thought it was near Nottingham. So it's
Sheffield.
it's not far from Nottingham, is it?
No, it's not. It's ideally placed. Yes, we've got a grid out. So Houghton Park is next. That's towards Manchester. And then we've got to Fulbeck in Lincolnshire, Llandau in South Wales, and Clay Pigeon in the south of the country to finish off in October. We'll tell you the dates next. If you've enjoyed your weekend so far of Independent Privateer Kart Championship racing for the IP plate, then I'm sure you're going to be interested.
You only got the first two, but did you say Houghton Park for the third round?
I did.
Yeah. They're going to have to wait 7 minutes to find the second half of the season.
No, I've already said that, Nick. I've said I just haven't given any dates. I'll give the dates later.
Well, it doesn't count that, does it?
Well, we've got Honda Cadets out.
Excellent.
Honda Cadet 160s and Micromax. Rotax. Yeah, shut up. Charlie Ford is on the pole position now. Charlie's just a beginner. He's he's going to learn the hard way, isn't he? He's going to gather a lot of experience here, Charlie. He's on the pole position with Freddie Blackshaw, also a relative beginner. I think Freddie's first race in Micromax was last weekend in the doubleheader here in the Spring Series. Second row is Toby Cannon and Elsie Gannon. Those two led the field round to take heat number 2, I think, last time out. Ashton Horsepool and Luca Batiev, Edward Rye, Toby Turner, Matthew Plant and Maximus Lewis were that rounds off the grid. As the Micromax runners get going and are racing, there goes the Hondas through. And I'm just going to report whether or not we have any situations to report on. All the Honda drivers getting through Brian's Bend into the right-hander at the Horseshoe as well. Meanwhile, the Micromax runners, all 4 of them, Charlie Ford, Freddie Blackshaw, Toby Cannon and Elsie Gannon. We'll see who Elsie Gannon it is behind in 3rd place, I can tell you. Bit of a slide there from Freddie Blackshaw. Gets very sideways. And our leader up ahead of these two, I think, is going to be Toby Cannon. As there is the beginner Charlie Ford, just making his way through with a gaggle of Hondas coming up very fast behind him. Ashton Horsepool, Luca Batiev, Edward Rye, Toby Turner, Matthew Plant, Maximus Lewis. The complete lap number 1. Toby Cannon it is in the lead. Freddie Blackshaw second. Elsie Gannon. It's Toby Turner who leads Hondas. That's a great first lap for Toby, and he's pulled out a massive, massive lead. Toby now the 2023 Warden Law Kart Club champion, so that means he knows a lot about Warden Law, and he's showing them the way. But his old nemesis, Luke Batiev, in second. Matthew Plant third. Edward Rye fourth. Fifth is Ashton Horsepill. Maximus Lewis was in sixth, running off that 6-kart Honda field. There's the 22 now, Luca Batiev chasing down Toby Turner, trying to break away from Matthew Plant in 3rd place in this Honda battle. Meanwhile, the Micromax field up ahead, they've kind of fanned out really and spread out. So we'll stick with the Hondas for a little while, I think, Nick. Why? Because these lot are still battling their way around. Edward Rye right on the tail of Ashton Horsepool there. These two having a bit of a ding-dong there. The purple kart of Horsepool. Edward Rye behind them on the kind of yellow and purple kart. Toby Turner still leads. Luca Batiev second. The gap between them is coming down slightly. But that battle now beginning, so the Hondas are beginning to settle down as well, with 7 minutes and 1 lap, these heats now. So we're about a minute off, just under a minute off half distance, so plenty of time. And there was a move just going into the Horseshoe. The Micromax continues. Toby Cannon leads, Freddie Blackshaw 2 seconds behind. Then Elsie Gannon. Looking over his shoulder there is Horsepool. Edward Rye still with him. That's the 4th and 5th place battle there. Just coming through the dog leg. But the lead battle for Honda's just going towards the first of the centre hairpins. Getting in towards the back markers as well. Toby Turner coming under a bit of pressure and having to deal with a back marker in the form of the 22 there of Luca Batiev. Has he gotten ahead of Toby Turner? He has indeed. Batiev. It was Batiev who getting past Toby Turner, is what I could see. And Batiev leads. Toby Turner slots in behind. But it was Batiev who I saw in front of Toby Turner. And I don't know where Batiev has come from, because that's a 2-second gap reduced to Toby Turner. Just getting towards 2.5 minutes remaining. So the question on everybody's lips, I'm sure, will be, can Toby Turner turn it on and catch back up with Batiev? Batiev has come from behind and has now found himself at the front. It's not the answer, everybody, is no. He's dropping back off Batiev. And that is going to be something we can perhaps wait and see if indeed Toby Turner, who's now coming under a massive amount of pressure from Matthew Plant on the number 5. Plant looking very racy, and behind Plant, Ashton Horsepool, Edward Wright just dropping off the back, but look at everybody glued to the rear bumper of Toby Turner. Just dropping towards Toby Turner's just dropped back towards the number 5. He was running ahead of Luka Batiev, so I'm not quite sure what's happening with Turner. Having to drive a little bit defensively. Oh, and there's a change behind Horsepool. Edward Rye coming past Horsepool. So that yellow and purple kart there, that's moved ahead of the number 153 of Ashton Horsepool. And Edward Rye now gets in amongst it. Edward Rye saying to Matthew Plant, let me have a go, Toby Turner. In towards the final minute of this third and final heat for the Hondas. Meanwhile, just to update you on the Micromax battle, it's Toby Cannon leading by 2.5 seconds from Freddie Blackshaw, who's in second place, just over 2 seconds ahead of Elsie Gannon. So Blackshaw finding his feet in this third heat and having a great race as young Freddie. Oh, and this battle for Hondas beginning to heat up. The number 5 of Matthew Plant just cannot find a way by Toby Turner. And Plant finding himself under pressure from Edward Rye now. It's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by, I'm pretty certain. Certainly for the Hondas, but I'm not sure where the Micromax class is. 7 seconds on the clock. Let's keep an eye on that, Nick, and tell me if they cross the line with seconds to go. I think they've made it through. They may get the 1 lap to go board because we're on a slight delay than the live timing at the timing control, or race control I should say. So we'll look out for the checkered flag next time by, because they were right on the cusp with just, from our perspective, it's hard to tell when they've crossed the line, because we are right on the outside of turn 1 here, just on the outside of where we are now on screen. And look at that battle's still raging for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in the Honda Cadets. Toby Turner looks over his shoulder again. Oh, Matthew Plant. He looks down the inside of St John's, and look at that. You can see the defensive line being taken by Plant in that second kart in that train. That's for 3rd. And Edward Rye trying all he can. He's down the inside. Now Rye is down the inside into the chicane, and he's up into 3rd place. So Rye, having been at the tail of that 4-kart train, now finds himself behind the lot of them. We're going to try and pick up the Micromax leaders. Checkered flag it is for Toby Cannon. Freddie Blackshaw through in 2nd. Elsie Gannon in 3rd. Charlie Ford finishes 4th. And here comes that Honda battle. Which way has it gone then? To fine victory for Luka Batiev. Toby Turner comes up 3 places to finish in 2nd place. Edward Wright finishes in 3rd. Matthew Plant 4th. Ashton Horsepool 5th. And 6th is Maximus Lewis. So that was an interesting little battle there with the Hondas, wasn't it? I mean, the Micromax spaced out pretty quickly, but the Hondas
That was
were...
4 karts having 4 different races, wasn't it, the Micromax?
Yeah, they were well spaced out.
But yeah, it was good. Good little, you know, these how old are these kids? 9? 10? 9, aren't they? Yeah, 8 or 9.
8, 9, 10. Yeah. 8, 9, 10.
It's frightening how good they are, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Not really. What can you do?
I came fall off my bike when I was 9.
Oh, I think I fell off. I was doing things you aren't allowed to do anymore.
So what, skateboarding?
Scrumping for fruit.
Sorry?
Scrumping for fruit.
Right. You're in the north now.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
You're
Apple
in the north,
scrumping or cherry scrumping?
What do you mean, scrumping?
Right. You've got a farmer's field of cherries or apples. You hop over the fence and take some of the food.
You mean steal it?
Scrumping, it's called when you're a child.
It's called stealing here.
Scrump. And then the other thing I'll be doing, I'll be out in the. I'll be collecting lizards.
Collecting lizards.
Seriously.
How far south did you live?
Well, about as far as at Kent.
Oh, yeah. You're almost France, weren't you?
So I used to go, disappear off as you did without a mobile phone all day, and then wonder why your mother was concerned. Go at 8:30, back about 4 for the biscuits and tea, and come back with newts and frogs, and which I would invariably accidentally kill within about 6 weeks. I managed to keep one alive for 9 months. I'd like to point out I've much improved my current pet lizard I've had for 11 years.
More of Nick Damon's school days coming soon. Right now, we've got the Intermax out, the Rotax engine karts with the Honda Cadet 200s. We've got 3 Honda Cadet 200s lining up. That's Thomas Harper, Lewis Dean and Thomas Potter. It's been about Harper and Potter in Hondas. They're at the back of the field of Intermax. Louis Elderkin starts on the pole position. Caden Simpson alongside. Row 2 is Theo Bradshaw and Cameron Tipping. Then we've got Ayrton Ray and Rio Wadali, with Lewis Hall and William Horton rounding off row 4 and rounding off that 8-kart Intermax field. Now then, the field of karts are very well spread out, so they will gather up, as ever, in the horseshoe. That's usually the etiquette that is we see here, and they have indeed, and they look pretty well formed up, Nick. Certainly in fact the whole field are. The Hondas have tagged on the back, so we should get this underway very quickly. Pole position man Louis Elderkin and Caden Simpson, and that looks like Elderkin just hanging on there, leading the Hondas. Is the 2 karts off. What numbers were there, Nick? 7 and 87. That's Rio Wadali. And 87, did you say? That's Cameron Tipping. And Cameron from the front of this field. The Hondas were being led by Thomas Harper in the purple and white kart. As the number 144 it is Theo Bradshaw. Who else would be at the front of this Intermax field? Oh, and there's a change. Is that a change for Honda? As Theo Bradshaw leans outwardly through the final turn and across the line to complete 1 lap. Bradshaw, Ayrton Ray, we've seen him up there as well. Lewis Hall 3rd, Louis Elderkin 4th, William Horton, Thomas Harper, first of the Hondas, right up there with Thomas Potter right with him. And then we wait a little while for the recovery drives of Rio Wadali. We're still waiting and looking out for Caden Simpson, Cameron Tipping and Lewis Dean. I don't know where they have disappeared to, because we've only had 1 lap and they haven't come round. We saw them go off, Nick, but they would have had to have come round to go in the pits. So I suspect they've pulled off on track somewhere. We'll confirm that, but we know they're not running now. So we've got 8 karts, 3 of which, with Lewis Dean, I think not coming out to take the start. Cameron Tipping, 87, we definitely saw him getting involved. So that's Lewis Hall. The 22 is Louis Elderkin. And that's the 124, William Horton. They're having a cracking little battle, aren't they? That's 4th and 5th there. Just watch these for a little while and see these youngsters enjoying their weekend. Chasing one another down. We'll keep an eye on the Honda battle as well, as Thomas Harper and Thomas Potter go at it hammer and tongs as usual. The silk cut Jaguar liveried Thomas Harper, leading Thomas Potter around. He hasn't actually got silk cut on there, it's just purple and white. That's done in the purple and white stripes. Oh, we've got a change though, as William Horton has got by Louis Elderkin. Louis, of course, on the novice plate, the number 22, I should say, novice plate, the black number board with the white numbers denoting that he is a brand new starter to karting. So no surprise that William Horton got through. Just behind these two, Nick, we've got the Honda battle. So just coming out of the St John's left-handed now and heading towards that hairpin there. If we just drop back 2 off that, and we'll get the Honda battle as Elderkin comes back through. In fact, how can we leave this one when it's still not over? That's a great... The novice driver, Louis Elderkin, he wasn't finished, was he? He's gotten back by William Horton. We'll leave the Honda battle for a while. We are going to have to keep on with this, aren't we? I thought that was settled, actually. I thought Horton would pull away, but he hasn't. Great drive from Elderkin. He's lost a number plate off the rear of his bumper. But he looks over his shoulder. Maybe it's the faster turn one where he finds he's lacking a bit of pace from Horton. Horton hanging on to the back end of him. Comes back onto his bumper. It was only a lap ago that the orange and white kart there, the 124, was ahead of the number 22. Off towards the first of the centre hairpins, the left-hander first. Swings the kart across to the left to take the optimum line through that second right-hander and then into the chicane. Using all of that. Oh, they stay off the curbs, the Intermax. You see. Pretty sure they benefit from using all of that curb. Pretty much all the classes do so here. We'll see though. Into the horseshoe then. Time ticking by. Under 2.5 minutes remaining. And it's Louis Elderkin in 4th place. Lewis Hall is ahead of them. And ahead of Lewis Hall is Eton Ryan second. And Theo Bradshaw is doing what we see him do. We've seen him do that in Heat 1. We saw him do it in Heat 2. He basically disappears. He's 3.8 seconds up the road from Eton Ray, who's got about 2.5 seconds on the next. Well, yeah, 2.9 actually, to be precise. The gap between second and third. Lewis Hall, all lonely though. He's got 3.2 seconds on Elderkin, who is now pulled away from Horton. So while he's done that, we'll have a look at the Hondas. As Thomas Potter there in the green and black kart has gotten ahead of the Silkwood Jaguar liveried kart of Thomas Harper. Harper was here last weekend for the 2-day spring meeting, kicking off the karting season here at Warden Law with the rounds 1 and 2, Saturday and Sunday. So if you do like racing here at Warden Law, we've got rounds 3 and 4 of the spring series in March and rounds 5 and 6 in April. So middle of March, middle of April. One set of tyres for the weekend. But right now it's all about the IPKC I plate. And it's the Honda 160 I plate that we see here being battled for. Potter leading this Honda battle inside the final minute. And Thomas, who knows Warden Law very well as well, he's won races here in cadets. Making his way round, and here comes Harper back at him alongside. These two have been battling pretty much the whole race. Harper slides wide, and Potter tried to do the switch back. It's a one-line corner, this left-hander, leading into the final turn, and we've got a change of lead with Harper. Time for another 2 laps, though. Can Potter come back at him? Harper has to make room, so not quite hitting the apex of turn 1. And Potter, absolutely great move there. Just forced the issue. Harper's not done yet, though. These two haven't touched. They're so close. Not touching at all. And Harper comes back at him at the hairpin. And Potter comes back. They're side by side again into the second of the centre hairpins. That's the right-hander. And Harper can keep Potter behind him towards the chicane. Potter's got momentum out the chicane, though. Can he use that momentum? Harper's going to have to defend down the inside at the gasworks. No, they both take the optimum line. That's how fast that corner is. Very deceptive. On these Honda Cadets, it's very, very quick. It's the last lap board that Thomas Harper will see. Thomas Potter will see that as well, of course. And time is running out for Potter to come back at him. He's going to do that, though. And he's going to nestle up to Harper's bumper as they come through the dogleg. Down towards St. John's. Can Potter just make that move down the inside? This is where it's going to happen, if anywhere. It's where Harper made the move on Potter. And Potter, the last of the late breakers, into the centre hairpins. Harper's doing the switchback, but Potter's got the ideal line through the right-hand centre hairpin. And Harper's coming back. He's got the inside line into the chicane. No, he has to settle back in. follows him through, and he's lost time there because his line through the chicane wasn't quite what he wanted. He's lost a bit of time to Potter there. As the checkered flag flies on Theo Bradshaw, Ayrton Ray second, Lewis Hall third, and William Horton finally gets ahead of Louis Elderkin. And let's see who has come out the tops in the Hondas, and it is indeed Potter. Thomas Potter takes the win in Heat 3, Thomas Harper second, and then we've got the last of the finishers coming through there after dropping to the back of the field. Rio Wadali taking the 8th and final runner's spot here this afternoon. The Intermax and Honda Cadet 200s. So there, the next time we'll see them out will be the all-important final, where it's all to play for, Nick. The IPKC I-Plate meeting here at Warden Law. It's all about the day, isn't it? It's all about the day.
Yep, they've done the well, some of them done the qualifying, and then you've got a 9-minute final to decide who wins that coveted plate.
Yeah, because the heats are just that, aren't they? They
just setting the
it's
grid.
Qualifying races.
We've seen things go wrong in the races, and they go right. But yeah, we should theoretically get the faster guys towards the front. Yeah, I mean, that was a very interesting one. A couple of the Honda drivers are really going for it. These split division races always slightly more complex to cover, aren't they? Because you want to give coverage to both.
Yeah,
classes.
we'll try. I mean, but, you know,
and sometimes there's something. Sometimes there's things going in both of them. Sometimes there's nothing going in either.
Yeah, I mean, Theo Bradshaw's been pretty unbeatable. He's in a different class altogether in the Intermax class. I know Theo Bradshaw. I remember Theo Bradshaw in Honda Cadets actually. We haven't got any cameras, Ash, don't worry. So we've seen that. Right, next out, we've got our rookies. We stay with juniors, of course, for the next two heats. We've got our junior Rotax rookies coming next, followed by junior Rotax.
Have we got a rescue going on? Yes, we have. Got
a cart recovery.
Erroneous
That's not
cart
being
long. Picked up. Is that the 57? That's the 87. Had the problem in the first corner, isn't it?
Yeah, that's together. Cameron Tipping, who didn't have a great time.
Doesn't seem too damaged. Maybe just he got a knock and he's like a steering arm slightly out, so doesn't want to get involved with that.
Yes. Is there any other recoveries going out there?
I can't see any others. I think it's just that one which was holding people up. He's he's put his visor down. Doesn't want to be interviewed.
Right. Of course not. Of course not.
I want to talk about what happened in the first corner.
Yeah, poor kid. Let's have a look at the grid then for the junior Rotax rookies. The rookies, they're under 15. They are relative beginners to the junior Rotax class. Oh, that's sad. Anyways, we'll come to that in a minute. Just Gaz Bury giving us a bit of information, insider information.
Does Gaz want to give it on camera?
No.
Oh, is it
on camera?
Well, on.
No, because we've got a grid. It'll be next. We'll do it in between this because it's relevant for the next race, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, let's have a look at the junior Rotax rookies grid. Then Harry McLaughlin will. Oliver O'Donovan hasn't come out. I don't think he's taking part in this. So we're missing Oliver O'Donovan, who's been gridded on the front row. So we've got Harry McLaughlin, Oliver O'Donovan on row 1, Sebastian Corking and Hector Sadlowski on row 2. Row 3 is Samuel Yaden and Jake Walker. Then we've got Jacob Smith and Sebastian Benson. And then rounding off this, what will be an 8-kart field, will be Sam Hayes, as Oliver O'Donovan has not come out again. So he's got a problem that stopped him racing today. Don't know what that is. Here they come though. 8 karts through. He's in Bob and Warren's thing. Here we go. Into the first quarter, and that's Sebastian Corking through from the second row of the grid. Now Corking is the winner of Heat 1 and Heat 2, so he should check out here, Corking. He's a rookie to the junior Rotax class, but he's not a rookie to karting. He's got quite a bit of experience coming through the ranks. He won the Minimax. He's NKC Minimax champion last year. What was the year before? Was it? My God, his life really whizzing by that fast. Wow. Here we go though, plenty of racing. Change for third. As the number 45, Hector Sadlowski, getting by and into third, and he's chasing after second as they come across the line. Then it'll be Seb Corking in the lead, Harry McLaughlin second, Sedlowski in third, Samuel Yeadon fourth, Jake Walker fifth, sixth, Sam Hayes, Sebastian Benson seventh, and then Jacob Smith, the eighth and final runner. Sadlowski right on the tail of the number 36, and Sadlowski showing novice plates there, the black number plate with the white numbers, and not behaving like a novice at all. Looks like he's been here forever. Great move down the inside of Harry McLaughlin, and off he goes chasing after Sebastian Corking. Let's see if he can catch him. This is a great drive from Hector through the Gasworks hairpin. Kart choosing all of the track and more on the outside of that. Into the final turn. Corking's already crossing the line to complete 2 laps. Second, Sedlowski, McLaughlin, Yeadon, Walker, Hayes, Benson, Smith. It's very tight behind Corking. Corking's gone. He's checked out as we thought he would. However, behind him, Sadlowski just beginning to break away now. Oh, defensive driving at this early stage. And down the inside, Jake Walker. Down the inside of Yeadon. Yeadon comes back at him. That's the number 4 there. Oh, and Yeadon's lost out too. I think that's Sam Hayes. Is it on the number 11? It is. The number 11 of Sam Hayes, the bright blue bumper. That's a nice touch. I like that. Bright blue bumper. Very much better than the dull black bumpers that we see on everybody. Oh, and that's I think that's, who's that dropping back? The 75 of Sebastian Benson, just trying to get on terms with, and he does get by Yeadon, so he gets by Yeadon. Meanwhile, Seb Corking leads, Sadlowski second, Hector Sadlowski, and then McLaughlin on the number 36. He's the and there's the number 4 down the inside of McLaughlin. There goes Jake Walker. McLaughlin round the outside though, has the momentum. Who's that going to nick in? So behind Jake Walker is Sam Hayes, and Hayes has made that stick on the number 4. So while the number 4 Jake Walker was having a bash at having a go at Harry McLaughlin, Sam Hayes said, yep, I'll take advantage of your loss of momentum and I'm going to put my cart where yours was. So Sam Hayes moves up the order to 4th place, just behind McLaughlin now. So change in the order as Sam Hayes now. Oh, and he's coming back at him. Jake Walker having a look. But the bright blue bumper making that Sam Hayes kart easy to see. Literally hanging on to the kart through the right-hander there, coming out of Brian's Bend and into the dogleg. Into the first of the centre hairpin. Now the second of the centre hairpins. This one leading out towards the back chicane. This is where you need momentum. Beginning to, I'm not going to say string out because they're not. Settle down maybe, but only for a moment, because any kind of opportunity these drivers see, they're going to pounce on it. Corking, 5 laps completed. The gap's gone out to 3.5 seconds. Hector Sedlowski, he's got 1.3 seconds of this battle here. And these 1, 2, 3, 4 karters now beginning to break away from Samuel Yeadon. And you just know they're just watching that clock tick by. And there's a look down the inside, not quite close enough to make a move though. Into and out the chicane, the race to the Gasworks hairpin. Now the question is, because we've got McLaughlin, Hayes, Walker and Benson, they haven't really been challenging one another. They've just been following each other around. 2.5 minutes remaining, and it works because the gap to Hector Sedlowski is coming down. It's down to 1.1 seconds, and almost 2 seconds a couple of laps ago. And these lot here, what we're watching, they are gaining. However, all 3 of those drivers, the 4 drivers, let's include Sebastian Benson in that. They want that second place, and that is the number 4 down the inside of Sam Hayes. Caught Sam Hayes napping a little bit there. And that's the Jake Walker, number 4, back into that 4th place. And that's walking Sam Hayes up a little bit. He's coming back, but just look at the karts behind Benson and Yeadon, just waiting for them to trip over one another. McLaughlin is the driver at the head of that train. He's in the bright blue liveried kart. Oh, the gap to Sedlowski has gone out 2/10. So Sedlowski solid in that 2nd place. Meanwhile, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th there is what we're watching as the number 4 of Jake Walker bounces over the exit curb. He's lost a bit of momentum, but he gathers that momentum up and goes down the inside at the first of the centre hairpins. They're side by side into the 2nd centre. Oh, and a little bit wheel banging goes on. That's going to pay off for Sam Hayes, who says thank you very much and takes that 4th place back off Jake Walker. Great stuff, this. So it's a bit like NASCAR, isn't it? If you step out of the train and have a go at the car in front, then another 3 karts are going to come by you. And that's what Walker has found. As Walker now, he's dropped back off the rear bumper of Sam Hayes, and now he's under pressure from Sebastian Benson and Samuel Yeadon. It settles down as they cross the line into turn 1. Corking's already through, Sedlowski's through. Harry McLaughlin is the kart at the head of that train there. He stayed there, and he hasn't really been bothered because behind him, Sam Hayes, Jake Walker, Samuel Yeadon, Sebastian Benson, they've all been sort of squabbling. And you get the feeling with the 1 lap to go board is probably going to go out next time by. It could well be on the cusp as we've got 15 seconds and Corking is already into the horseshoe. No, I think we're going to see the 1 lap to go. It is right on the cusp, you know. I think, that was 1 second as he hit the line. Yeah, I think that's going to be the 1 lap to go, Bob. So get ready for the checkered flag here, Nick. As behind him, Sedlowski 2nd, Hector Sedlowski on the number 45. Harry McLaughlin there has pulled away now from Sam Hayes, who's still under pressure from Jake Walker. These two have had a right old battle. Great ding-dong battle here. No change into the 1st of the centres, 2nd of the centres. Oh, it just takes a little bit sort of going too deep. Carry too much speed in, it's going to cut you out. Time running out, this could well be the checkered flag. Corking takes the checkered flag. We were right, he was on the cusp, but he was inside the timer. Hector Sedlowski takes a very fine 2nd. Harry McLaughlin being very happy with that for 3rd. Sam Hayes eventually settles for 4th. Jake Walker 5th. Samuel Yeadon 6th. That was a great battle. Sebastian Benson was in amongst that as well. Jacob Smith is 8th. And I have it on good authority that Oliver O'Donovan didn't turn up today, so problems for Oliver. I'm pretty sure he was here yesterday, so whether he had problems with that, I'm not so certain. So,
there you go.
Yeah, it does
I have a message for that. Caden Simpson says, when does the Inter-Rotax final start?
What time?
Yeah.
That's how long as a piece of string.
Well, no, because it'll be...
Roughly.
It's taking about an hour for a round.
Yeah.
And it's about an hour. I reckon that's going to start, I think, at about... I'm going to say it's going to start at 3:30.
Are you really?
It might start 3:25. I don't know.
2:45 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. You work that out.
There's 4 races, so it happens.
Yeah.
But obviously, this is karting, so it can all go horribly wrong and we can have a huge delay for no reason, or a good reason.
This is why I said it's as long as a piece of string. Stay tuned. What else have you got to do this fine Sunday afternoon?
It's true. It's getting cool now.
Yeah. Got any other messages, Nick?
Only from a man who keeps sending me food pictures.
Okay. News on Nathan Jensen. We mentioned that he could well potentially be sporting a popped rib. He has indeed. Well, it's kind of like a broken rib.
Is it moved out of
it? It moves out the cartilage. I think there's no distinction. It's very painful.
I broke a rib. In fact, my broken rib story will soon be consigned to history, won't it?
What do you mean? No, it'll still be history.
Yeah, but I mean, it would no
well,
longer
the place where it happened will
be
change in nature.
Exactly right.
And we'll talk about that next week.
That's right, but I'd just like to say that if you watch, as I'm sure you will, our coverage next week from Wilton Mill, it'll be the last ever live coverage of Wilton Mill in that configuration.
I believe so.
I believe it is.
Because work starts straight after.
Straight after. And it's completed just 2 weeks later.
More Wilton Mill news coming next week from Wilton Mill.
And Wilton Mill news from Northamptonshire. All the Wilton Mill news is news, Wilton Mill.
Just to confirm that Nathan Jensen has indeed broke a rib, and that's really sad because he was massively fast in the first heat, not so fast in the second heat, and that's probably why.
Right.
Yeah, so he's withdrawn from the meeting.
Fair enough.
And that really is sad.
I'll be honest with you, that's beyond fair enough.
He's got plenty of time to get fit because his next event is round one of the NKC with
He'll need
Jib
that. He's got 6 weeks and he'll need that.
Yeah, you're going to need that, absolutely. So do not be tempted, Nathan Jensen, into doing anything. And I mean
like
anything.
Getting out of bed, because that's impossible with a broken rib. Breathing, that's quite hard as well.
It absolutely is. Right, we've got time to give us the 18 kart field. Ollie Rowley and James Tate are on row 1. Ashton Brown and Toby Bedford on row 2. Christopher Hughes, who went really well in the second heat there, is alongside Leon Barlow on row 3. Row 4 is Eddie King and Elliot Dalton Ayres. I'm not going to have time to give you that because we have got a full start, so I am. So Eddie King and Elliot Dalton Ayres are on row 4. Row 5 is Ben Adrian and Ben Horner. Oakley Garthwaite, winner of Heat 1 and 2, this time starts down in 11th, so that's going to be good to watch. Oakley Garthwaite going to practice his passing, I think, because he's been, as expected, he's a local driver, so we expected Oakley to go well here. He's been run by his dad Michael this weekend. He's alongside Melissa Adrian, who I think came second behind him. So two front runners there on row 6. Harrison Bishop and Alex Fraser are on row 7. Rossi Costello and Harry Holland are on row 8. And then we've got Amy Peacock and Charlie Domenkos on row 9 alongside, rounding off the 18 kart field. The rustling you can hear in the background is me grabbing another bottle of water. Would you like a bottle? No, I haven't got a bottle of water because I've given it to you. And we're about to start. So here we go. Here we go, Junior Rotax. This was a ding-dong last time by. Breaking ranks there was Christopher Hughes, I think. Has he slotted back in? The 77 slots into what looks like 5th as the leader goes through. Everybody gets through. Oh, and Christopher Hughes gets hustled out of that one by Oakley Garthwaite. Oakley Garthwaite has to go round the outside and then slots back in front of him to consolidate the gap. There's all hell breaking loose coming through here. The second of the Sennas, and this is mixed grid racing all over because we've got karts trying to make progress. Karts that are faster drivers, more experienced drivers who are making their way through the grid, so we've always got lots of action everywhere. As the field begins to settle down, Christopher Hughes going side by side there as they went into the horseshoe. And the leaders will get a handle. It's the number 12. I think that's the number 12. James Tate was the number 20 in the lead. Toby Bedford, Ben Horner, Ollie Rowley, Oakley Garthwaite up to 5th. Making 6 places on the first lap. That's how determined Oakley Garthwaite was. And it's Christopher Hughes in that 6th spot. Leon Barlow 7th. This is Elliot Dalton Ayres and Ben Adrian and Aston Brown rounding off the top 10. Melissa Adrian dropped down 1 to 13th there, so didn't quite make the progress that Oakley Garthwaite, who started alongside. Now Garthwaite is about to have a go at the 93, and he's into 3rd already. The 93 being Toby Bedford, who finished lap 1 in 2nd place. And Bedford, I think, is down to 4th now. So Bedford just settling into the pack as the James Tate, the bright yellow livery of James Tate, and then the yellow and blue of Ben Horner comes through. Garthwaite chasing after them. Got Bedford, Rowley, Hughes in 6th. You'll not be happy with that because he's dropped 1 position. It's Christopher Hughes. Elliot Dalton Ayres in 7th. He's up 1. Leon Barlow 8th. 9th is Ben Adrian. And there's a move for the lead as Ben Horner on the 70. Is that the number 12? Yes, it is. It is Ben Horner. And it was textbook, wasn't it? That's an out-braking manoeuvre on the brakes. The last of the late breakers, Ben Horner. Down the inside. And we have a new leader. With the bright yellow kart of James Tate now in second. About to be accosted, let's say, by Oakley Garthwaite on the number 40. Oakley was here last weekend. He's a local driver. He was ran in the spring series last weekend at Warden Law and did quite well. He's here with his dad Michael being running down the inside, side by side. They had to make room for each other there, didn't they? That was great driving, but quite forceful but very fair from Oakley Garthwaite, who put his kart there. Let's have a look. So as they were well and truly alongside going into the corner, that's coming out the corner actually, going into the first of the centre hairpins. Now then, we've got Garthwaite chasing down the leader. Behind him, just trying to find out and get a look at who's where. They're all stringing out, so we'll stick with this battle for the lead. There's the leader, Ben Horner. Garthwaite, the gap is 1.3. Then we've got James Tate, Toby Bedford, Christopher Hughes up into 5th. Elliot Dalton Ayres, Ben Adrian, Ollie Rowley, Leon Barlow and Aston Brown rounding off the top 10. So beginning to settle down now. Hughes in 5th. Ahead of him, we've got Toby Bedford moving ahead of James Tate. And if James Tate's not careful, he's going to have Christopher Hughes all over him next. Hughes just settling in and finding his pace now with 4 laps completed. The tyres will be well up to temperature and being able to be used as they perhaps need to be. We'll keep an eye on that midfield battle as Garthwaite. Gap was 1.3. Well, just under 1.4 actually. Let's see what it is this time. It was 1.37. It's now 1.39. So Ben Horner is going to be a very hard ask for Oakley Garthwaite to catch as he's got the pace. Ben Horner at the front of this field. And this is the battle that we're going to... So a 4-kart train behind Christopher Hughes. Let's see how Christopher can handle this as we've got... I think that was Ollie Rowley, was it? The 42, Leon Barlow. Leon Barlow moving ahead of the 48 of Ben Adrian. And just ahead of him, Ben Adrian. And then Elliot Dalton Ayres behind Christopher Hughes. Get me Ayres and me Hughes mixed up there. I think Hughes is coming back to James Tate though, all the time. So he's dragging these 4 with him. Hughes is going to come under pressure now. Ducks his head. And there's the challenge there. And Hughes was fast into turn 1, wasn't he? He held that position well. He made it very, very hard for Dalton Ayres. He's quick through there. And if anything, if Hughes can keep them behind, Dalton Ayres is going to come under pressure from Leon Barlow. And look at this, Hughes catching James Tate. Hughes needs to get by. He knows that. He wants to get by. That's the whole point of the game, isn't it? To overtake the karts in front of you. And Christopher Hughes knows how to play it. He's under pressure though. So if he's not careful, if he doesn't think about defensive driving, which he'll not want to because he wants to optimise his run to catch the kart in front, and now he's on his bumper, comes out onto the start-finish straight. This is Hughes. We know how quick Christopher can be into turn 1. He's going to and that's how quick he is, because Dalton Ayres just did not have that. Elliot trying to have a look down the inside. And this is where it's all going to bottleneck. This is brilliant. This is 6-kart train from 4th place down to 10th. And now Hughes gets held up. Now Hughes needs to make the move. Can he move down the inside? No, he can't. Tate has the line through the chicane. Hughes needs to be smooth, as does Tate, and Hughes moves out, and that's left the gap, but he slots back in very quickly. And there's somebody going off, and I think that was Tate. I'm not quite sure what happened there, whether that was cause or effect, but Tate goes off to driver's left. That has left. What have we done there? That has left Elliot Dalknares, Leon Barlow to get ahead of Christopher Hughes. Then we've got Ben and Melissa Adrian, who's finally come through the order, made up 4 places, making up 7 as Harry Holland and Amy Peacock in 9th and 10th. So great drive from them. But Ben Horner and Oakley Garthwaite, they've both made up 9. 9. So the leaders, while we've been having a great time with that battle for 4th down over, are getting towards... Have they had the last lap board, Nick? They have. So it's check the flag this time. I'm not sure, no. I've been too engrossed in that battle, mate. That's been brilliant. Brilliant racing. Here comes Ben Horner. It's the last lap board. No, it's the checkered flag. There it is. So checkered flag for Ben Horner. Oakley Garthwaite finishes second, and by my estimation, off the top of my head, I think that Oakley Garthwaite will start the final on the pole position. There's the button. So Hughes loses out by going wide. I think there was contact there. I'm not sure. Can we see that again? Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate, wasn't it? That's how close these were battling. And
yeah, he got a bit tagged there.
Yeah,
it wasn't deliberate, it was under braking.
I think he was caught out, actually, by Tate braking, perhaps a little bit earlier than he was expecting to be. That'll sort itself out in the steward's office, though.
I think it was an accident, to be honest.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was.
It
wasn't deliberate contact. But if somebody, we'll leave that for that to be sorted out. Have we confirmed the running order there? Ben Horner, Oakley Garthwaite, Toby Bedford 3rd, Elliot Dalknares 4th, Leon Barlow 5th. Then we had Ben Adrian in 6th. Christopher Hughes drops to 7th. After that, Melissa Adrian 8th, Harry Holland 9th, 10th was Amy Peacock, Ollie Rowley 11th. Then we got Rossi Costello, Alex Fraser, Harrison Bishop, James Tate, Eddie King, and Aston Brown finished 17th.
Another good little race. Another good little races so recently.
We've had some good racing. Yes, some very, very.
What I particularly liked was halfway through the race, you explained the whole process of motor racing. That was great.
I did, yes. The purpose of the game
is to go past other people. 'Cause it's funny, really. I just thought you to spend as much money as possible in the cold field in the north of England. Oh, dear. Ian McCarthy is making a comment, which I completely agree with. Some of the battles today have been a masterclass in avoiding contact across all classes. Brilliant to see. I don't think we've seen a single. I have not said the words we normally. Well, I haven't said it, but you haven't said the word like drop down nose penalty at all, have we?
You know what? All right. So Rory Rothan and Ash Barker have come up with this concept of Independent Privateer Kart Championship, and these drivers, people who are driving and racing today, whether they're juniors or seniors, they have got to consider cost, and the consideration for one another out there is plain to see, and it's a good spot by Ian, because that's a good spot.
Do you also think the lack of the team environment, even for some of the drivers who normally run in teams, is reducing the pressure on them?
Oakley Garthwaite, listen, you haven't listened to the Paddock Show, have you?
I just edited it.
You edited it, but you didn't listen, because that's exactly what Oakley Garthwaite said, who usually runs with Hunter Motorsport in the likes of UKC and everywhere else. And he said it's intense because you've got the pressure. You've got the pressure of Kai Hunter telling you can brake later into that corner. The data says that you can brake later.
Yes.
And Oakley, running with his dad here this weekend, Michael, that intensity's not there because the pressure's not there. The pressure to do well is still there, but the pressure of pleasing your driver coach, maybe not. Anyway, let's have a look at the grid. Senior Rotax 162's out. Liam Deedman and John Hobbs are on the front row. Ethan White and Aidan Pomeroy are on row 2. Arthur Lothian and George Sherwood alongside on row 3. 4th is Samuel White and Benjamin Lee. Oh, we've got a kart being pushed off the track, is it? That's the 16. Oh, where's the 16 on me? It's George Sherwood. I've just mentioned him as well. Oh, that's a shame. I think we're going to get them to go round to make sure that we've got George off the track, are we? Or are we going to go racing? I think we're going to go racing. It's the 43 of Liam Deedman, who will lead into turn 1. Oh, we've got a car going backwards and sideways and remarkably regains. That's the number 21 of Dan Renton. Everybody through St John's, and on towards the first of the centre. Still, again, frantic, almost chaotic first laps in mixed grid karting, with people tripping over one another. Seeing a bit of contact there in the midfield. And the leader, I think that's Liam Deedman, who's gone off, taking massive advantage of everybody tripping over one another and getting off into the lead. I see Max Kettle on the number 7 there making progress, as we would expect him to do. Vice champion here in the 2023 Warden Kart Club Championship. But here we go then. Lap 1 completed. Liam Deedman leads. Sam Wyatt right there with him. Only 7/10 in it. Arthur Lothian third. Ashton French fourth. Benjamin Lee fifth. Oliver Atkinson, Aidan Pomeroy. Ethan Wyatt. Ethan's had a nightmare of a first lap and dropped 5 spots to 8th. 9th is Max Kettle up 2. And down 8th is John Hobbs. So an absolutely eventful first lap there. But it's all going to come together, isn't it? 6.5 minutes remaining. Plenty of time. We've had just under half a minute of racing. And just look at that train of karts, just waiting for an opportunity to go by. And there's a move for 4th place there, side by side, as Benjamin Lee goes down the inside of Ashton French. Let's see how that sorts itself out by the time they come back towards us on the start-finish straight. We've got a challenge then. Sam Wyatt, carrying the number 2, is now right on the bumper of Deedman. Look at that going on behind him for 4th and 5th. Wyatt loses a lot of ground there and gets overtaken by the 33 of Benjamin Lee. And Wyatt lost ground there because he whacked the curb there on the exit of the dogleg. And also by him is the 53 of Ashton French. So Sam Wyatt there just got it all wrong coming out the dogleg. He gathers himself up now and then goes off after French, who's ahead of him. Meanwhile, having been literally on the bumper of our leader, Liam Deedman, he now finds himself battling for 4th and squabbling as well. And if he's not careful, he's going to have Oliver Atkinson and Aidan Pomeroy all over him. Let's just gather our thoughts as we cross the line to complete 3 laps. Deedman, Benjamin Lee 2nd, Ashton French, Sam Wyatt, Aidan Pomeroy, Oliver Atkinson, Max Kettle up 4 places to 7th now. And we've got John Hobbs, Ethan Hagan, Ethan Wyatt round off the top 10. Benjamin Lee then takes over the responsibility of leading this field of senior Rotax 162s around this track and leaves Liam Deedman slightly behind, pulls out a gap, and Deedman himself has a gap to Ashton French and Sam Wyatt, beginning to settle down now, this lot. Sam Stoner, I noticed, in 11th there. He's moved up 5 places. Ethan Higgs, the biggest mover though, 8 places from the back of the grid up into 9th place now for Ethan Higg. And then Ashton French, another big mover there, in 3rd place. He's up 6 places. But Benjamin Lee, he's moved up 7 places through this order and leads the race with just under 4 minutes remaining. Oh, down the inside has gone Sam Wyatt there. That was the purple card going down the inside of the other purple card. And Sam Wyatt on the number 2. He's into 3rd place now. Ashton French caught napping somewhat. Tries to come back at him. Loses a bit of momentum there. And he's got the 55 of Aidan Pomeroy, who, breathing down his neck. So that is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th there. That cart at the back there, Max Kettle. He's wanting to be involved in the party as well, isn't he? Everybody concertinaing up, and that's Sam Wyatt. Sam Wyatt finding his feet once his tyres have come on. We're on to lap 6 here. So Sam Wyatt, having dropped down the order after clobbering the curb on the exit of the dogleg, dropped down the order to 5th and now making his way up and going up the order as well. That's Max Kettle on the number 7. Place is changing. Max Kettle moving ahead of Aidan Pomeroy, I think there, or what that might even be Ashton French, who finds himself now. It's the 43, is it? It can't be Deedman, surely. I think it is, you know. Deedman's now got Max Kettle on him. So Benjamin Lee leads from 2 seconds to Sam Wyatt. Ashton French, Liam Deedman, Max Kettle, Aidan Pomeroy, John Hobbs, Oliver Atkinson, Ethan White and Sam Stoner. The driver just outside the top 10 is Craig Whitfield. Sam Wyatt and Ashton French now breaking away as Max Kettle down the inside for another spot. Can he chop across the front of the number 43, Liam Deedman? He does. And Max Kettle up into 4th place. He's got 2nd and 3rd right there next on his list. And here he comes. The orange and blue cart of Kettle has got those 2 purple carts who are gonna cause themselves a lot of hassle. Actually, they're going to start slowing one another up, and why not? The 53 of Ashton French, right on the tail of the number 2. The gap to Kettle is 7 tenths. Plenty of time though. 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time for things to change. I'm pretty sure. No, I'm not going to say it. What I was going to say is a very strong lead by Benjamin Lee. That's exactly what I was going to say, and nothing else. I'm talking to myself here, Nick. So a very strong lead of just under 2.5 seconds from Benjamin Lee up ahead. Meanwhile, Sam Wyatt, if anything, has pulled out a bit of a breather from Ashton French, who has got Max Kettle catching. The gap at the line last time by on lap 7 was 7 tenths of a second. Let's see where it is this time, as that 2-card battle for 2nd and 3rd becomes a 3-card battle, as it comes down to 4 tenths of a second now for Kettle. So Max Kettle it is, catching and catching. This is going to be a great finish. I think we've got 2 more laps after this one, with plenty of time on the clock. Down towards the infield hairpin, Senna 1 here, the left-hander. Senna 2 now. And then out towards the chicane. Ashton French has got Max Kettle right on his bumper. Ashton French is right on Sam Wyatt as well. But here's Kettle. Kettle goes to the outside. Defensive line from Ashton French, who almost wipes out the cart ahead of him. And that's allowed Kettle around the outside. Oh, and that's great driving from both. See how they didn't touch? That's how it's done. That is how it's done. That's great driving. And Kettle was hung out to dry, but he didn't do anything wrong. All he could do was sit there. He couldn't back out of it because he would have lost too much time. And Ashton French had the ideal line. They're on the... Did they get the final lap board, Nick? I was too excited again. I didn't see it. So we could have a checkered flag this time. Or we might not. We might not. I know it was on the cusp. So the battle behind Sam Wyatt has enabled him to give himself a bit of a breather. I say a breather. Meanwhile, Benjamin Lee will come through the final turn. Yes, I'm covering my bases. Oh, and it's the last lap board. So we have indeed got 1 more lap of racing. Sam Wyatt and Ashton French have pulled away from Max Kettle. Max Kettle has shot his powder. He had to go around the outside of the horseshoe. Didn't quite come off. And now he's trying all he can. He's only got 1 lap left to get back on terms with French. You can see his name blazoned across the back of his overalls. Sam Wyatt, though, composed in that 2nd place. He had a bit of a moment, didn't he, at the dogleg, but here comes French. And French has got great momentum out the back chicane. Can he get him on the brakes? No need for defensive driving there from Sam Wyatt. He was confident. And there's a little bit of a friendly love tap there, unavoidable, as Benjamin Lee takes the checkered flag to take the 3rd heat. And how does it finish then? Sam Wyatt 2nd. Ashton French 3rd. Max Kettle 4th. Aidan Pomeroy 5th. John Hobbs 6th. 7th was Oliver Atkinson. Ethan Wyatt was 8th. Sam Stoner 9th. Liam Deedman 10th. And then we've got William Elbert Hart, Craig Whitfield 12th. Dan Renton 13th. Arthur Lothian 14th. And then we lost Ethan Haig on lap 5. We lost George Sherwood at the start. And Nathan Jensen, of course, has pulled out of the event because of a broken rib. And that's a shame to see, Nathan, because he was going very well indeed and does like this series.
We had a good luck to Arthur Lothian in that one. And also to Thomas Potter, number 38. That's from Catherine Potter. Ollie McCann has said Eberkart, P1. Don't know what that means.
It's a type of card.
Is it?
Yeah.
How many types of card are there? Or they all just all rebranded OTKs?
I think they're all TKs, aren't they?
All rebranded.
Yeah.
We should get the Bradley cart.
No, we shouldn't.
Now you're a personality in the karting world.
Shut up, Nick. No, seriously, shut up.
No,
I'm going to take that mic off you and give it to Gaz.
Because Gaz is going to help me in the
Has Gaz got any sort of news from the paddock?
Yes and no.
Yeah, go ahead.
The juniors result is on hold, and
Yes.
that's about all I've got.
Yeah,
There you
yeah,
go, I'm out.
yeah. I thought so. It'll be that incident.
Ooh, yes. But you're going to help make him a global star, aren't you?
Well, I can't make him a bigger celebrity than me, can I? Can't be a bigger celebrity. Can't.
That's not what I think about him for, is it really?
Can I just mention to everybody out there, if you follow IPKC on Instagram and Facebook, all of those lovely graphics and pictures and stuff that we get out there, all that information is Mr. Bury, Gaz Bury, who's very, very busy out there in
missing from future other
social
championships.
media world. He's responsible for the IPKC information that you will get out there. So check out the Facebook pages and please, join or register or do whatever. Subscribe, Instagram. What do you do on Instagram?
Don't forget to subscribe.
Do you subscribe and like? Hang on.
I'm doing the socials now.
Hang on, I'm just checking some. Yes.
Don't forget to subscribe to the Karting Live TV YouTube channel and the Karting Live Facebook page, and to the IPKC Instagram and the IPKC Facebook, and to the Joe Bradley for Superstar page I'm setting up tomorrow.
You're really going to have to stop that.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, please do, because it's silly.
Joe appears to be afflicted by severe over-modesty, which is not a position I've ever seen him in before.
Can I just mention
Go on then.
that we're about to go ahead with our final heat of the weekend?
No.
Yeah.
Interesting, when the final should have been going off.
Final heat of the weekend, Senior Rotax 177. We're just recovering a couple of carts. Let's have a go at the... Yeah, still a cart to be recovered over there, I think, is it? No, it's not. Anyways, Steve Jackson and Keith Mason are on the front row. The second row of the grid is Marty Gilfillan and Zach Bolton, with Kevin Race and Scott Smith on row 3. Steve Thompson and Josh Howard are on row 4. Row 5 is Carl Bryant and Ashley Ward. Brian McCready and Alfie Williams are on row 6. Martin Jackson and Colin Campbell are on row 7. Then we've got Daniel Gibbs and Stephen Horner, who I think was second in the second heat for these drivers. They're starting at the back. It's their turn to be at the back. And we've already got the karts who are out on track and driving very hard. Why do they drive very hard? Well, slick tyres on these karts are very, very useless when they're cold. They are absolutely useless. And it's like driving a gripless thing. They don't turn in. They don't. You can spin the wheels if you're too heavy on the throttle. They don't. They go sideways in the corners. So you'll see the drivers there just weaving a little bit. You're not allowed to weave like you see Formula One drivers weave. But you can, or you should be generating heat by driving very hard and getting the tyres up to optimum temperature. Here they come at the start then. No, Nick was confident on that button there, weren't you? You could see what was going to happen there. We have got a lot of karts that have come together and we're not even racing yet. Not quite sure what happened there, Nick. Have you got a... Do you have a replay of that? No, we didn't want to see that. It wasn't even a racing incident. So we've got the grid, who's had a little bit of a coming together near the back, just sorting themselves out now. So, Gaz, that was a question I was going to ask you. Has it been decided how long the finals are going to be? Right, Gaz will go off and confirm how long our finals are going to be, because this is the final heat of the weekend. And so the final grid of the event will be formed and sorted out by the time we see the checkered flag in 7 minutes and 1 lap. This is the 177 class, 177. number denoting how heavy the minimum weight on these carts will be. And that's cart and driver, of course, 177 kilograms. We've got the 177s lining up. This is a senior class, so over 16, I think, isn't it? 15 or 16? I know we've had 15-year-olds moving up who grow too much. But there we go, into turn one. And there's a nudge there from behind as our pole man, Stephen Jackson, got contacted at the rear. The number 112 of Keith Mason was caught up in it as well, and that's unfortunate for Keith, who finds himself off at turn one and into the barrier. We've got another cart off at the left-hander at St John's. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, this is going to allow the blue livery car, just can't quite catch the number there as they go off to the chicane. I can tell you that's Zach Bolton in third, and the number 7 is Martin Jackson, who finds himself now in fourth as Zach Bolton comes through and goes into third. So Zach Bolton was fourth, he's now third, and that's Martin Jackson, who was way down the order. And after that first, well, of course, the first corner incident was at the front of the field. Steve Thompson's our leader, Carl Bryant is second, Zach Bolton third, Martin Jackson on the number 7 is fourth. Then we've got Alfie Williams, Josh Howard, Stephen Horner up to the back of the grid, and he's up to 7th already. He's made up 9 places, as has Martin Jackson in 4th. Behind him, Marty Gilfillan, Daniel Gibbs, Ashley Ward. And then the people who were involved in that first lap incident: Kevin Ray, Scott Smith, Brian McCready, Steve Jackson, Keith Mason, and of course Colin Campbell. Unfortunate that, isn't it, when that happens? Zach Bolton fan club will be delighted to hear that Zach Bolton's having another go, this time at Carl Bryant. He's on a bit of a charge. It is his local track, is Zach, but Carl Bryant, no stranger to pressure. He's a motorsport professional, currently working for Williams Formula One in the wind tunnel, collecting wind tunnel data to enable Alex Albon and Logan Sargent still is it this year? Yeah. There you go. Carl Bryant now a little bit more of a cushion to Zach Bolton, but Zach's going to come back at him. There's our leader, Steve Thompson. Bryant's second there. The tall figure of Carl barely in that cart there. Look at the way his knees are bent. Zach's not exactly a small lad as well. And Zach nestles up to the rear bumper of Carl. Getting towards the final stages of what will be lap 3 completed. And if anything, Zach looking, and Carl looking over his shoulder there. Zach's still there. Turns in. You've just got to let the cart catch the cart in front. You know, you can't. There's nothing you can do other than drive very, very smoothly and obviously fast. Now, Carl Bryant does not want to be doing that, because look at the speed he lost, and look at Zach Bolton lose his speed as well. Inadvertent that. He had the momentum into the corner, but Carl Bryant got it all wrong on the exit curb there. And it's just little moments like that. You can't really change your trajectory, though. The momentum through the corner will carry you over the exit curb. And here we go. Challenge then for Zach Bolton, is it? Down the inside at the Gasworks. The downhill sweep of the Gasworks hairpin that leads then into the horseshoe. The never-ending left-hander that these drivers have now finding themselves on. And we've got a change for second place. And the Zach Bolton fan club goes wild. Lift sees it, radiator flap. I think he's on an HRS engine, one of Nigel Horner's, a local engine builder, renowned engine builder, Nigel Horner, supplying Zach his engine. Well, Zach buys his engines off Nigel. I'm sure Nigel doesn't supply them. And if anything, Zach's pulling away. So Zach beginning to pull away now from Carl Bryant. Carl will want to compose himself and not let that happen, but all of these two coming together is allowing Steve Thompson to pull away. He's pulled away a gap of about 1.3 seconds. Meanwhile, behind the Zach Bolton and Carl Bryant show, we've got this 4-cart train: Alfie Williams, Martin Jackson, Josh Howard and Stephen Horner. Now remember, Stephen Horner started at the back of the grid. He'll be delighted with 7th. However, I'm sure he prefers 6th or 5th or even 4th.
There's Alfie Williams on the 96. That's the white kart there at the head of this field, predominantly white. Then we've got the kind of pink and blue of Martin Jackson. Great to see Martin back out and competing. He was here on Friday. Everybody was here. Well, not everybody was here, but everybody was could have been here for a practice day. So these some of these competitors been out circulating this track since Friday. Yesterday was an official practice session for the IPKC. Friday being an unofficial practice session. So lots of track time available if you want it. Not everybody turned up on Friday. So the Independent Privateer Kart Championships I-Plate will be concluded at this checkered flag, ready to go into the finals for the all-important winner, and we'll be crowning our I-Plate winners and recipients, or we'll begin that process very shortly with just over a minute of this final heat, the last of our heats for the 177s. This will conclude our heats, and then we'll be talking about the grids for the all-important finals, and then it starts getting intense. Now, we've had a comment there, a great observation from Ian McCarthy about just how clean the driving we've seen here, predominantly this weekend. We'll see if that remains at the end of the finals, when it's all important. But here we've got, I mean, this is what racing's all about, isn't it? These drivers are flat out. They're throttle foot there, absolutely flat chat, little dab of the brakes, turn it in. It's a very fast part of the track here at Warden Law, through Brian's Bend there, the left and right, and then this one here, that's the dog leg, and that's exit curb once again showing a stifling of momentum there, as Martin Jackson on that number 7, the kind of pinky blue liveried car, now coming under pressure in the 34, getting his wheels on the grass and losing traction. It's a solid axle on these cars, so he wouldn't have lost too much there. But Stephen Horner, that's allowed Stephen to get right on his bumper there. It'll be the 1 lap to go board for our leader, Steve Thompson, I should say. Zach Bolton through, Carl Bryant in third. These three have spaced out nicely up ahead of this bunch here that we're watching now. And they're on to the final lap of this race. We're focusing in on Stephen Horner, who looks perhaps the most likely to improve on his position there. He has a look down the inside at the centres. First centre hairpin, textbook from Stephen Horner on the number 66. He's a former club champion here. And just showing his local knowledge, coming out of St John's and then on towards the braking area for the first of the centre hairpins. Meanwhile, the leaders are already through and into the horseshoe for the final time. And we'll get a look at Steve Thompson taking a checkered flag for a win in the third and final heat. That's a great result for Zach Bolton. Again, another local lad, local knowledge. Carl Bryant will be happy with that third place, I'm pretty sure. And then it was Alfie Williams, Martin Jackson, 4th and 5th. Stephen Horner, 6th. Josh Howard, 7th. Stephen Horner, by the way, they made up the most places. 10 places made up by Stephen Horner. Obviously helped by that first lap incident, but that's still a great drive from him. Josh Howard 7th, 8th is Marty Gilfillan, Scott Smith 9th, 10th is Keith Mason, Kevin Race 11th, 12th is Daniel Gibbs, Steve Jackson 13th, Brian McCready, and then we've got Colin Campbell, who dropped out on lap 8, Ashley Ward also on lap 8.
A couple of messages, mainly from Mel Bolton. Come on, Zach. Come on, Zach.
The Zach Bolton fan club went wild.
Ian McCarthy, Joe needs to set up NASCAR after his comments earlier about mini ovals.
NASCAR. You know what?
It's been done,
I have absolutely wanted to do that. There is an tarmac oval track at South Shields.
They do NASCAR
called the Gypsy. Did they?
In the States
in the States they do. Yeah. They don't do it here.
No. You should do it. You're right.
So the Gypsy Green Stadium is a tarmac. It's very bumpy though.
Okay, a bit of a message here. This is Lewis Dean. Lewis Dean says, hi, due to a bad accident yesterday, my weekend ended early and I had to go home. Gutted I can't be racing my R200 with Thomas and Thomas.
Yes, and we're disappointed you're not out there as well.
Yeah.
It made it, we like a 3-card battle rather than a 2.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Lewis. We'll see you out at the hopefully out at the IPKC first round at Rowra in April, and for the rest of the season.
So hopefully, Lewis, you'll be able to fix whatever it is that went wrong, and we'll see you out there. That's great stuff.
It's finals time now.
I know it is. I've had it confirmed, right? 8 minutes and 1 lap.
Oh, it's down to 8 minutes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. We've reduced it because we were, that unfortunate delay. We've got the grid. We've got the grid of Honda Cadets and Micro Rotax. We've got Toby Cannon and Freddie Blackshaw on the front row. They are Micromax. Second row of Micromax is Elsie Gannon and Charlie Ford. On the Honda Cadet pole position is Luka Batiev and his old sparring partner Toby Turner. Now Toby's the 2023 club champion here, but that means nothing out on track right now this afternoon, as Luka Batiev has been very, very hard to beat. Second row of the Honda grid, Edward Wright and Matthew Plant. And the third and final row of the Honda grid, Ashton Horsepool and Maximus Lewis. First grid for the finals. So, what is the iPlate? What is the IPKC Independent Privateers Kart Championship? It's all about drivers, competitors, racing and looking after themselves. There is no teams allowed. You can't buy into a team and be run by a team the likes of which we're talking about is Strawberry, Dan Holland, Hunter Motorsport, Thule. Yep. Think of them all. You can't.
You have to get out there and do it the old-fashioned way.
And even Carl Bryan's team, Jibtech, because Carl runs a team in other series.
Okay.
He runs a team in NKC, for instance, and where competitors will pay Carl to look after their karts, prep their karts, offer advice and data. There's none of that allowed in this paddock. So we're not just talking about the big teams who are running in the British Championships. We're talking about any kind of team. Now, the definition of a team is not a team is not a group of friends who gather together in the same part of the paddock or share an awning and share data and share information on tyre pressures and setup. That's not a team.
No.
A team is somebody you pay to offer you advice and experience and a spanner.
A spanner, an awning, some expertise.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I suppose that's a simple definition. If you're paying somebody to look after your car, then you're a team.
Yes, because otherwise you should be being... Yes, it's your dad or mum. They tend not to ask for money. Not until much later on, anyway. But yeah, I mean, it's noticeable that the paddock is completely different from the other paddocks we visit. Someone's even rented a van to get here. So you've got rental vans and stuff that's been repurposed. It's great.
And I hope that everybody's having a great day. We've got the first of our finals out, and at the end of this final, when the checkered flag falls, we'll be awarding 2 IP plates. Now, the IP plate, Independent Privateer plate, it's the letters IP that will go on your number plate, and you can carry that forward and be the I plate holder throughout the 6-round IPKC Championship for 2024. Round 1 is Rowra. I'm sorry, Nick, I can't hear you because I'm talking into my headset. So if you're going to say something, pick up the microphone.
Starting at Rowra on the 13th and 14th of April.
Oh, really? That's just what I've said.
Yes, well, I said it first, and then you didn't hear me.
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
Because I forgot. Yeah. It's not magic.
13th, 14th of April, round 1 of the IPKC. And we are hoping to be live streaming it. I know that's hopefully what everybody wants to do. We've got the 4 Micromax karts coming round to take their start. It'll be Toby Cannon and Freddie Blackshaw who get off, and we are indeed racing. The Hondas are next. As Blackshaw goes round the outside, there's a little bit of contact there, but they get round there. Okay, Blackshaw leads. We've got a spinner at the back. That looks like Charlie Ford, who got it all wrong, and Charlie will continue when he gets himself sorted out. Pardon me, little hiccup there, quite literally. And Blackshaw leads. Toby Cannon in second. Brilliant, thank you. Through the second of the centres, we'll have a look at the Hondas now, Nick, if you like, and see how they've panned out. It was Luka Batiev and Toby Turner at the front of their field, but not that far away. Edward Wright, Matthew Plant, and even indeed Ashton Horsepool and Maximum Lewis. There's the Hondas just coming into the foreground now, and that looks like Luka Batiev, who's got a massive lead from Toby Turner. Batiev going to be hard to beat, pulling out that sort of gap at this stage. As we watch the Micromax across the line, we're going to have a change of leader as Toby Cannon crosses the line ahead. Freddie Blackshaw showing second. Elsie Cannon looking very racy indeed on the number 66 behind that number 28. And the number 28, that's a Lando Norris kart that I see that Freddie Blackshaw is running. So these three circling together in Micromax, looking great. That's a great race. Meanwhile, behind them, Luka Batiev has got quite a gap already, 1.4 seconds to Toby Turner. And then Toby has got a bit of a gap, just under 0.6 of a second. The Honda battle we'll have a look at in a moment. As it's Cannon, Blackshaw, Gannon leading into the gasworks. There's Luka Batiev, he's the leading Honda. And then we've got Toby Turner there. And then third, fourth, coming together, Matthew Plant and Edward Wright. They're having a bit of a race together. Now then, can Gannon have a go into turn one? Blackshaw really finding his feet, young Freddie. He was running in Bambinos last year. And then I'm pretty sure his first race for Micromax was last weekend's Spring Series, Warden Kart Club Spring Series here. And that was his first weekend in Micromax in under race conditions. So Freddie really finding his feet, and he's gone quicker and quicker. Every time he comes out, he goes quicker and quicker. Showing very well out there at the moment in second place in Micromax. Into the gasworks then. There's Batiev. The Honda battle beginning to close up now. As Toby Turner comes under pressure from Edward Wright. As Bradshaw lays second place. And then the Hondas come through, and it's beginning to get a little bit frantic in there. That's Toby Turner at the head of the train of 4 karts there. Edward Wright is the second kart in that train. And then we've got the number 5, the all-black liveried Matthew Plant kart with the Ashton Horsepool. So it's a 4-car battle for second place. Luka Batiev is ahead of these in the lead of the Hondas. Toby Turner. Oh, tight line on the exit of there. All 4. Typical Honda Cadet train there as they head off towards the gasworks hairpin. They fan out the number 5 down the inside. That's the Matthew Plant down the inside of Edward Wright, but he did the switchback, did Edward, and remains in that third place. Across the line then. So Edward Wright and Matthew Plant, them squabbling. Let's involve our Ashton Horsepool. He's not far off, is he? That's enabled Toby Turner a bit of a breathing space. There's still plenty of time, though. We're just under 4 minutes, so half distance just completed. And Toby Turner just doesn't seem to be able to break away from these karts behind him. Edward Wright right on his bumper. And if he's not careful, Toby's going to succumb to some sort of attack for that second place. It's all about the eye plate, though. And right now, that's looking like the property of Luka Batiev. Luka, hard to catch, really. He's got a 4.7 second lead on this second place battle. As Toby Turner slides wide at the gasworks hairpin, but then comes back. That's held up Edward Wright slightly, and that's allowing Matthew Plant to come alongside. By the time they get back to you at the paddock on the start-finish straight, it's as if nothing has happened. And yet out there on the lap, they were side by side, nose to tail, changing positions almost. Settled down through Brian's Bend and then on towards the dogleg. Oh, Edward Wright looks over his right shoulder. Nobody was there. That's because he was over his left shoulder. And Matthew Plant, for some reason, losing a bit of time there through the left-hander at the St John's corner here. And falling back towards Ashton Horsepool. Maximus Lewis is the next kart in Hondas, but he's fallen off the back of this 4-kart train. He just can't quite make up any ground to get on terms with them. Toby Turner doing all he can to stay ahead. And it's quite a tight situation. There's the Micromax battle continuing. And there's Luka Batiev. He's our Honda leader. And if he's not careful, he's going to catch Elsie Gannon and Freddie Blackshaw and get right in amongst the Micromax. He's got lots of speed, hasn't he? Towards 90 seconds on the clock remaining. Still no change for second, third, fourth and fifth place. This Honda train, as they go side by side, that's Edward Rye and Matthew Plant. Rye has the line though through the second centre. It's 3 wide almost towards the chicane. But the number 5 has the line into the chicane and he's made the move. Matthew Plant moves ahead of Edward Rye. Edward Rye having to slot in behind. Defensive driving there from the number 5. This is allowing Toby Turner a little bit of an escape for second. As these three now, they've changed position with Matthew Plant now in third. Edward Rye now in fourth. And if anything, Matthew Plant pulls out a bit of a gap. That's left Edward Rye to the clutches of Ashton Horspool. Through the left-hand sweep of Brian's Bend. And then on through the dogleg. And look at this, the number 5 of Matthew Plant has caught onto the back of Toby Turner very, very quickly. Where is the leading Micromax driver? I'm just looking out the window to see whether or not we're going to be seeing the last lap board. There's 15 seconds on the clock and he's just coming out the Gasworks hairpin, so there's a chance that we might see that. Nick's going to keep an eye on that. It's going to be right on the cusp as ever. Yeah, it's going to be the last lap to go board this time by, 0 on the clock. So 1 lap to go. So time running out for any change of position. I think Toby Cannon's got a strong lead. He's on target for an IP plate. Luka Batiev, he's in the Honda lead and on target for the IP plate. So it's podium honours that we're scrapping for here with Toby Turner and Matthew Plant. Time running out now as these two will battle all the way to the line, and then Edward Rye and Ashton Horspool, who've been there or thereabouts pretty much the whole race, they're coming up towards a back marker. Hopefully Charlie Ford can stay out of the way, and he does indeed, as down the inside has gone the 2 Hondas, the 3 Hondas, now past Charlie Ford without any issue. We talked to Charlie in the paddock show, didn't we? He was telling us all about his kart and his first race. We've got the Micromax leader, Toby Cannon, about to become the Micromax I-Plate winner. And there he is across the line. Toby Cannon takes the Micromax I-Plate. Freddie Blackshaw second, Elsie Gannon third. And then we've got Luka Batiev taking the Honda Cadet I-Plate, with Toby Turner second, Matthew Plant third, Edward Rye fourth, Ashton Horspool fifth, and then Maximus Lewis in 6th place. 4th in Micromax was, of course, Charlie Ford. But there we go, Nick. Our first IPKC I-Plate winner, Toby Cannon and Luka Batiev.
That's something Toby will be able to say for the rest of his life. He won the first ever IP plate. It was awarded.
Yeah.
Well, obviously subject to scrutineering, of course, which you always have to say.
Subject to scrutiny, of course. All the results that we read out are provisional. Yes,
and subject to scrutineering. So don't quote us on them, basically.
Well, you can quote us, though, they were first across the line, but...
That is true.
Any messages?
I can't see any.
Just the Zach Bolton fan club, as usual.
There's a lot of Zach Bolton fan clubbery. It has to be said.
Yeah.
Why ever not, eh?
Yeah, they've got a bit of a wait before Zach's back out for his 177 final. The next final we've got coming up is the Intermax, the Rotax, and the Honda Cadet 200s. We're down to 2 Honda Cadet 200s, and I'll tell you what, it's perhaps one of the tightest battles that we've got here all day. I know my saying is we only need 2 karts to make a race. Well, we've got Thomas Potter and Thomas Harper, who are going to run off the back of the Inters. And I tell you what, picking a winner out of them two, they're both very, very quick round here, and they're pretty much wheel to wheel.
That's right. That's, of course, who Lewis was hoping to be racing. Unfortunately, he had the accident yesterday. So, Lewis Dean, wish you a speedy recovery, young man.
It's going to come as no surprise, as pretty much the class of the Rotax grid has been. Theo Bradshaw, he's starting on the pole position, and I can't see anybody really competing with him, actually, today. He's been in a class of his own.
Dragonstar RS says, come on, William Horton. Go get him, lad.
Well, William Horton will start second. He's on the front row of the grid alongside Bradshaw. Second row is Lewis Hall and Rio Wardali. Third row is Louis Elderkin and Cameron Tipping, with Ayrton Ray and Caden Simpson on row 4. And then we've got the Honda 200 battle at the back. Thomas Potter starting on effectively the pole position side, and Thomas Harper alongside him.
Oh, someone spun off already.
Oh yeah, 34. Is that
124. 124. That was William Horton who fell off.
Come on,
he's got
William.
enough time to get his position back.
Yeah, I think so.
Apparently, according to Martin Webster, it's cold up here.
Is it? Can't tell.
And Catherine Potter races, come on, Teapot.
That's Thomas Potter, of course.
Teapot. I'm a little Teapot, short and stout.
He has a very, very, very good social media.
Does he?
Yes. He's got loads of followers. And they're very, very savvy with their updates and their little videos that they put out and stuff.
Excellent.
Just discovered sim racing, I think.
No, it's bang, but another person's faster than me then.
Absolutely. That's not a high benchmark. Here we go, Nick. Theo Bradshaw, the yellow cart on the left-hand side of your picture there, on the right-hand side of the track, will head off into turn 1, and he does indeed snatch the lead from William Horton. It's the 07 Rio Wardali who somehow finds himself in second place there. Then we've got that looks like the 44, is it? Yes, it is, the 44 of Lewis Hall in third. The 124 of William Horton finds himself in fourth place. And he's about to be fifth. That's the number 18 of Ayrton Ray. Ayrton Ray, how do you say that? R-A-I. I've been saying, is it Ray, is it? Yeah, I've been saying Ray and Ray, actually. Here we go, though. They're already out towards the Gasworks hairpin. At the back of these, the two Honda drivers, Thomas Potter leading that little two-card battle for Honda Honours. As Bradshaw already crossed the line to complete one lap. He really is super fast around here. So Rio Wardali on the number 7, second. Lewis Hall third. Ayrton Ray is fourth. William Horton fifth. Cameron Tipping, Leo Elderkin, and the first of the Hondas, Thomas Potter, then Thomas Harper, they're 8th and 9th. We lost Caden Simpson, didn't come out to compete, but this is the battle for second place. Theo Bradshaw is checked out, he's gone. He's way ahead. This battle for second place, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts involved in this. And Rio Wardali, he's trying to break away and finding it almost impossible to do so. He's not going to be able to do that. It's down the inside, has gone. Well, there's all sorts of chaos. There's karts on the grass and all sorts there. Let's see what happened there again. So that was William Horton down the inside. Oh, he contacts 44. 44 was Lewis Hall, and he did very well to stay on the track. And it was just a case of perhaps mistiming your braking a little bit from the number 124. A little bit unfortunate. It hasn't changed things in second and third, though. And it hasn't changed things in fourth either. And what it has changed is the 124 of William Horton has gone to the back of the field. And that's a shame, really. So who's joining in now? Who's that orange? Or in the orange? It's Cameron Tipping. So Cameron Tipping now getting involved. Through the gasworks then. It'll be 3 laps completed. Plenty of time for things to change here. And the drivers do know how much race time is left, because right there, underneath the start gantry, there's a clock, a digital clock, counting down the race time. So you will see the drivers timing their runs as we have a change for fourth, as Cameron Tipping goes through on the inside of Ayrton Wright. and will now have a go at taking that third spot off Lewis Hall. And he does indeed. He makes it very, very quick indeed. Not quite able to come off though. Kart's fan out towards the chicane. Rio Wadali, that's the number 7. It's got 0707 on the number plate. Here's a challenge. Is it going to come at the gasworks? No. Very little speed difference there, isn't it? Turning in very, very fast. Theo Bradshaw crosses the line, 4 laps completed. The gap has gone out to, I'll tell you when this kart crosses the line here, the number 7. It's gone out to 9.5 seconds. And here's a challenge for that third spot as Cameron Tipping continues to progress through the field. So Cameron Tipping now ahead of the number 44 of Lewis Hall. And if anything, Hall coming under a little bit of pressure now from the number 18. A little bit of a love tap. It's coming out the first of the centre hairpins. Out of the second centre and on towards the back chicane. And here's a challenge for second. This is going to happen at the Gasworks hairpin. And look at that, the number 7 having to kind of position his kart in the middle of the track there. Keep them at bay. Through the horseshoe. Bradshaw already through. 5 laps completed. We're inside the second half. Gap's gone out to almost 11 seconds. So Bradshaw continuing to extend this lead. Thomas Potter has got William Horton between himself and his other Honda competitor. And he'll want to try and keep that. However, William Horton on the Rotax, the Intermax kart has got a slightly bit more performance than the Honda. No changes then. Wadali tipping right. Lewis Hall drops to behind right and drops to 5th. The number 44 will want to come back at him. And they're still together. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th still together. Let's come out onto the start-finish straight. They all look over their shoulders. See who's there. Everybody's there. Nobody's gone anywhere. Getting towards the 2-minute mark. Oh, and look at that. The number 18 out and right slides very wide through turn 1. And Lewis Hall, I'll have that one back, thank you very much. Back up to 4th. Are we going to see a challenge for 2nd? Cameron Tipping has now followed Rio Wadali for at least 2 or 3 laps. Once he got past the 2 karts behind. Is the challenge going to come here? The thing is, Rio Wadali on the number 7 is very fast through this section of track. Very fast indeed. The sun beginning to get low in the sky. It's a tinted visor that's needed, especially from this point here. As you turn, you're heading directly west. Heading towards turn 1. Through Brian's Bend. No challenge there into the first of the centres. It's looking ominous though. We're inside the final minute. We're inside the final minute. And time running out then for Cameron Tipping. Out of the gasworks. So Bradshaw onto his penultimate lap now. 8 laps completed. 8 laps completed for Rio Wadali and Cameron Tipping. Lewis Hall behind. Or Teton Rye behind Lewis Hall. Now in 5th. These two have been swapping backwards and forwards. Defensive into St John's. This is where they start slowing one another up. If they start to drive defensive, that's going to allow Ayrton Rye and Lewis Hall back into the mix. Out of the centre hairpin, number 2 into the chicane. And now, will we see Warden defend? He's positioned his kart in the middle of the track. That makes things very, very difficult if you want to try and get by. Bradshaw, last lap board shown to him last time through. Gaps out to 14 seconds. It's going to be out even further now. As here they go then into the final lap. This is for the IPKC I plate. That's going to be Theo Bradshaw's. If he can make it round to the checkered flag. Thomas Potter in position to take the Honda one. And there's the battle. That's going to be all the way to the flag. We're going to pick up Theo Bradshaw, who is just coming into the gasworks. So we'll monitor this one until that's the case, as this could go anywhere. We've had a great race from Warden, as there's the man, or the boy I should say, of the moment when it comes to Inter Rotax. He shows the finger for position number 1 and will take the IPKC I plate in fine style. And there's the battle for the podium. Rio Warden has been under pressure pretty much the whole of this race and will take the second step of the podium, with Cameron Tipping in 3rd, Lewis Hall 4th, Ayrton Rye in 5th, Louis Elderkin in 6th, William Horton 7th, and then the Honda honours will be Thomas Potter there, who had a huge gap to Thomas Harper, who's just coming through now. And we didn't see much of the Hondas as they broke apart, and we had far too much happening for that podium position for Intermax.
That was a incredible turn of pace by Theo Bradshaw.
He's been like that all day, hasn't
How do
he?
you get 15 seconds faster than
he
people in a
is-
balanced class?
He is very, very
Is
good.
he a local lad, is he?
I'm not sure actually, but I have seen him racing him many, many times.
Well, he obviously knows like the back of his hand.
Yes, he does, and he races at a very high level.
So that was the R200. Next up is the junior rookies.
Yeah, junior rookies, no surprise. Sebastian Corking, NKC Minimax champion a couple of years ago. He's been dabbling in a bit of TKM as well. He's run by his dad Graham. No changes for the IPKC needed, as Graham tends to sort his kart out most times. He's got Hector Sadlovsky alongside him on the front row. Jake Walker and Harry McLaughlin are on row 2. And then row 3, we've got Samuel Yeadon and Sebastian Benson, with the 8-car field being rounded off by Jacob Smith and Sam Hayes. Now, keep an eye on Sam Hayes, who is on the back of the grid. And really, he's only on the back of the grid because I think he's had a bit of incident. So we'll be keeping our eye on his progress, Sam Hayes. However, I think this one, Nick, is going to be very, very hard for anyone to beat Sebastian Corking.
Yeah, Sebastian has looked particularly quick. He has had to come to the field twice. I think he started one from the front and won that one quite easily. But he didn't have it all his own way in that last heat, did he? He couldn't really pull away. He got into second.
Yeah, that's right,
He got to second and then stayed that 1.3 seconds behind. So, firm favourite, but not a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, he's rookie. I mean, this is his first race in juniors? I think so. I mean, he hasn't done hardly any racing in juniors if this is his first or even his second. Might be his second. So he's moved up the classes really into junior Rotax for the first time. He is still very young.
They're all very young, aren't they?
Yeah, well, under 15 is the criteria as well. So, new to junior Rotax and under 15 is the criteria for junior rookies.
Getting ready. Looks like should be a good start. Take it away, Joe.
Very sinister you say that. Here we go then. It's our IPKC I plate here at Warden Law, and it's Sebastian Corking on the pole position, leading the field away. It all gets very busy behind him. He slots to the left and he gets an optimum line through turn 1. Everybody makes it through, and through has gone Hector Sadlovsky onto the tail of Corking. Sadlovsky on the Tony kart. Oh, sliding very wide indeed. Of course, the tyre's not up to pressure yet as Jake Walker finds his kart slipping and sliding beneath him. It's kind of a very treacherous first 2, maybe 3 laps even on a day like today. And Sadlovsky is all over the rear bumper of Corking, who's bringing his tyres in nicely. Sadlowski sliding the kart, carrying a lot of speed into the gasworks, downhill sweep, and then into the horseshoe. This is where, if the grip's going to give away, it's going to give away. But all the time, the heat in the tyre is building and building, and you're going to get to that optimum pressure and optimum temperature very soon. And Sadlowski, second across the line. It's Corking in the lead. Then Sadlowski, Jake Walker, Samuel Yeadon, Jacob Smith, Sam Hayes, Harry McLaughlin and Sebastian Benson rounding off the 8-kart field. Corking not exactly breaking away, which is great for us, but not great for his mum's nerves. Mandy always biting her nails and what have you on the sidelines at any kind of race. That's Seb's in. And now you can see the tyres coming on, can't you? The kart's sliding around a lot less. The pressure and temperature coming up, and the drivers finding more confidence in how they can push into the braking area, and Corking showing that as Sadlowski does the same, slewing the kart sideways on the brakes there. A little bit more progressive once the tyres get up. 2 laps completed then, and the gap's gone out to just under 6/10. We have got Jake Walker. These are the podium positions. The IP plate position is Corking's, and then those 2 karts there, the number 45 and the number 4, well, they are the podium positions there that we're looking at. And if anything, Jake Walker looks very, very racy indeed. He looks like he's sizing him up, doesn't he? He's just looking and he's poking his nose there, just having a look at the gap, just having a look at the performance, where he's quicker. These junior Rotax rookies finding their feet in the category with these karts having moved up from Intermax or Inter-Rotax, whatever you call it this week, so it changes every week. Moving up from Micromax even. Through Brian's Bend, that's the sweeping left, and then the right, and then onto the dog leg. Jake Walker playing a kind of a waiting game, it looks like. I mean, they're flat out, there's no question. But there will be differences, and that's what Jake Walker's looking for. Has he got a better straight line? Is he better in the twisty bits? He's finding out all the time. Mind you, Hector Sadlowski has shown some great speed, and he's going to be very, very hard to beat. He just stifles the momentum a bit with a bit too much curb there. It's marginal there. The right amount of curb and too much curb is just a micromillimetre. It really is tricky. Here they come then. Sebastian Corking leads across the line. His gap is out to 8/10. It's going out by a couple of tenths. And here's the challenge. The challenge we thought was coming has come into turn 1 as the number 4 of Jake Walker. The momentum out of the final turn. And Sadlowski. You know what? Sadlowski looking over his shoulder probably cost him that fraction of airflow. Just allowed Jake Walker to pull alongside because he got momentum from that. It's amazing how much time you lose when you look behind. It's quite incredible. The science of it is, you think, really? It actually does work. You lose time if you look back. I found that from experience, bitter experience, let's say. So we're inside the final half of the Junior Rotax Rookie Final. Corking leads across the line. And you know what? Corking's pushing all the time. That's a 52.4. And that's the fastest lap of the race from Corking. Even though he's in the lead, he's pushing on. Jake Walker in second now and breaking free, if anything, from Sadlowski. Samuel Yeadon, 1.2 seconds further back, a further 3.2 to Jacob Smith, who has Sam Hayes right on his tail. And then just over a second to Sebastian Benson and Harry McLaughlin right on his tail in 8th. So, still a long way to go. And you know what? We do take for granted these drivers, these youngsters, these children, braking at the right point, turning in at the right point, and consistently putting in them lap times. And all it takes is a missed braking point, and your lap time's down, you start losing ground, and the karts around you start pulling away or catching you up. So we do, thank you very much. we do find that sometimes people make mistakes. It's not very often. Sebastian Corking, another purple time, 52.4 this time, 52.44. Green times for Jake Walker and Hector Sadlowski, so they're not hanging about as well. They are absolutely on it. Corking across the line now. They're second and third with just under 2 minutes remaining. There's another purple lap time, 52.36. Green for Jake Walker, 52.42. So Jake Walker doing all he can to catch that man there, Sebastian Corking. I say man, you know what I mean. And there's a great battle between the 74 and the 75. That's for 6th and 7th. Jacob Smith, Sebastian Benson, Harry McLaughlin not that far behind. With coming up to the 1 minute mark, the 75 squeezed inside the 74. Sebastian Benson overtakes Jacob Smith and pulls away. So Sebastian Benson breaks free from the clutches as Harry McLaughlin goes by on Jacob Smith as well. However, Smith slots back in, keeps him behind. McLaughlin behind now. Out on the start-finish straight, and there's the sign there. So the 74 there, Jacob Smith, he taps his helmet at Harry McLaughlin behind him and says, let's catch the kart in front. Well, you're into the final couple of laps here, penultimate lap for these two. And there's a little bit of oversteer on the exit there. That's costing him time. That's probably allowing these karts to get on terms. This is the battle for 7th and 8th, right at the back of the field. But it's a great battle. Oh, and that kart, the 74, sliding around. McLaughlin absolutely all over him. With Corking. I don't know what that was, Nick. That's on the right, on the cusp. He did it actually in Heat 3, didn't he? He came across the line. It could be the checkered flag next time by. It's very hard for us to see, being just on the outside of turn 1 here. But we'll jump to Corking in a moment. Meanwhile, we'll watch this battle between Smith and McLaughlin, who are absolutely hammer and tongs. Smith has a little bit of exit oversteer, doesn't he, on the dog leg. That's cost him a bit of time to McLaughlin. Oh, a little bit of oversteer there as well. Not quite the grip he's wanting. And McLaughlin down the inside at the chicane, not quite enough. As Corking comes out of the final turn. Does he take the checkered flag? We wait and see. Yes, he does. So it was the last lap board. He raises his finger in the air. And there's your IP plate winner, I should say. So the IPKC IP plate winner for the Junior Rotax rookie class will be Sebastian Corking. In second place was Jake Walker. He did indeed hold off Hector Sadlowski to the very end. Samuel Yeadon fourth, Sam Hayes fifth. Sebastian Benson was in sixth. And it was Harry McLaughlin who finally got by Jacob Smith. But there was something went on, Nick, when we had to break away for Seb Corking. Something went on there because Jacob Smith has pulled off there on the outside of the gasworks. So that's a bit unfortunate, really. So they were having a right old ding-dong. We stay with Junior Rotax, and Junior Rotax grid already formed. It's no surprise, certainly to me, who've been following this, and if you've been with us all day, it'll be no surprise to you. Oakley Garthwaite then will start on the pole position. Ben Adrian will start alongside. It's gonna be a good race, this, Nick. Amy Peacock and Harry Holland are on row 2. Melissa Adrian and Ben Horner are on row 3. Toby Bedford and Elliot Dalton Ayres are on row 4. Alex Fraser, Leon Barlow, row 5. Christopher Hughes is on row 6 with Harrison Bishop alongside. And then we've got row 7, Rossi Costello and Ollie Rowley. Rowley, I should say. Eighth row of the grid will be James Tate and Eddie King. And then the ninth and final row of the grid is Aston Brown and Charlie Domonkos.
Yes.
You going to say something?
No, I wasn't actually. I was just watching. I was watching a battery change.
Did you have a little sort of daydream there?
No, I was waiting for the battery change.
All right.
I
see.
You don't. The amount of stuff.
There's a lot going on, Nick.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on around me.
I'm doing 1 1/3, 1.5 jobs.
Yeah, but
here.
I'm in the middle here, Nick. It all revolves around me.
Oh, you admitted it at last.
All revolves around me.
You spent the whole afternoon being modest. Oh, I'm not important. No, not me. I'm just a little tiny Joe.
Well, nobody would know what was going on. Well, they would have the pictures. They'd have They'd have a kind of an idea.
Yeah, they probably know quite well, really, to be honest. Okay, engines revving. Oh, that's a nice shot. Engines revving.
Yeah, track here looking great. All credit to track manager Paul Bainbridge, who's probably asleep in his office now, if he's got any sense. But track looking great. It's getting close to the first cut of the season, isn't it, the grass?
First
just
cut's
recovering
the deepest,
from the winter. We've had a few frosts lately.
Maybe I know.
The what, sorry?
First cut is the deepest.
First cut is the deepest.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's get...
Ready to rumble.
Ready to...
That's for the drivers.
Another Northeast duo did that one.
Yes, it's the stars of Newcastle.
Grid being brought round by Oakley Garthwaite, the number 40, who's certainly getting a bit of heat and energy through those tyres. And they will form up. This is the normal etiquette. They form up in the horseshoe here. Ben Adrian alongside. He's on the red and white cart. And then behind them, Amy Peacock. She's had a cracking weekend on the 17. I'm not sure they are ready to go, though. No, they'll get the wave round. Maybe that was deliberate by the front row. I've known that worked before. Need another. Let's get some heat into these tyres and then give me a second lap. So, Amy, it's going to be a cracking battle. I know Oakley Garthwaite is very strong here. It's his local track. He races with Hunter Motorsport in the UKC. I'm not sure if he's doing the British Championship this year. He may well do. But here he is being run by him and his dad, Michael, are here this weekend, just looking after themselves and having a ball. He's running a Venator engine, which is one of Reese Hunter's motors out of Hunter Motorsport, Venator engines. And Ben Adrian is the driver alongside. But Amy Peacock and Harry Holland, you can't really not count them in. And likewise, Melissa Adrian and Ben Horner, they've been absolutely on it. And then further down the midfield, they'll be there to pounce if anybody in that front three rows makes a mistake. So it's all beginning to get important, isn't it? It's all about the IPKC I-Plate, and we're about to go racing in Junior Rotax. Let's see who the checkered flag falls first as Oakley Garthwaite darts off into the lead. And he's got the lead, but he slides wide and he's lost the lead. He's lost the lead to Ben Adrian as he slid wide, carrying too much speed. Easy done. At this stage of the race, turn 1 on cool tyres. It's the number 48 of Ben Adrian who leads, and Garthwaite already down the inside, just indicating a bit of purpose about him there. Showing massive intent there. He knew it had to be done on this first lap. Look at how much curb he used on the entrance there. Massive amount of curb. Somebody was talking to me about that the other day. Chicane I'm talking about, entry curb into the chicane. Phenomenal line. It will be Garthwaite who leads the first lap across the line. It will be Ben Adrian following him in second, but it's Ben Horner in third, Harry Holland fourth. Then we got Melissa Adrian, Leon Barlow, Toby Bedford, Elliot Dontnez and Christopher Hughes up 2 places to 9th. He'd be delighted with that. Alex Fraser in 10th. Behind him, but a bit of a recovery drive for Christopher Hughes, who I think was penalised in that third heat for that incident at the Gasworks Airpin. So Christopher will want to get in the top 5. I know that's what he's got his mindset on. Meanwhile, out at the front, Garthwaite extends that lead. It was 3/10 at the line first time by. Battle for 5th, beginning to heat up. Oh, battles behind him. That's where it is, 5th to 10th, I think, is where the action's going to transpire. Or is it? Because we've got Ben Horner catching Ben Adrian, the battle of the Bens for second and third, and then Harry Holland and Melissa Melissa Adrian on the 100. Melissa looks very, very intent on getting ahead of Harry Holland. Into St John's, the left-hander, all of that, and she has a look down the inside, doesn't she? She has a look down the inside, but not enough momentum to make it happen. Momentum out of the second centre hairpin towards the back chicane. Down that curving back straight then. Nope, she slots in behind. Plenty of time, 5.5 minutes, she knows that. Plenty of time to make progress. Just noticed there Alex Fraser getting ahead of Christopher Hughes on the last lap bite. The former NKC Minimax champion on the number 55. First season in Junior Rotax last season. It's great to see Alex and his dad here. That's the epitomised dad and lad racing. Does Alex and his dad. Meanwhile, Melissa Adrian still trying to find a doorway to be in front of Harry Holland. And the Battle of the Bends looks like that's about to kick off as well. That's Ben Adrian and Ben Horner for second and third. So there's two card battles that I wish we had a split screen. There's Melissa Adrian down the inside of Harry Holland. That's been coming for a few laps now. And there she is there in the red and white card. Great colours them, red and white. And Harry Holland having to slot behind and try and hang on to Melissa Adrian. She's had great pace. I mentioned at the start, you can't really discount that. 0.6 of a second is the gap to our leader from Ben Horner and Ben Adrian, who are invariably costing themselves time by being very, very close. Only 0.3 in that one. Not much in it at all, really, is there? I mean, that's a pretty close battle, and there's no doubt about it that Oakley Garthwaite can see how much race time is there. They've just clicked by the half distance, so Garthwaite will be monitoring where his opponents are, and he's got a relatively comfortable cushion. He's had a quick look over his shoulder there. He will see the yellow and blue of Ben Horner in his peripheral as he looked. Ben Adrian not that far behind, and there's nothing in that. I mean, if Oakley Garthwaite misses his braking point at any point on this track, especially at say the gasworks, then Ben Horner and Ben Adrian are going to be right there. It's going to close things right up. So he is going to have to keep pushing. Ben Horner, in fact, puts in a purple lap time of 51.98. The first driver inside, matched by Melissa Adrian, by the way. So that's the sort of pace we're seeing. 52.02 was Garthwaite's time. So they are not pacing themselves. They're pacing themselves by going flat out. And Garthwaite's responded. Let's see what that is. 51.98. He matches the fastest lap of the race. And he pulls out a little bit of a cushion there as Ben Horner, 52.05. 52 dead for Ben Adrian. So second and third coming back together by mere 0.1 of a second. Garthwaite using all of the track on the outside there. Oakley, again, familiar with Warden law. Some drivers here I've spoken to in the paddock, first time here at Warden law. And very impressed with the track and the challenge that it presents. It's very physical, drivers have told me, and these are very fit young drivers at the top of their game in the very high echelons of the sport. Tell me that Warden Law is one of perhaps the most physical track on the calendar in the country, and it's these very fast sweeps that really take it out of the neck and the. Well, there you go. Nathan Jensen had to pull out because he popped a rib. He broke a rib, and just the it's very, very physical. This, it might not look at it. It's not like driving to the shops. It's a completely different game. This, people don't realise it's not just driving to the shops. This, it's pretty tough. You've got to be pretty fit to do this. These youngsters, even though they're only coming up to between 12 and 15, 16 years old, they will be doing some sort of training and preparation to be race fit. Ben Adrian is soon going to have the company of Melissa Adrian. Melissa has got the momentum to catch. We're inside the final minute. Got the momentum to catch. Whether or not
they are cousins.
They are cousins, are they? How did you find that out? Ah, splendid. Thank you, whoever let us know. So the battle of the cousins there for the last step of the podium. Is it going to be Ben or is it going to be Melissa? Melissa looks very, very fast. And she's had momentum to catch Ben. Ben seems to be dropping away from Ben Horner. He was right with him. Here's Melissa down the inside. They're side by side. Ben Adrian slams the door in his cousin's face. You're not coming through. You shall not pass. In Gandalf's style. Here we go then across the line. 7 seconds on the board, so we're going to have 2 more laps of this. Cracking stuff. Ben Adrian's thinking, oh my goodness, I've got 2 more laps to keep Melissa by. Melissa's thinking, great stuff. I need a bit more time to suss it out and see where I'm going to make the move. Is it going to come here into the centres? No, because Ben Adrian has to defend. Down the left-hand side, defends that line. Into the second centre and out towards the back chicane. Can Melissa gather momentum to have a go into the braking area for the gasworks? And again, Ben defends. It's going to be a very tough last lap for these two. Meanwhile, Oakley Garthwaite, 0.6 of a second is the gap, so it has come down slightly as they come out onto the start-finish straight to take the last lap board. First and second already through. Here's the dive for third. No, because it's not braking area really. It's about momentum out of the final turn, carrying it towards that very, very fast right-hander at turn 1. This is going to go all the way to the checkered flag. Ben Adrian slots across to the left, keeps Melissa at bay. These two are slowing each other up. If they're not careful, Leon Barlow has moved up 5 places from 10th and is now 5th. He's gonna have some of this as well. It's the final step of the podium that the battle is we're looking at. As Oakley Garthwaite comes through the horseshoe just in front of them. We'll get Oakley across the line in a moment. There he is, the IPKC IP plate winner. Oakley Garthwaite takes the win in junior Rotax. Ben Horner second. Ben Adrian hung on from his cousin, kept her at bay third. Melissa Adrian fourth. Leon Barlow fifth. Sixth is Harry Holland. Elliot Dalton is 7th. 8th is Toby Bedford. Christopher Hughes in 9th place, up 2 places from 11th. And then we had Alex Fraser. So Christopher Hughes getting by Alex Fraser there on that lap. And Harrison Bishop was 11th. Amy Peacock 12th. Ollie Rowley was 13th. 14th was Rossi Costello. Eddie King was 15th. James Tate 16th. 17, Aston Brown. And Charlie DeMoncus didn't come out before the final.
Officially chilly out there now.
It feels it.
Our t-shirted cameraman from several hours ago now is wishing he had his thermals. Yeah, he's got a hat, he's got a big coat, and he's doing the shivery sign. Ash, do you have enough layers? He does. He's layered up in the bathroom.
I daren't ask.
Yeah, just for the listening world. Ash is my stepson. It's nothing weird.
I daren't ask. What we got next then?
We've got the Senior Rotax 162.
Senior Rotax
2 races
162.
to go, the IP Plate Championship.
So we've been able to award
most of them.
6 actually.
Yes.
So Cadets and Micromax, Cadets 160s that is, Intermax and Cadet 200s, the IPKC Junior Rookies. That was Sebastian Corking, wasn't it? And then we've just had Oakley Garthwaite take the I-plate for Junior Rotax. I'd like to think I know Oakley's doing UKC with Hunter Motorsport, but you know what? If they've got a weekend spare, I'm pretty sure Michael, his father, will, who's a mechanic by trade, so he's not afraid of getting his hands dirty and mucking in and setting the cart up and stuff.
Well, yeah. Now you've spoken to them and they felt your star power. You know, they'll be straight back.
The grid for the senior Rotax 162s. Ashton French is our pole position driver with Benjamin Lee alongside. This is going to be an absolute ding-dong because right behind them is Max Kettle and Aidan Pomeroy, and right behind them Sam Stoner and Sam Wyatt on the row 3. Row 4, Ethan Haig and Ethan Wyatt. Row 5, John Hobbs, Craig Whitfield. Row 6, Oliver Atkinson and William Eberhardt. Row 7, Liam Deedman and Dan Renton. Row 8, Arthur Lothian and Nathan Jensen. And then row 9, all alone, is George Sherwood. And they have come out. Nathan Jensen, of course, has pulled out of the meeting, so he won't be with us. And Ethan Haig has not come out as well. Or is that a late starter there, just coming onto the back of the grid? I think that might be, and hopefully is, Ethan Haig. The field might be given another lap because of that, or maybe they won't. Yes, they are. Yeah, so we've already got that light board being illuminated to tell everybody they've got one more lap. So it gives the drivers a chance to get some heat into the tyres, and will give them less of a slidey kart and less problems on those couple of initial laps. Ashton French, he's got the blue and purple shoulders on his overalls. It's a blue and purple liveried kart that he's got. Looks like a Cosmic to me. We've got Benjamin Lee, who's on a Tony kart. Can't remember what Max is on. I know he's wearing he's showing the blue and orange livery of his dad's company. The orange being because his dad Peter's a Blackpool fan. He's from South Africa. I think he's got family who are from Blackpool. Yeah, no, get on very
We know
well.
other Blackpool fans who are from Blackpool.
Yeah, we have, yeah, I know. They had a good day yesterday, a better day than we did. Anyway,
we beat the TV Wonder Boys.
I know you did. I know. Well done, the Gills. Here we go then. The grid is formed up nicely. It's the IPKC, the Independent Privateer Kart Championship IP plate that's up for grabs for one of these drivers at the end of this 8 minutes and 1 lap. And it is Ashton French who will lead them round, but can he get in front of Benjamin Lee? He has indeed, and Benjamin Lee trying to slot in behind the driver who looks like he slotted in is Max Kettle. Too wide, rows 1 and 2. That is grid formation through turns 1, through Brian's Bend, and now they settle in, and it's Benjamin Lee out in front from Ashton French. Aidan Pomeroy on the 55. It's side by side into the first of the centres. It's all kicking off into the first of the centre hairpin, and it's Aidan Pomeroy up into second ahead of Ashton French, the pole driver, the pole sitter, I should say. Taking a watching brief is Max Kettle, and not far behind Max Kettle is the number 26. Where's the number 20? Is it 26 or 28? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In fact, everybody's going through the gasworks hairpin right now. They are absolutely bumper to bumper from first to 19th. Here they come. Surely it's going to sort himself out. We can't have another 10 laps of this. Benjamin Lee's pulled out a gap to Ashton French, who's finally got by Aidan Pomeroy, as has Max Kettle. So these three, first, second and third, beginning to fan out because Aidan Pomeroy has Oliver Atkinson, Ethan Wyatt, Samuel Wyatt, Liam Deedman, Arthur Lothian, Craig Whitfield in 10th, William Eberhardt, George Sherwood, Sam Stoner, John Hobbs, Dan Renton. 15 karts. And if anything, the kart that looks like its tyres has come on very quickly is Ashton French. Benjamin Lee up ahead of him. Seems to be not as grippy. French can pretty much place his kart anywhere. The kart not sliding too wide into and out of the corners. Now Lee's tyres look like they're coming in. 2 laps completed. He looks over his shoulder. That bright pinky purple and blue of Ashton French can be clearly seen in your peripheral. Max Kettle just behind these two, but it's all eyes on the lead battle here as they come into the first of the centres. Max Kettle under pressure from Aidan Pomeroy and Oliver Atkinson behind him. But right now, Benjamin Lee, see that, turns into the chicane and that oversteer He was steering to the left whilst turning right. So that kart still not gripping like he would, but Ashton French can't do anything about it. So Benjamin Lee, very settled, very at ease with whatever the kart's doing. 3 laps completed. Into turn 1. And Benjamin Lee consolidating the gap now, about a half a second. There's Ashton French. Behind these two, though, is where it's getting a bit intense. So we'll have a look for them. There it is, Max Kettle on the number 7. The 55 is Aidan Pomeroy. Oliver Atkinson on the 26. Ethan Wyatt, Sam Wyatt, the two brothers, ran here this weekend, as ever, by their dad Andy. It doesn't matter what series they run in, they're run by their dad Andy. It's ideal, this IPKC concept. That is exactly the sort of setup. They've won championships together, been run by their dad Andy, NKC junior champion in Sam Wyatt. But Max Kettle beginning to break away now. So Max on that third step of the podium position. And having had that number 55 of Aidan Pomeroy right on his bumper, he's now beginning to pull away, a little bit of a cushion. Maybe the tyres are coming in. As Nick said, it's a little bit colder, so we are seeing the track temperature drop, so it's going to take an extra lap or so for the tyres to come on, and we're on the Maxxis tyre. It's a harder compound than other series tyres that are used. So a little bit different driving style to what Max has become accustomed to, but he's got his head around it very, very quickly and said he enjoyed his first experience of the Maxxis. And now as Max begins to eke away from Pomeroy, Atkinson and Wyatt, the battle for fourth place, the first 3 steps of the podium positions settling in to Benjamin Lee, Ashton French and Max Kettle. Oh, and there's a move from Oliver Atkinson down the inside. It looked like he was shot out of a cannon there, didn't he? And there, taking advantage of the situation, is Ethan Wyatt. Just came out of the dogleg there and then just went for the gap. He was obviously out of the corner very, very well. And then by the time they got the left-hander who's alongside, nothing he could do. The rest of the field looking very ordered as we continue through. It'll be 6 laps completed for the field as they cross the line. Benjamin Lee, Ashton French, Max Kettle, Oliver Atkinson, Ethan Wyatt and Aidan Pomeroy now is who it is. Number 26 of Oliver Atkinson behind him. Is that the number 6? Yes, it is. Thought it was. That's Ethan Wyatt on the number 6. Ethan on the Cosmic kart, looking like he could indeed challenge Oliver Atkinson. They've made their way by Aidan Pomeroy. Sam Wyatt now coming onto the back of Aidan Pomeroy as well. Into the right-hand hairpin at the paddock. Final turn here at paddock. We're inside the final 2 minutes of the weekend for our senior Rotax 162 competitors. So we're getting ever closer to that checkered flag. Things beginning to settle down. The first 3 have gone away from everybody else, and if anything, I do see Max Kettle just beginning to close on Ashton French ever so slightly. However, time is of the essence and it's running out rapidly. The gap was just under a second there, 9.93 from Kettle to French. And with a minute on the clock, we've probably got 3 more laps remaining. Meanwhile, behind him, Ethan Wyatt, the younger of the 2 Wyatts. His first season in seniors was towards the middle to the end of last year. And having a good run here in 5th place. He's under pressure from Aidan Pomeroy on the 55, and he's trying to get on terms with Oliver Atkinson. And there's certain parts of this lap where he looks like he might be able to do it. And then he loses out. This is a great 3-car battle here. I used to love being in amongst that. I used to love being the kart in the middle, doing the chasing, and then you've got somebody to consider behind you. These lads have been loving this. All of our competitors, from our perspective, look like they've had a great day's racing. I know there's been incident, I know there's been drama as ever, but it is motorsport, and that's what it's all about. And it doesn't matter where you were racing, whether it's for the lead or whatever, as long as you have a great race like these boys are. I'm pretty sure they'd prefer to be at the front and winning the IP plate, but if you're not going to win the IP plate, at least have a great day's racing, and that's what we're seeing here. And that was all about that exit curb, wasn't it? We saw him run over the exit curb at the dogleg. He didn't have the speed to carry through the left-hander, and now Aidan Pomeroy has made him pay for that mistake. Just carrying a fraction too much speed. We're going to see the 1 lap to go board next time by for Benjamin Lee. And that is now, as Lee comes through, 1 lap to go. Ashton French. And the gap to third place has gone out to a second. It's been there or thereabouts pretty much, so pretty solid run from these 3 drivers. Benjamin Lee just going through the first of the centres as we continue to watch this battle down the order for 4th, 5th and 6th. And running out of time for any of these drivers to change position as we get towards the final few turns. Here he is. Benjamin Lee has really been the class of this field. We've had to ignore him a bit. He's been so out there, left everybody behind, and will take the win and acknowledges the checkered flag. Josh East there in position to take that winning photograph. That'll be on the Josh East and Stu Stretton site, available no doubt. And that was a very, very dominant win. It'll be Benjamin Lee that will carry the IP plate into the Independent Privateers Kart Championship. Just to remind everybody, round 1 in the middle of April. And that will be back up north, this time on the west side of the country, in Cumbria.
Yeah, hopefully the weather will be as nice as this, but a couple of degrees warmer.
Well, it's April, so it could be pouring.
It's the Lake District. It
and
doesn't matter when it
edge
is.
of the Lake District.
So close to Workington.
Round 2, 25th, 26th of May at Womwell. I remember racing at Womwell a long time ago. Houghton Park. Womble's near Barnsley, by the way. Just talking about the geography of it all. Houghton Park, that's near Manchester. That's going to be the 15th and 16th of June. That's an important weekend for us, isn't it?
Something going on, yeah.
Yeah, big race in France somewhere. 10th and 11th of August, we have a break in July. 10th and 11th of August, we reconvene for round 4, and that's Fulbeck, 10th and 11th. We then go to Landau in South Wales. Fulbeck, by the way, I didn't mention, was in Lincolnshire. Then we go to South Wales.
This is a geography lesson as well as a kart lesson.
Absolutely. Landau is in the south of Wales.
You've been there, I haven't been there.
I have. It's a really interesting track, actually. Very, very interesting track. Old school track, if you like. That's on the 21st and 22nd of September. And then the IPKC 2024, the inaugural championship season, will conclude on the 19th and 20th of October, and that will be at Clay Pigeon, that iconic track of about, I think they're lapping about 47 seconds.
853 metres.
Is it 45 seconds? Yeah, 853 metres, yeah, very little at all. Well, Nick, it's that time of the day.
I know, we've come to the final race of the day, the final race of the inaugural IPKC IP plate meeting here at Warden Law.
The final,
the final of the final meeting, yes. Thank you, all of you who've been with us. Hope you enjoyed it. We've enjoyed doing it. It's been can't say how pleased I am it's not rained. The camera people are probably very pleased they another 10 minutes to go, as they are coming under frostbite warning. What I love is that every time I say it's cold, Joe gives me this side I like to say. Like, it's basically just the southerner. It's not cold. It's nothing.
Really.
When I was when I was in the force, I was going out with just a pair of pants on.
I was completely opposite, actually. There's no such thing as bad weather. It's just the wrong clothes. Right, we've got karts on track then.
Off we go. Last one.
Yeah, let's indeed. And it's the senior Rotax 177s. Steve Thompson's our pole position with, would you believe, Zach Bolton alongside. The Zach Bolton fan club will be delighted. It's Carl Bryant and Stephen Horner on row 2. Josh Howard and Alfie Williams are on row 3. And then we've got Keith Mason and Martin Jackson on row 4. Row 5 is Scott Smith and Marty Gilfillan. Row 6 is Kevin Race and Daniel Gibbs. And then we've got Steve Jackson and Colin Campbell in row 7. And then rounding off the 16 kart field is Brian McCready and Ashley Ward. Steve Jackson, it looks like they haven't come out, as has Keith Mason. So we're missing Keith Mason on the number 112, and we're missing Steve Jackson, who is on the 7th row. Where's the 112? Oh, yeah, 4th row. Here we go. This is the start. First corner. Oh, Zach Bolton slides very wide, almost on the grass, hangs onto that like he had no tomorrow. And he lost out massively there. He's been demoted quite the way down the order from second on the grid. He's now in 6th place. Meanwhile, our leader, Steve Thompson, gets away and into the first of the centre hairpins. That looks like the number 64 of Carl Bryant, who gets off and is chasing him down. We've got Josh Howard coming through to 3rd. Great first corner, first sequence of bends for Josh. Then we've got Stephen Horner. And then the rest of the field, everybody through without issue. So, right then, Steve Thompson, he's had a great day. He's had a great set of heats. He started from the pole. That's a clear indication of that. Carl Bryant will want to chase him down. He's hanging on to him. And if anything, these two are beginning to lose Josh Howard behind. And Josh Howard has kind of got a bit of a cushion to Steve Horner. Stephen just pulling away a little bit from Alfie Williams. And Zach Bolton will be wanting to make amends for that first corner. He was rapid into it, but maybe, in hindsight, a little bit too quick as he slid wide onto the slippery stuff on the outside of the corner, and then he did very well to hang on to that. I bet he could see that grass verge looming ever larger. Meanwhile, though, Steve Thompson as he is in the entry, pulls out an even bigger gap. It's out to just on a second now. Carl Bryant settling into second, and Josh Howard staying where he was. Stephen Horner likewise in 4th. And with inside of 6 minutes, 2 minutes of this race already completed, the tyres just beginning to come on song now. We've had 2 laps of racing, so lots of energy getting this rubber to work. And there's Carl Bryant, who will be able to hear Josh Howard joining him for that second place. You can actually hear as the karts get closer to you. And there's no doubt about it, Josh Howard now getting onto that rear bumper of Carl Bryant. Carl, remember, we spoke to as one of that group of mates who are running together out of the same Easy Ups. Carl working for Williams F1. He's worked as a mechanic for TF Sport in Le Mans last year. Was it last year? The year before? I think it was last year. He's done a lot in motorsport, and here he is. He's the team principal at Jib Tech as well. He runs his own kart team. But he's here all about himself this weekend. The IPKC Championship giving him a chance to get some racing under his belt and not have the intensity and worry of looking after his customers, or his drivers, in other words. Here he is, though. He's got the intensity of keeping Josh Howard behind him, as Josh Howard, who's been stifled a little bit, and this is going to allow Stephen Horner to get on the back of his bumper too. Meanwhile, Alfie Williams is in 5th, Zach Bolton in 6th, Scott Smith 7th, 8th is Martin Jackson, Kevin Race, and Marty Gilfillan is the driver that rounds off the top 10. Oh, and Josh Howard getting a little bit bumpy over that exit curb at the dogleg. It's caught so many people out. Plenty of time though, just ticked by the half distance mark. 4 minutes gone, 4 minutes remaining. Stephen Horner does everything he knows about this track. He's here at his local track. Stephen Horner on the 66. That's the purple helmet and purple cart of Stephen Horner just coming into the picture there. And it'll not be long. If Carl Bryan can keep Josh Howard behind him, it's not going to be long before Stephen Horner joins in with this lot. 5 laps completed then. The gap to Steve Thompson at the front of this field is 1.9 seconds. And if it's going to extend even further if these two start squabbling. These three now, because what we thought was going to happen has happened. Stephen Horner has slowly caught these two in front of him. He's got that number 34 and the number 64 transfixed in his vision. And he's the third kart in that 3-kart train now. Fires out the back chicane. Josh Howard will be aware. Oh, and Josh Howard just got it all wrong there. Just carried a little bit too much speed into the braking area and had to trip himself up to avoid any contact with Carl Bryant. But it hasn't affected the progress here. And if anything, Carl Bryant doing a great job for us in the commentary box, because he is the cork in the bottle, I think so. Oh, and there he is through. Carl Bryant sliding a little bit wide, left a gap. The door was open and Carl Bryant didn't need a second invite to get through. And there it was, left a wide gap, and it was having to use all the inside curb there to make himself room. Bit of a tin opener moment there for Josh Howard. He took Stephen Horner with him though. Got invited in, and there's Zach Bolton through behind Stephen Horner. So it's all kicking off behind, and there's Carl Bryant keeping them back. It was all happening at the Gasworks hairpin. So it's all bragging rights, isn't it? The IP plate is certainly in the back pocket of Stephen Thompson if he can hang on for another minute and 40. And who's that? That's Carl Bryant. Carl Bryant rolling to a halt there and out of this, out of complete contention. And that's a shame. He was running in second. He dropped down the order, and there's something happened there. And that's allowed Zach Bolton into 4th place. Up ahead of him is his good friend Stephen Horner. And whether Zach can now hold back Scott Smith and Alfie Williams and catch Stephen Horner with only a minute to go, well, I think that's a big ask. I think there might be a little bit of a battle developing for the second and third step of the podium. And Josh Howard, late turning at that final turn, kind of give us a false perspective there, I think. Yeah, Stephen Horner definitely chasing down Josh Howard. Meanwhile, Steve Thompson continues to lead the field round, just ahead of these two. Will it be the last lap board? That's the thing. Oh, it's going to be right on the cusp. They've got a yellow light board. In fact, have we gone full course yellow? It looks like everything's lit up there. Ah, right. Last lap board. Was it the last lap board, Nick? It was right on the cusp, wasn't it? So time running out. Steve Thompson is being caught by Josh Howard and Stephen Horner. There's no question, but whether or not he's just sort of managing the pace to the finish. He had over a second the gap, and if anything, that gap is absolutely firing back. Josh Howard must be absolutely thinking, is there a problem with Steve Thompson? Or is Steve Thompson just managing managing his fitness maybe towards that. He sort of gives an indication there to somebody on the outside. And it's a yellow flag, I think. And he crosses the line. There's our final IP plate winner of the day, Steve Thompson. Steve Thompson takes the checkered flag and takes the IPKC I plate for the 177 Senior Rotax class. A great drive from him. He started on the pole and he was very, very decisive in that early stages of the lap, and he will bring that kart round. Rest of them have pulled in, but he will take the accolade. It was Josh Howard, the 34, who finished second. Stephen Horner will see them on the podium later on. Zach Bolton, he'll be disappointed, Will, to fourth place. Zach Bolton started second for that, and he was undoubtedly looking towards a podium spot. He'll not be on the podium, though. It'll be fourth place for Zach. Scott Smith was fifth, Alfie Williams sixth, seventh was Martin Jackson, Marty Gilfillan was eighth, ninth was Kevin Race, Daniel Gibbs was 10th, and then we had a few retirements: Brian McCready, Colin Campbell, Ashley Ward, and Carl Bryant, of course. Well,
yes,
Nick,
indeed,
that is our first Karting Live TV event of the year, the IPKC IP plate.
Thank you.
What a great
what
a great event.
Very, very good. Once we had a little bit glitch this morning, once we get rolling, we got rolling with style, I thought.
Yes, we did. We had a few teething problems, didn't we, as we get with any kind of new series. But once we found our feet, we were unstoppable.
So thank you to Martin and to Ash on the cameras, and to you, Joe, on the voice, and to Gaz Bury for everything he did. We now need to pack up before everyone dies of frostbite outside. We've been very nice and warm, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
So we will be back next week. We, as in Karting Live TV, will be back next week, Saturday afternoon, with some heats of the JKC, and hopefully we'll be back with the IPKC in April. But that is in the wonderful words of people with TBC. But we will see you very soon on another karting track somewhere else. Ciao, ciao. Bye.